country that 47 counties are the optimal number of counties that Kenya needs. It is a myth. It is a myth. And why is it a myth? The 47 counties as presently exist were not created on the basis of any scientific research. There was nothing. There was nothing to form their basis. As a matter of fact, there was not even a single occasion of public participation in the selection of the 47 counties. And they were provisional, and the committee of experts were very clear that we are starting with 47 as provisional, and their creation was arbitrary. Why was it arbitrary? Because people became lazy in Naivasha, people did not want to work and have a basis. The original provisions or proposals were at 8 regional governments and 74 counties. Those 74 counties were based on scientific analysis by the late Odhiambo Mbai and his team. The 47 are created on the basis of existing administrative units created for a centralized government, not for a devolved system of government. They are the old districts that were gazetted as at 1992 by previous administrations. Now, that process was very unfair and skewed. There are areas that traditionally were excluded from being given district. But even then, the ones that were existing and gazetted by 1992, not all of them were made counties. And there are others that existed but had not been gazetted but were made counties. So basically, what we are trying to say is that the current 47 counties have not been premised on the objects, on the principles of devolution as recognized in our constitution. Yes. There are administrative units for a centralized system of government. They are not units for a devolved system of government. And then there must be a review on that basis. I hope we have demystified that myth. In other words, Kenya can have less counties or it can have more counties. But for purposes of equity, because the parameters that have been used to create the 47 have been used to deny other people who are deserving, it is only in the interest of equity, fair and justice that the counties that share the same parameters as the ones that currently exist be given the same opportunity. And I can give you examples.
Through the chair?
Yes.
What about Article 6.1 of the Constitution, which says that the territory of Kenya is divided into counties specified in the first schedule?
That is why I'm saying it can be amended.
So boundaries vis-a-vis, readjusting the boundaries vis-a-vis creating more counties could be two distinct things.
Creating new counties has nothing to do with boundary of Kenya, because they are within the boundaries of Kenya. In fact, there's a Latin principle, e pluribus unum, out of many, one. So there's nothing, absolutely, that Article 6, actually we should look at Article 6 in terms of providing proximate services to the people. We should look at the principles of devolution, of giving communities a chance to govern themselves. Yes, of giving communities a chance to make their own decisions. Those are the principles that we should look at. All the counties will be within the territory of Kenya. We will not create a county in the territory of Uganda. Yes. So,
Mheshimiwa, may I ask something?
Yes, please.
You have a very strong point. And if you look at Article 6.1 against the Article 255, you realize already Article 6.1 says that the territory of Kenya is divided into counties specified in the first schedule. Now, the first schedule lists down 47 counties.
Yes.
That in itself is the structure of Kenya, of devolved government. One national government, 47 counties. So what that means, therefore, is if you want to bring in new counties, my thinking, I could be wrong. And for your information, I'm extremely sympathetic to what you're doing because it affects my people, the Tessos, okay? So I feel them, and I know what it is they go through, and how much they want to have their independence. Now, but is that to mean, therefore, since you're literally working, touching on the structure from 47 counties to the new number that you want us to have. Isn't that, aren't you affecting the structure of government? Because the structure as stipulated in the constitution is one national government and 47 counties. So which would mean maybe there may be a referendum aspect in it. Maybe that's something you people need to think about from where I sit and looking at the provision of the constitution.
Through the chair.
Thank you very
Just
much.
before you respond,
Yes.
Honorable Kalori, through the chair, I think Honorable Kalori is actually trying to explain to us on how it can happen, and let us give him time. I think I'm getting to understand those concepts, kidogo. Let's give him time.
Let's proceed.
Thank you. Let us understand, international boundaries are defined under international law, not under municipal law. So the boundaries of Kenya are a matter of public international law. So we cannot define them, and we cannot use administrative units of governance, be they for devolved countries or central government, to define our boundaries. That is another matter altogether under municipal law. What Article 6 is telling you is that there is a republic called Kenya. This republic has a national government, and it has, for the time being, the 47 counties listed in the first schedule. It is not telling you they are permanent. It is not telling you they are unamendable. It is not telling you new counties cannot be created. Otherwise, there would be no reason to have Article 188. The reason why there is Article 188 is that the first schedule to the Constitution of Kenya can be amended at any time the people of Kenya wish to do so. I hope that matter is also debunked. Okay. So let's again demystify another myth. There is this myth that new counties will be costly, that new counties will be expensive to run. What people don't realize is that new counties will have their national subvention prorated from the existing 15% subvention to the counties where they currently are. So what you have is the limited additional expense of having a county women rep, a governor, and a senator. The rest of them, the MCAs will be the same, the members of parliament will be the same. And here the examples begin. How many constituencies do we have in Taita Taveta? How many, and it is a county, how many do we have in Elgeyo Marakwet? How many constituencies do we have in Isiolo? How many constituencies do we have in Lamu? How many constituencies do we have in Tharaka Nithi? If you compare that, the population, the constituencies, the MCS, and the people behind us here, most of them are the same, 2 constituencies, 3 constituencies, or 4. And then data, current data indicates for Homa Bay County, much of the revenue is from Suba, the 2 Suba constituencies. If you go to Mount Elgon, Trans Nzoia and Bungoma, much of the revenue is from Mount Elgon. If you go to Migori, much of the revenue is from Kuria. And then and Baringo is the same. Yeah, from Tiat, we cannot justify.
Karoli,
Yes.
Karoli.
And we need to understand this. The simple additional expense of a few senators, 1 governor, or a few people is not justification to permanently commit injustice to these members of Kenya.
Yes.
You cannot justify it that way, because there are already counties that on their own source of revenue are not sustained. Actually, 85% of the current counties in Kenya on their own source revenue cannot sustain themselves. So if we are already supporting the others, we cannot deny these other guys. Yes, either we apply the same rules to everybody or we don't. So the issue of cost does not arise. It will be the same 15% being prorated between the old and the new counties. I hope that is the balance. There is another myth that when we create new counties, we will promote ethnic balkanization. And as I said, there's a Latin maxim, e pluribus unum. Out of many, one. Our constitution recognizes our diversity. It pronounces itself very elaborately. It encourages communities to manage their own affairs. require provisions of proximate and easily accessible public services, and promote decentralization. There is no ethnic angle to this quest. We just want fairness, justice, and an end to discrimination. Yes, that is all we want.
Karoli, sorry.
There are two other additional minor myths. One, that we are promoting this so that each one of us here could go back and become governors. I just throw it back to you. This process you are stewarding here is creating certain public offices. I do not want to accuse any of you for being here to create a position that you will occupy later. I don't think that is the case. If it doesn't apply to you, it should not apply to us. Yes? Are we together? And then there's the other one, that the new counties will promote corruption. You hear that myth. Yeah? If that is the case, then we should do away with all the counties. We should even do away with the national government. We should even do away with the police service, because they are ranked as the most corrupt. But we've never said we are going to stop having the country Kenya or a national government because of corruption. The challenge there is how to address cases of corruption. It is not how to commit injustice on people because others have been committing corruption. No, that does not apply. So finally, honorable members, we therefore wish to request this committee to include in its report to the National Assembly a recommendation for the establishment of an independent commission by Parliament under Article 188 of the Constitution of Kenya to review and alter the boundaries of the affected counties by creating the new counties of Kuria, Suba, Teso, Mount Elgon, Ijara, Mwingi, Nakuru West, East Pokot, Wajir South, and Gucha. Thank you very much.
Before you conclude, Honorable Karoli,
Yes,
before you conclude,
yes,
and you can see our sympathies for your case.
yes.
But then, could you simply just comment on the matter of jurisdiction, insofar as this committee is concerned, vis-a-vis the issue you are canvassing? And
could I also request, I see on page 15, you've mentioned 10 counties, page 15 of your document. You've mentioned 10 counties, yet you're talking about 11,
Yes,
but you've named 10. Which is the 11th?
Nyambene.
Oh, Nyambene in Meru.
Yes,
And,
let me just clarify that point, Honorable Chair. The first 10, the process of initiating this review is by way of collecting a minimum of 60 signatures. 50 signatures. Now, all the 10, except Nyambene, we have already collected those signatures. We have already initiated that process in Parliament.
say,
Yes,
Well
and we
said.
have a proposed bill to that effect. So each of the counties already has the support of not less than 50 members.
okay.
Now, for Nyambene, they are still in that process. Yeah. Now,
Honorable Chariot is coming in with a question, Honorable Karoli.
but let me answer you first, Chair.
No, just note
Okay.
down. Just
Okay.
note down, please.
Okay.
As Honorable Chariot comes in,
Yes.
please also comment on the county boundaries bill, which is currently pending before the Senate. It might address the issue of the independent commission you are alluding to. Just note down.
Okay. County boundaries. bill.
Senator Chariot.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the members that have found time to come and present before us. I am sympathetic to your cause as well, and I appreciate what you're speaking to. But I am cautiously optimistic about your request to us because of something that I wish you to address us, and maybe you help us appreciate and see how we can navigate it. The crux of the matter is that the people that you represent feel marginalized in the counties where they presently exist, and that the objects of devolution haven't been achieved to them. In fact, to use the words of one of the presenters who came here yesterday, making a case for Mwingi County, he said devolution has been taken captive at county headquarters and it doesn't reach the people. Yet that is what you are advocating for. However, and this is something I want either you, Karoli, or the members that you're with to address us. You have given us one way that this can be solved. Create for us additional counties where we can self-govern and our people can enjoy devolution like the rest of the country. I just want to ask, is there the slightest of chance that there is another way we can achieve your objectives without necessarily creating additional counties? Why do I ask so? I ask so because seated where you are, yesterday was Council of Governors. And we took them to task because as it is today, 47 out of 47, 100% of our counties are spending in excess of 80% of the devolved funds on recurrent. Only 20% is going to development. Therefore, there is a risk that even as you create further counties, you may not necessarily achieve the purpose of your intention, because basically what you're doing, you're creating another line of 80% recurrent expenditure. So is there a way, Mheshimiwa Karoli and your team, that what you're pleading can be achieved without necessarily having to create extra counties? Just a question that I'd wish you to address. And why do I say so? My last point is because, and I want to use Trans Nzoia as an example. Last week, we listened to elders from Mount Elgon and Sabaot. They came to us, presented just the way you're presented. Yesterday in the afternoon, we listened to another team that called themselves Trans Nzoia stakeholders. And they said, these people haven't come to us for us to resolve our issues internally before coming to you. Why do they want a share of our county to be given away? And actually, you've mentioned it because you've said, don't think about it in terms of cost, because the cost of running these counties will be gotten from already the share that is allocated to these specific counties. Therefore, people feel the majoritarian thinking in the counties where you're coming from can easily gang up and come before us tomorrow and say, why do you want to take away a portion of what has been given to us on account of certain people being dissatisfied? So I'm just using the case of Trans Nzoia that played out before us, and probably if people watch you today, then tomorrow we can have the other side of Homa Bay, the other side of Migori, Kisii, coming to us and saying, why do you want to take away other resources? Hence my question that while what you're proposing to us makes sense to me, that we can create additional counties, is this the only way through which we can entrench this concept of what you're calling further devolution, or there is another way? I'd wish to be assisted. I thank you, Chair.
Ombeleanga.
Thank you, Chair. I have a different idea, but I'm totally in agreement with the creation of new counties as a person. Because actually, I'm one of those who is affected, and the panel here can attest to that. My mother comes from Mount Elgon, and that is a team that has really been affected. But the idea of creation of new counties without a referendum, I really want to understand that clearly. Because you've tried to give us structures and you've also tried to give us sub-articles, but still, the structure of devolution is one national government and it has 47 governments, county governments. Creating additional counties would change the structure and thus require a referendum. I want you to look at that. And maybe as I'll be finishing, I would also propose that we will allow our technical teams to look at that, what Karoli has given us in those sub-articles 255 and 188. Because given the text of that, or the narrative of 255, it's actually not possible to create counties without a referendum. I want you to make me understand that a little bit better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Senator Omar.
Okay, Asante.
The very last, I suppose.
Mheshimiwa Karoli and team, I always identify quite enormously with minorities and minority rights. After all, in Kenya, I am also a minority. But I want to be persuaded that to redress a minority systemic or endemic marginalization is a function of only appointing 1 or 2 members from that community or allocating an administrative advantage where 1 or 2 people are better placed competitively to raise to the echelons of those leaderships. I will not mention names, but if you look at communities hitherto, which have said they have been marginalized, you can count 1 or 2 people who have, in successive administrations, served in very high leadership positions. And some of them are actually now bequeathing that leadership to their own sons and daughters or to their family members. So you have this marginalization you have talked about has never been cured. What happens, you just actually empower 1 or 2 people to further become lords over their own territory or their people under the guise of fighting marginalization. So that's why you can see repeatedly, Chairman, I've asked this question: how does giving Hassan Omar or Amina Mnyazi a membership in a commission as a standalone without a program of inclusivity cure marginalization? We have been marginalized for 60 years, where once in a while you get a CS hapa, you get a PS pale, you get a CDF pale, munapata sijui commissioner pale, munapata. It has not cured marginalization. So we need to, as a country, to have a conversation rather than having these very ruthless competition of power based on ethnic engineering, to look for a programmatic way that the Endorois, the Suba, the new tribe in Kenya, what is it called? The Pemba, the Chamus, Canadians in Homa Bay, can be integrated in all spheres of national life, So what we need to do as we even talk about our counties and the creation of new administrative boundaries, because if you create a county for me right now, there's very few people who can beat me where I come from. You know what I mean? Some like you, some of you have comparative advantage. That's the truth of the matter. When you get into a political seat, acquire a bit of facilities and capacity and resources, you become more competitive politically. Today, if you told me at the advent of devolution, 2013, to have those 14 regions, I'll be thinking, 14 regions. If you told me today to merge 3-4 counties, I'm a little more confident that you merge them and I will still be in that race and probably afford it. So these kind of things, it gives you. So what you then do, you are enhancing a set of individuals, a handful. I can talk from Independence Kenya, in the minority communities of marginalized, it's been the same people. So what I'm asking, is there a way programmatically beyond administrative boundaries that we can be able to enhance our participation in national life and politics?
Thank you.
We can go on now. Okay. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. In no particular order in answering the 5 questions, I absolutely agree with Senator Omar. Tokenism does not cure marginalization or discrimination. It does not, by putting somebody here or there. Actually, the way marginalization is normally about political representation and equitable share of resources. And these are issues that are addressed, if you look at the history of mankind, by organizing the distribution of those resources closer to the people. Whether you go to Switzerland, you go to America, wherever you go, they create these other units instead of having a centralized system of government. So the cure to this marginalization, I absolutely agree with you, is to create new counties or to create new other administrative units for central government to deal with that systemic issue. You will not solve it by appointing somebody to a position in central government. I absolutely agree with you. And that is what we are trying to address here.
Well said.
Yes. And then you see, Senator Cheriot has asked whether there are alternatives to creating new counties. The point is, this discrimination is both historical, but also post-2010 constitution. There are 2 regions that I would like to flag out, Nyanza and Western Kenya. If you look at the way Nyanza and Western Kenya have been treated over the years, even before 2010 constitution, in terms of distribution of administrative units, what we used to call districts, and creation of constituencies, they've been shortchanged to a very large extent. To a very large extent. You can see Western Kenya is actually asking for 2 new counties. Yes. And Nyanza is also asking for 2 new counties. That were actually in the original 74. 3. That were 3. That were in the original 74. Yeah. And there's been a lot of historical injustice to those 2 regions, whether it's constituencies or it is admin units or it is counties. It is all about representation, which goes down with sharing of resources. Actually, the quest that you see the Kuria people ask, the Suba people and the Gucha people, is to address the systemic discrimination against Nyanza in terms of those units, which has been historical for a very long time, over 50 years. It is not about those. It's only that those are the 3 areas that can clearly fit in the description. So I think the alternative would not be new constituencies, if that was the idea. New constituencies would just be maybe to again address certain issues where geography or other difficulties, like the constituencies like Wajir, where you and Marsabit, where you can go for hundreds of kilometers before you see any government service. You know, those are the kind of issues. But we would not think of another alternative other than creating the counties. That is what we are seeing. Now, on the county boundaries bill, I will leave that to my colleague, Honorable Pukose. But before then, we have 2 other issues. Referendum, I want to deal with it last, because, Chair, you may allow me now to read the Constitution so we all understand it.
Well, less than 5 minutes to wind up.
Jurisdiction of NADOC. Jurisdiction of NADOC, NADCO, you have something called governance issues, including promotion of national unity and inclusivity. That is your mandate. And as a good lawyer, I will tell you, any instrument appointing anybody, there's always the omnibus clause. Anything that appertains or is closely affiliated or connected.
Well addressed.
You have jurisdiction.
Yes.
Yes. The final one, so that there's clarity, I want us to start with Article 188, please, if we have our constitutions. If you just look at Article 188, that is page 120, page 120 of the Constitution. I don't know which version you have. 188, alteration, boundaries of counties. 188.1, boundaries of counties may be altered only by a resolution recommended by an independent commission set up for that purpose by Parliament. Are we together? And it is passed by 2/3 in both National Assembly and in the Senate. Then the boundaries of a county may be altered to take into account, these are the parameters you use, the 7 parameters: population density and demographic trends. Yes. Physical and human infrastructure, historical and cultural ties, the cost of administration, the views of the communities affected, the objects of devolution of government, and geographical features. You don't have to satisfy all the 7. 1 is enough. 1 is enough. Under our Constitution, 1 is enough. Now, let us jump to Article 174 of the Constitution. Yeah, let us start with 174. The objects of devolution. I want us to understand this very well, Honorable Wamilanga. Objects of devolution, we need to understand them. The objects of devolution of government are: 1, promote democratic and accountable exercise of power; 2, foster national unity by recognizing diversity. Yes. To give powers of self-governance to the people and enhance the participation of the people in the exercise of the powers of the state and in making decisions affecting them. To recognize the right of communities to manage their own affairs and to further their development. Welcome, Your Excellency. To protect and promote the interests and rights of minorities and marginalized to promote social and economic development and the provision of proximate, easily accessible services throughout Kenya, to ensure equitable sharing of national and local resources throughout Kenya, to facilitate the decentralization of state organs, their functions and services from the capital of Kenya, and to enhance checks and balances and the separation of powers. Those are the objects. And if you want to amend that article, you go to a referendum. Principles of devolved government, Article 175. County government shall be based on democratic principles and separation of powers. County government shall have reliable sources of revenue. We have addressed those. And then Article 176, which is the structure now. There shall be a county government for each county consisting of county assembly and county executive. I think we have now understood those ones. Now let's go to 256, 255, which was causing a problem. 255, and there are two there. 255, 1I. A proposed amendment to this constitution shall be enacted in accordance with Article 256 or 257 and approved in accordance with Clause 2 by a referendum, if the amendment relates to any of the following matters. And I is the operative one in our case. The objects, principles, and structure of devolved government. That is the only thing that requires referendum. So if you are amending Article 174, which is the objects, 175, which are the principles, structure, which is 176, then you go to a referendum. But by creating new counties, we are not amending those. We are not amending 174. We are not amending 175. We are not amending 176. We are giving them life. We are making them have legs. That is what we are doing. We are not amending the objects principle. Are we together? And then, if you go to 255.5, was it? No, 250. Yeah, I think that's the one. Or no, 256.5. 256.5. Because there's been confusion around that. If a bill to amend the constitution proposes an amendment relating to matters specified in 255.1, those matters, then there's a referendum.
Yes, we've had
So
you,
it
Mheshimiwa,
does
and
not
you've done a good job, I must admit. You've done a good job. So we will give Mheshimiwa Pukose only 1 minute because we have about 21 teams to see us today. And you are the first and you have taken about 45 minutes already. And
Thank
so
you,
please,
Chair.
respectfully, 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I wanted to respond to the issue raised by Honorable Aaron Cheriot, leader for majority in the Senate. And the issue he raised was that is there any mechanism? Because last week we had a delegation from the support community from both Mount Elgon and Trans Nzoia. And yesterday we had another team from Trans Nzoia calling themselves Trans Nzoia professionals. I would want to associate myself with the presentation by the support from both Mount Elgon and Trans Nzoia. The team that was here yesterday, they did not present a petition. They present a counter petition. Therefore, and this team was organized by Honorable Eugene Wamalwa, who is seated here, and Governor Natembea. What I want to say is that
that is improper.
Yes, that's a fact.
No, it's improper.
No.
It's a fact.
Yeah, even if it's a fact, you do not have to present it the manner you are.
Yeah.
This committee's work is honorable and very serious. So, Tafadhali, I would ask that those remarks be expunged from the records of this meeting and address it because you don't want to polarize. We're trying to avoid polarization and you're drawing us right into it.
With due
Tafadhali,
respect,
Mheshimiwa.
And Mheshimiwa, I think it's
Yeah.
important for you to know that we have opened doors for any Kenyan who wants to come and make a presentation, whether individually or as a group like you've done today. So even if they came, it is their right to come, kindly.
but it is
Yeah.
not right for somebody to come and make a presentation, a counter presentation against another community. If they have a petition to present to this honorable committee, let them present their petition. Respect the petition of the other team that has presented their petition. Because what I'm asking this honorable committee to do is to look at the petitions in terms of their merit, because we presented our petitions to you. Look at our petition in the merit in which we presented, not in reference to any other committee presenting their petition. That is what we only ask.
Mheshimiwa, further, because you are not even in any of those groups that made the presentation.
Pardon?
So you are not with the Sabot community.
He clearly
because
says he has associated himself.
You're saying you're
I'm associating
associating
myself with their presentation.
very well, but you are not here. So you really run the risk of misrepresentation and distortion. And as Honorable Cecilia has told you, I think you should just stand guided and let us avoid creating animosity. Yeah. And in fact, both teams have every right to appear. So since you are not there and they're not here to respond to what you are saying, I think it's only fair, Mheshimiwa, that we expunge your comments and then make progress, close the matter.
Well guided, Chair.
May I propose that, are you finished, Mheshimiwa? Because we want to close this session.
Just one very important one. I want to respond to Honorable Jeriot by saying financial crisis management for the counties existing for 7 counties. For example, having a county having 80% recurrent expenditure against 20% project budget, that's managerial skills of a governor. If a governor is poor in terms of managing, for example, in CDF, we are guided by a code whereby there is no CDF board do not approve your budget if you have not adhered by the rules. That means let's not base our argument that existing by governors mismanaging resources, corruption, flowing the way they want, that can be an hindrance for creation of more counties. That is structural. And
Mheshimiwa from Mwingi.
Yes.
And I'll give you 30 seconds because you're very late. And yesterday we gave Mwingi almost 30 minutes through the senator, who did a good job, by the way. So you can only take 30 seconds.
I'm guided.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I want to be specific to Mwingi County, which applies to these 11 counties. And as you were told yesterday, Mwingi was an existing operational district with an DC and a budget in 1992, but not gazetted due to a mistake and oversight of a public officer. This applies to some of these counties. Indeed, Makueni and Tharaka Nithi became a district much later than Mwingi, yet they are now counties. So we, the people of Mwingi, consider this as an historical injustice, and we feel shortchanged.
And that was mentioned yesterday very deeply by the senator.
Give me an extra 30 seconds.
No, 10 seconds, Mwesh, 10 seconds.
No, indeed, at the time, there only existed 2 districts in Kitui County. That is Mwingi and Kitui. And Kitui was taken as a county, and Mwingi was left out. Geographically, Kitui is in the south, and Mwingi is in the north. And we, the northerners, are referred to by the others as Andumangura, meaning we are a distinct entity from the others, and we deserve to manage our own affairs.
We've had you. Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. We've had you.
Chairs, I have to say something about it.
I'll allow Kamket 30 seconds, Mheshimiwa Emase 30 seconds, and that is it. That is it. Mheshimiwa, 30 seconds, kindly, Mheshimiwa.
Chair, I plead for your indulgence. I plead for your indulgence. I want to ask a lady, the only lady lawyer from East Pokot. She's here.
Give her the mic if you want her to speak, and therefore you will not speak, Mheshimiwa.
No issue.
Okay, in the meantime, as you pass the mic to her, Mheshimiwa Mary Emase, make your statement. 30 seconds.
She's going to demonstrate
that
we in East Pokot are actually victims of devolution instead of beneficiaries.
We've had you. Mheshimiwa Mary Emase, The floor is yours, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chair, as all protocols observed. I want to speak to issues that are unique to TESO. TESOs in Kenya are about 576,000. But in Busia County, we are 306, and that excludes those who are unfairly forced into the neighboring counties by virtue of the unfairness in the division of those boundaries. So because we are unique, we are Nilots. We speak a unique language. We found ourselves lumped together with the Bantus, which were my majority in Busia County. We found ourselves within Busia County, where a majority of the population are Bantus. So therefore, we feel marginalized. We have been historically marginalized. In fact, Busia is being referred, or Western region is referred to as the Mlembe Nation. We struggle to actually create that space and get our recognition in whichever forum that we find ourselves in. And this situation is replicated in Isuba. There are Bantus within an Nilotic area, Kuria, Sabawots, that is one. Two, I want to demystify the myth on population, and it has been alluded to by Honorable Kalori. In fact, we are referred to like at the TESOs cannot fill a wheelbarrow. And when you look at some of the existing counties, the population of Samburu County is 310. The population of Lamu County is 143,920. The population of Isiolo County as it exists is 268,327. I can name up to 9 counties: Marsabit, Tana River, Taita Taveta, Tharaka Nithi, Elgeyo Marakwet, Laikipia. So the issue of population does not arise. The TESO people have requested for their own county so that we can manage our own affairs. We have different tradition, culture, food, way of life.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Thank you.
The last one.
Lastly,
last one is historical exclusion over the years, both politically, economically, socially, even spiritually. All of you will remember that the TESO people had to go on a hunger strike to get the Katakwa diocese. The TESO people have suffered. We even lost some of our leaders because of fighting for political space in this country. To get even the district, the TESO district, it was a fight. So you can also relate that Busia County has been very lucky. Sometimes in the past, in other governments, Busia County would have more than 3 ministers in government. More than 3 ministers and other senior positions. But none would be from the TESO region. Every appointment is given
Mheshimiwa Mary Emase, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I must admit that you are a true fighter for the people of TESO. And I appreciate you. Let's hear from the Pokot lady. And you have 1 minute, madam. We will give you that. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Honorable, Your Excellency, the chairs of this committee. Before you today is the members of the community from the East Pokot community. And we are here to present to you our petition. We have...
you're already wasting 20 seconds. Go to the point. Go straight to the point, my dear. Go straight to the point.
The main prayer that we're making today, that we be allowed to manage ourselves, and for the reasons that we have been marginalized beyond measure. If I can mention a few instances of this marginalization, is that the whole of East Pokot, which has 2 sub-counties, we only have 1 medical doctor. If we go to schools, we have fewer schools, which you will see when you look through our document, compared to other parts of the county. And if we go to allocation of resources, it is worthy to state that most of the leadership positions in the county are all from one community. If I can mention a few of the top leadership, if even my people will respond to it. Our governor is from which community? Deputy governor, senator, West women rep, speaker, county speaker. So most of the flagship projects, for example, in the in Baringo County, are discussed at executive level, and none of the members from our community sits at that table. So where does that put us in the map of this country? So we are asking that at the least, let us govern ourselves.
We've had you. Thank you very much,
And
ladies
also-
and gentlemen. We appreciate your hard, good work. Thank you, lady. Thank you, lady. We've had you. We have this big document. I can tell you, we are not taking any document brought before us for granted. We'll look at it in depth, and we will make sure that we do the necessary.
Ijara.
And thank you very much.
Ijara, please, can I talk,
thank
please?
you. Can
Can I talk,
people,
please? Ijara
we have
County.
20 more teams on this list that are coming before us. We've had you bring your...
Kindly indulge the Ijara community because they are here. If they can just say a word.
30 seconds.
Thank you very
30
much.
seconds.
Thank you. 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. All protocol observed. First, I want to say that.
And can we have one meeting? Can we have one meeting order, please?
The meeting is still ongoing.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. As Ijara County, first I want to support the caucus, and we are part and parcel. Ijara is the nation is a home of the great statesman, our late Yusuf Haji, Allah Rahma, and Ijara is very unique because it is the only Ijara. It's the only constituency that holds Hirola as a specimen in the whole of the world. The white giraffe. And if you don't make Ijara a county, the white giraffe will be killed left, right, center. If you come to the population, Ijara has 300,000 population, which is 30% of Garissa County, and over 200,000 in all over the country. The other factor that you will consider is the landmass. Ijara is 27% of Garissa County, which is 11,332. If you just consider population-wise, Lamu has 143,000, Isiolo has 268,000, and if you see, Ijara also was gazetted, was mentioned, was existing in 1982, and it was not gazetted just because we share the same common with Mwingi district, and Ijara was first in the national plan of Kenya, 1967 to 1972. And if you see right now, if you go back to Ijara, Ijara was doing well, better before even devolution. Masalani was doing well, but right now it's a ghost
Kindly
town.
wide up now.
So because of
Wide
that,
up.
we support to be created Ijara.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Asante, Majority Leader.
Chair, maybe the member for Ijara, because he had the mic, and I know the Honorable Karoli Omondi had read Article 188 of the Constitution. Member for Ijara, I am addressing you. And all the other honorable members of the National Assembly who are here, and I'm told Honorable Karoli Omondi had read to you Article 188 of the Constitution that says the boundaries of a county may be altered only by a resolution recommended by an independent commission set up for that purpose by Parliament and passed by the National Assembly. You are all members of Parliament who sit in the National Assembly. Has any one of you made an attempt to have a resolution to set up a commission to review the county boundaries in Parliament as stipulated in Article 188 of the Constitution? And what would your view be, member for Ijara? Yesterday we had an intelligent young man from Homa Bay County here who told us this committee has no mandate to review boundaries in his interpretation of that article of the Constitution. What would your take be? Honorable Abdi, you have the mic.
As Honorable Abdi
Let
is
Kitayama maybe answer for you.
my leader, as the Honorable Abdi is preparing himself, we have made several attempts. You will recall that when BBI was happening, several communities, actually similar, the same communities that are here today before.
Honorable Marwa, I asked a specific question.
Yes.
You are members of parliament.
I am coming to that.
Just go straight to that.
Coming to that.
Wajana
I am
BBI,
saying,
just go straight there to save time.
Yes, we have a bill, proposed bill, that is yet to be tabled in parliament. And I'm sure.
So you have a bill that is yet to be tabled in parliament.
Yes.
Thank you.
That is one.
That's
and
good
then
enough.
You did
it is yet to?
Yes, we have it here. We have it here.
You have it here.
Yes.
It is attached to the documents you have come before this committee.
Majority leader,
meaning you had not done anything before you came here.
No, we have. We have.
So why hasn't it been tabled to parliament? Why is it being tabled here?
Because it has not been prioritized. The bill is already with a document of parliament.
I am a member of the House Business Committee.
It is on.
May I confirm to you before the House Business Committee of the National Assembly, there is no indication of any bill, any legislative proposal, and therefore I am challenging you as members of parliament, honorable member, if you can allow me to finish. I am only challenging you as members of parliament who are able to read this constitution for us. Please, I would want to urge you to also pursue that route because that is what the constitution says.
Yes.
And that was pointed out to us yesterday by a young man called Michael from Homa Bay County.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we are done. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We end there. We kindly end there, Mheshimiwa.
Memorandum we
Thank
want
you
to
very much.
present before
Just
you.
bring the
Kindly,
memorandum.
The courier people kindly go forward, present your memorandum. The TESO elders kindly present your memorandum.
Mheshimiwa, we already have the memorandum. There's no need to present again.
Those are elders memorandum. Kindly present yourself. Yes, kindly do that. The courier people kindly.
Mheshimiwa Kitayama, please allow us. You exit through the right to allow us to be able to continue with the other groups.
Done. Thank you.
Asanteni sana. East Pokot County, exit through the right.
Kindly, we beg that you exit quickly. Exit. Thank you. My people. Thanks, my sister. Thank you. Kindly, can we have
Order, please exit.
We support you. Yes. Kindly,
Sergeant Atam, usher all these people, including members of parliament, out.
Tafadhali. Can we have the next next team coming in. The next team, can they come in, please? Gentlemen, members of the committee, we have taken exactly 1 hour, 10 minutes with that team. If we go by that pace, we will not manage to finish all these groups that are here. So I want to beg that if you're given a chance to ask a question, be as brief as possible. And somebody please help us manage Hassan, especially. Today, Eugene is quite aongei sana, but Hassan needs to be managed. Hassan needs to be managed. When you're given a moment, take 1 minute maximum if you want to seek clarification or comment, kindly. I think, Chair, there's a proposal here. Kindly, could we also have the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops led in? Kindly. This is NCCK, but we're also requesting the Kenya Catholic Bishops, Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, KCCB, to come in also.
Yeah, of course, they will present.
They'll present at their time, but we'd want them to be together also so that they benefit from each other. Secretariat, where are they? Okay, tell them. But in the meantime, the NCCK will start. Welcome, and we'll give you a chance to present. Just make an introduction. But before you is the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, Majority Leader, and also who is the Chair. I'm just sitting in for him. Honorable Catherine Wabilianga, Honorable Hassan Omar Hassan, Honorable Aaron Cheriot, and then Honorable Opio Wandai, Honorable Eugene Wamalwa, and Honorable Amina Mnyazi. And then, of course, my co-chair, His Excellency Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Karibuni. And it's important to let you know you have exactly 20 minutes. So be as brief as possible. Go straight to the real issues so that you don't waste time on non-issues, quote unquote, focus on the real issues.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Reverend Canon Chris Kinyanjui, the General Secretary of NCSK. To my left is Henry Njagi, then Reverend Mother Wangari, Father Diani from the Orthodox Church. We have the moderator of the PCA, Dr. Thegu on my left. To my right is the chair of NCSK, Dr. Timothy Dambuki. We have our vice chair of NCSK, Dr. Okinda. We have Mary from the Mothers Union, and we have Bishop Ole Mpeo from the Kenya Evangelical Lutheran Church. So we are full house, and without wasting time, I'll give this chance to the chair of NCSK to lead the next conversation.
Okay. Thank you. Chairs, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for giving us an opportunity to come here to represent the church under the umbrella of the NCCK memo to you this morning. Honorable chairs, we are grateful for this opportunity to present this memorandum to this honorable committee. What we will share with you today is a summarized version of the full memorandum we submitted to yourselves via email on September 15th, 2023. We'll be glad to clarify on any areas you may require further information on regards our memorandum on the overall state of our nation. The National Council of Churches of Kenya is a family of Christian churches and communions established in 1913. This makes NCCK the oldest and the largest umbrella body for the churches in Kenya, bringing together 32 member churches and 18 Christian organizations. NCCK has presence in all the 47 counties, bringing together 16 million Christians organized in over 50,000 congregations. Structurally, the NCCK has devolved to the grassroots with the governance organs that comprise of wards, committees, county coordinating committees, regional committees, executive committee, and a General Assembly. The council endeavors to fulfill the vision, one church, united in faith and mission, witnessing to Jesus Christ and transforming lives. Being guided by the mission, holistic transformation.
On a point of order,
Yes.
maybe to guide the Reverend, Bishop, please, you spare us the history. Just go straight to the issues, as we said, in the interest of time.
Thank you. Now, centrality of dialogue. Honorable Chairs, we commend your committee for progress you have made in reaching agreement on the agenda for the bipartisan consultative process that has been bestowed on you. Recommendations on the agenda items set out by the committee. Having keenly considered the 5 agenda items outlined in the notice of public participation, we submitted the full memorandum with more details and justifications. Allow us to highlight the following recommendations. Outstanding constitutional matters, the cost of living and the related issues. To address the spiraling cost of living, we strongly recommend that that the Finance Act 2023 be repealed to reduce the tax burden imposed on the people. This will provide incentives to micro and macro investments, which are the core drivers of economic recovery of the nation. Further to this, we recommend a forensic audit of the national debt to ensure the Kenyans pay back only those debts that were legitimately taken and used for the benefit of the people of Kenya. Implementation of the 2/3 gender rule. Having considered the measures and the proposals made for attainment of 2/3 gender rule over the last 13 years, we recommend that the government prepare a comprehensive report detailing the measures taken to comply with the provision in Article 27, Clause 8. The report should show laws, policies, and the strategies developed and implemented, as well as reporting on action taken when state bodies, organs, and committees are failed to adhere to the rule. Governance issues, including promoting national unity and inclusivity in public appointments. To promote national unity and inclusivity in public appointments, we recommend that appointing authorities shall ensure the face of Kenya and the ethnic balance is respected and seen to be done. Constitutional commissions be accorded genuine financial and operational freedom, and that their decisions be respected and adhered to. To entrench the rule of law, the executive and the parliament should stop the blatant disregard and dishonest disobedience of court orders and desist from disparaging the judiciary, attempts, checks, and balances. Recognizably, honorable chairs, the future well-being of Kenya is predicted on constitutionalism and the rule of law. We strongly recommend that reading of the Constitution of Kenya be included as a unit in the basic and tertiary education curriculum. I want to ask the Vice Chair to continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chairs. My name is Bishop Dr. John Okinda, the Vice Chairman, NCCK, and the President of PEFA Churches here in Kenya. Honorable Chairs, I will deal with electoral justice and related matters. 1, restructuring and reconstituting of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Honorable Chairs, the current state in which Kenya does not have a properly constituted election management body is risky. This must be remedied with utmost urgency. Towards this end, the National Council of Churches recommends that the agreement be reached soonest for the reconstruction of the IEBC commissioners selection panel so that the process is completed soonest. Number 2, boundaries delimitation. As provided in Article 88 of the Constitution, the boundaries delimitation exercise is limited to 2 things. A, review of boundaries of constituencies to balance population quotas and change of names of constituencies where necessary. And B, review of boundaries, names, and number of wards. Toward this end, National Council of Churches advises that this Honorable National Dialogue Committee urgently complete the process of recruitment of IBC commissioners so that the process commences without delay. It is now clear that the deadline of March 2024 for delimitation will be violated, creating a constitutional crisis. NCCK recommends that an advisory opinion be sought from the courts with consideration of extending the timelines for the delimitation process by 2 years. Number 3, audit of 2022 presidential election. Honorable Chairs, despite the provision of principles of election and democratic elections in Article 81 of the Constitution, the results of each presidential election since 2007 have been questioned, at times with devastating results. To work towards long-standing and understanding of the shortcomings in these elections and how to enhance their credibility, we recommend the enactment of legislation to establish a judicial commission to carry out an audit of the 2022 general elections to ensure the process promotes peace, stability, and national cohesion. Entrenching funds into the Constitution. Honorable Chairs, in your communication, reference was made to intention to entrench 3 funds in the Constitution, and this being 1, National Government Constituency Development Fund, and 2, National Government Affirmative Fund, and number 3, Senate Oversight Fund. We observe that these funds would be managed by members of National Assembly, women representatives of counties, and in the National Assembly and Senate respectively. Nonetheless, we do note with emphasis that the Constitution does not allocate any funds management responsibilities to the 2 houses of Parliament. This would offend and in essence negate the principle of separation of powers. We therefore recommend that the 3 funds are not established and the existing Constituency Development Fund be terminated as they are in contravention of the Constitution. Honorable Chairs, allow me to say something on establishment and entrenchment of state offices. 1, the office of the leader of the official opposition, and 2, the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. Honorable Chairs, the National Council of Churches of Kenya is on record recommending that measures be taken to provide for a dignified opposition. The proposal for creation of the office of the leader of the official opposition is therefore a step in the right direction. Quite notably, there was appointed a holder of the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, a position that currently does not exist in the Constitution. The proposed establishment of the office of this office is therefore a move to legalize what already exists. Recognizing that the establishment of the 2 positions would change the structure of government as outlined in the Constitution, we recommend that a people-driven process be created to run in which Kenyans debate about the 2 proposed positions to determine their scope, mandate, and implications. Thank you, Honorable Chairs.
Honorable Chairs, we are getting to the conclusion. We have also spoken to the fidelity to political parties, coalitions, and the law on multi-party democracy. That is preventing interference with political parties' coalitions. Honorable Chairs, Article 4, subsection 2 of the Constitution provides that the Republic of Kenya shall be a multi-party democratic state founded on the national values and principles of governance referred to in Article 10. It is therefore inimical to the Constitution for any person or organ to engage in any actions that would offend the democratic nature of the Republic. We further recognize the Constitution in Article 38 accords Kenyans the right to hold and change political opinions and to join or exit political parties at wish. Nonetheless, a person who changes or is deemed to have changed the party that nominated them for any position should lose that position. To address the concerns that have been raised with regard to interference with opposition political parties by government, we recommend implementation of the processes and procedures provided for in the Constitution of the political parties as well as the Political Parties Act. In regard to proposals to amend the Constitution, Honorable Chairs, the NCCK speaks to it and says, allows us to specifically recommend against any proposal to amend the Constitution. Instead, we urge you to identify and drive legislative and policy measures to address the issues set out in the agenda. It will not be prudent at this moment in time to subject the country to the polarization and the politicization of life that accompanies constitutional amendment discussed when there is a potentially divisive boundaries delimitation process coming up in a short while
and an economic meltdown. In conclusion, we in NCCK commend the National Dialogue Committee for the process you have engaged in. However, the time frame provided is rather short, which has the risk of forcing the committee to adopt a political settlement with minimal public participation. NCCK recommends that the committee engages Kenyans at the county level to ensure no Kenyan is left unheard. We recommend that the term of the committee to be extended for this purpose. On our part, we remain committed to the betterment of Kenya. We'll continue promoting dialogue at all levels so that Kenyans build a common vision for a just, resilient, sustainable future, being inspired by the words of Prophet Amos, chapter 3, verse 3, do two walk together unless they have agreed to do so? That is our memorandum.
Thank you very much. I just note that what you're reading is not in our document. Yeah, is it? Where? Mine is
It's summarized. You have a summary.
Oh, you are summarizing. Okay, okay.
Yes, but we can give you the summary as well.
Yeah, please do. Please give us. Now, I'll ask the majority leader who will be leaving us shortly to ask his questions.
Thank you, Chair.
And we have exactly 5 minutes. So even as you ask the questions, 1 minute each.
Chair, let me thank the NCCK for their presentation. And I'll go straight to the question. One is on the Finance Act review of 2023 and the allegation on page 6 of their documents for the executive and the legislature to stop the blatant disregard and disobedience of court orders. I would want to benefit from specifics. Which court orders has the legislature or the executive in the recent past blatantly disobeyed? And on the review of the Finance Act 2023, they say we reduce the tax burden. I would want to know what are the specific proposals in the Finance Act 2023 that they would want reviewed, and if they have estimated the quantum of what they call the tax burden on the 2023 tax proposals. Two, Chair, is on the recommendation regarding the IBC selection panel. I see they have actually analyzed very well the options that the country has, and they recommend that political parties should not play a role in this process, while in their final recommendation, they recommend the reconstitution of the panel, and in what they say is a win-win situation. Is that to say you want a panel, a new panel appointed without any representation of political parties? Does that include the political parties liaison committee? Would that include the Parliamentary Service Commission that has representation of political parties? And which other bodies would you be recommending to be represented in this panel to the exclusion of political parties? Lastly, Chair, is on the recommendation on the funds, NGCDF and the Senate oversight, and they say that establishment of these funds is inimical to the principle of separation of powers. I do not know if NCSK is aware that members of parliament do not implement anything to do with NGCDF, and the proposal by the Senate Oversight Fund is not for any implementation of funds. It's basically to enable senators to do their oversight work as espoused in the Constitution, Articles 94 to 96. Whereas for NGCDF, members of parliament do not, and maybe you may have based that argument on the old NGCDF Act. The reviewed NGCDF Act, members of parliament have absolutely no role. They are no longer patrons, they don't implement. Therefore, I would want to get an understanding. How do you find it that members of parliament then, or senators, in view of the changes that have been there in the NGCDF Act and the proposal by the Senate for the Senate Oversight Fund, the same with GAF, the women reps have no role in implementation. These are funds established in the executive. Members of parliament play an oversight role over those funds and don't manage the funds. How then do you find that being inimical to the principle of separation of powers, with members of parliament, senators, and women reps having no role in those funds? Thank you.
Kimani has given you a mouthful. I would suggest that you take notes. He's given you very many points, and since he is like in a hurry, in fact, Mheshimiwa Kimani Ichung'wah, the final recommendation by NCCK is a fear for a political settlement because of the rushed manner that we have to take into account. So if you could, one more comment or two more comments.
Yeah.
But I want to plead with you that you don't take it against the work of this committee. We do not. Actually, we had taken into account the need to go all over the country. And we realized because of 60 days time limit, we may not do justice by so doing. Therefore, we settled for the stakeholder engagement, which is what you are actually doing this morning, along with others. And since you represent over 37 million faithfuls, I'm quite sure you can understand when we tell you we do not have to go to the counties, to the wards, because we think that those are ably recommended. That's your final recommendation against a political settlement.
Thank you.
And Your Excellency, you should have mentioned also the issue of the budget. We had no budget to do that.
Well said. Mine is very, very short. You are pitching for a speedy reconstitution of the IEBC. And we are making a raft of recommendations on how the panel needs to be rejigged. But I want to ask you, first and foremost, what relationship does the NCCK, if at all, have with the body commonly known as Interreligious Council of Kenya, which as we speak, under the current act, is represented at the IBC selection panel by 2 representatives? Are you by any chance a member or an affiliate of the Interreligious Council? And do you feel adequately represented by that body? Thank you.
Thank you. And I think those are sufficient comments. Thank you. Over to you, Secretary General and the Chair. And Chair, we must make a disclosure. We were together this Sunday, and thank you for the wonderful inspirational sermon. And you promised to come, but you were talking about Wednesday. We made it possible for you Tuesday, which is today. Karibuni sana.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, Chairs. Let me start with the Finance Act. We made ourselves very clear in terms of the provisions of the Finance Act that the Finance Act increased the tax burden of Kenyans. I will not put all the examples, but I will take, for example, the VAT for purposes of fuel. We know fuel plays a key role in fueling and powering the economy. So when the VAT was increased by 8%, it has literally affected every sector of the economy. And I think that is something that we need to discuss as Kenyans and ask ourselves whether we want to continue that way. And it was made worse that the subsidy that was there before, although it has been replaced by the Stabilization Fund, needs to have cognizance of the concerns that are raised by Kenyans and especially the business community. On court orders, we have been working with other agencies that have documented court orders that have been disobeyed or disregarded, not just by this regime, but also the previous regime. And it is something that is of great concern to us as religious leaders, because constitutionalism, which has been the bedrock of law and order, requires that every institution respects the other. And without going into details, this is something that we feel needs to be taken seriously going forward.
I think I'm okay. I just wanted that clarification.
Yes.
It is even from past regimes, because in the last 1 year, I would have really benefited from a single court order that either Parliament or the executive has disregarded. So if you're going back to past regimes, I think I'm satisfied.
Yes, it's a historical fact, and we would like that
But also to point
not
out
happen.
to you, General Secretary,
Yes,
the stabilization fund is not a new fund. It had been there. Again, it had been abused and misused elsewhere. It's always existed.
Yes, there's always
Then General
issues.
Secretary, please
Yes.
don't be intimidated by Kimani Chungo.
Yes, the majority leader.
I'm only informing him because
I
he
need
seems not
protection
to.
from the majority leader.
I'm only informing. General Secretary is sitting next to my moderator.
Yes.
Therefore, I cannot attempt.
He might excommunicate you.
General Secretary,
Yes.
respectfully, you have 2 last minutes to say
Yes.
something.
Yes, if he doesn't interject, I'll finish quickly. On IBC panel, we have a very simple approach. We don't want political parties to play a role in selection of IBC commissioners. We want a professional IBC. We have been involved in this for quite a long time, since 1992. So we believe that because there was a lot of controversy around the selection panel that is in place, of which we also have 2 representatives, which was the question from the minority leader, is that we are open to look backwards and say, can we get a panel that is acceptable to all the sides in the political arena? That is what we are saying. So that then we can get an IBC and a commission that is professional. We do not wish to have, it's our position that the IPPG framework, which created the ECK, where political parties directly nominated the commissioners, was creating a situation where the referee is chosen by the parties and the players. So we are for a professional IBC. And you know the law was amended, there were court orders and so on and so forth. So we have been involved in this game and would prefer that a political settlement that gives us a panel that is agreeable and gives us commissioners that are also agreeable to Kenyans, then we can move on. On funds, I think we are clear. Political leaders in this country want to manage funds. CDF was created in early 2000 to provide for devolved funds. It was after we got the new constitution, there was no alignment with the new constitution. So it's time for us to actually align these funds, because I know also once we pass this one for oversight by Senate, because Senate have been demanding a fund as well, and the women rep. What about the MCAs? So what we are saying is what is good for the goose is also good for the gander. Then go ahead and establish a fund for every MCA in this country, which is going to be absurd. So let's do away with these funds. I'm not saying we do away with them tomorrow, but can we have a conversation so that the executive runs with funds? Then we have our parliamentarians running with oversight. I think on the last question, yes, we participate and we are members of IRCK, the Interreligious Council, and we have 2 representatives in the panel. But even having them on board, we know the challenges we had when we nominated them. We have full confidence in them, but Kenya is bigger than all of us. It's time for us to sit down and talk and come up with a panel that is acceptable to all parties. And then we can have an IBC. Thank you very much.
Chair, maybe just to clarify, my question was, in the absence of political parties nominating panelists, are there other bodies? I was hoping maybe you would say, in relation to what the minority law was asking, whether you have any relation with the Interreligious Council, that maybe we remove the 2 representatives from the Parliamentary Service Commission, the Political Parties Liaison Committee, because in a way, political parties have control of the Parliamentary Service Commission, because it's a commission for parliamentarians and their political parties, as much as they're also independents in parliament. The Political Parties Liaison Committee is represented in that selection panel, and those are political parties represented in that panel. Are you then proposing we remove even those, maybe include the Episcopal Conference and the NCCK, give the religious community more representation, or put other professional bodies like ISPAC, give more representation to LSK? Maybe for information, LSK has 1 representative, Interreligious Council has 2, Parliamentary Service Commission 2, and who is the other one? The Public Service Commission 1, and the Political Parties Liaison Committee 1 in that selection panel. So that composition, how would you propose we tinker with it?
Yes, I know it started when we had 4. The religious leaders had 4. Because you know the history after 2017 election, I think, that we had to disband the IBC that was there then, the Isaac Hassan Committee. So we 2 of them were taken from us. If you allow the religious leaders have the interest of this country, they can form the entire panel and give you the best. They can give you the best commission. The only thing is that now we bring the SUPKEM, we bring the Hindu Council, we bring the KCCB and NCSK and all the other faiths, and we'll have the best. But we know that may not be acceptable. So we are happy to have the 2. We are happy with the political parties liaison committee participating, because they also have a role to play, and political parties can have consensus on 2. So we cannot completely deny political parties a role to play in the selection panel.
Yes.
What we were against is the principle where we go back to the IPPG framework. Yes, where they nominate directly.
We heard from Attorney General Emeritus yesterday, Moswako, who presided over the selection panel. I think it was not the panel. When you do mention that, I think the first chair of IBC, the late Justice Zacchaeus Chesoni, but he had a category of Kenyans he called people with gravitas, people who cannot be compromised. Could you think about that? So that even as you think of having a professional, what you're saying, a professional IBC, you end up with the problem we have had in this country, Canon Kenyanjui, is men and women who get compromised, who get bought with money, and they bring such hurt and harm to a country. So could you think of people with gravitas? People, in that case, we have people like Margaret Kenyatta at that time. She was the first mayor, and she had authority. Even Mzee at that time could not do anything about it. The late Harry Mole, an icon of integrity, right? And that is what delivered the most democratic election outcome in 2002. Since that time, with all our professional commissioners and others, Kenyans have come to grief. Think about this and perhaps pray about it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. That's important. And I think what makes IPC dependent is not the security of tenure. It is the character of every commissioner. I think we have suffered in the last several years, and we need to see how we can up our game as a country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are most grateful, very grateful for your presentation as NCCK. You're a big voice in this country. We want to hear the next big voice, that is KCCB. If you want to stay on and hear what they have to say, you're most welcome. KCCB, you're next. The Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, KCCB.
I'm going to copy the summary.
You can introduce yourselves.
Here before you is the KCCB team that has come to do our memorandum on these different issues that were identified by the National Dialogue Committee. Father Charles Kilonzo, George Biruri,
Wanjala Azimio,
Constance Mtende.
So on behalf of KCCB, we will go straight to present our memorandum.
Now, before you do, I'm sure you're conversant with these faces by now, thanks to the media. I think everybody knows Honorable Catherine Wabelianga, a former senator, now member for Yala, Hassan Omar. We have Amina Munyazi, member for Malindi. Mheshimiwa Eugene Wamalo is a party leader and a former cabinet minister. The deputy minority leader, Kimani Chunga, has just walked out. Opio Ndai, the co-chair. There's Senator Omugen, Senator for Nyamira. And then we have Cicely Barire and myself. Karibuni.
Asandi. So honorable chairs and the whole committee, all protocols observed. I was saying we'll go straight to the presentation of our memorandum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I will do the presentation on behalf of the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, and we are the General Secretariat management who have come to represent the bishops. I will go straight to the issues. The first one being outstanding constitutional issues. We were able to come up with specific issues under the same outstanding issues. And under Article 43 of the Constitution, on the issue of the cost of living and related issues, these are the issues raised by KCCB. The first one is high standard of health. And here are our concerns. We are still not very comfortable with the way the Article 43 and Article 26(4) of the Constitution have been framed, and KCCB is of the view that it still promotes the issue of reproductive health rights in terms of abortions, and those two articles somehow are disguised to promote abortion. The second issue that we have is the cost of health is very high. The cost of healthcare is very high. There's lack of health facilities in some areas. There's inadequate equipment in health facilities. There's a lot of jurisdictional conflict between the national and county government health sectors, and especially the hospitals. We have issues with the frequent strikes by the medical personnel. There's the conflict of interest by the medical personnel, especially the public officers who are allowed to open their private clinics, and they tend to concentrate more on the private clinics that they operate more than the public hospitals. Then there's still the issue of corruption, and the stealing of drugs and equipment has also been reported. These are the proposals on how to deal with the high standard of health. The first one is to amend Article 43(1)(a) and Article 26(4) to outlaw abortion. We need it to be very clear from the articles of the Constitution that abortion is outlawed in Kenya. We will also request that there should be a relooking at the national insurance model to make it affordable for the poor. We also request that we amend Article 186 and the fourth schedule to provide that the functions of the level 4, 5, and 6 hospitals to be assigned to the national government. In that way, we'll ensure that there is a proper administration of the hospitals, and the other levels should go to the county government. We're also requesting that we amend the government or the members of parliament amend the Health Act to restrain the public officers from opening and running their private clinics. Our second issue is the non-denial of emergency medical treatment. We agree that it's a noble thing for the patients to be treated when there's an emergency. However, we have an issue with the fact that sometimes these patients are unable to pay the medical bills after they are treated, and we therefore request that the NHIF Act and any other health acts are amended to have an emergency fund to cater for any emergency issues from patients who have emergency issues, so that the patients do not suffer and the hospitals do not suffer in the end of it all. On the issue of accessible and adequate housing and reasonable standards of sanitation, these are the concerns from KCCB. The government housing programs have failed in the past. Number two, the government should only concentrate on creating an enabling environment and developing good policies. And we therefore recommend that the Finance Act should be amended to remove the housing tax levy, because there is a possibility that it will not perform well as envisioned from the previous history that we have. Another concern that we had was freedom from hunger and adequate food of accessible quality. And these are our issues from KCCB. There is no Food Security Act that is being implemented. There is a lot of food that goes to waste due to inadequate storage facilities and lack of accessible markets. For example, what is happening in Kwanza County right now with the issue of maize and their storage. Then we have dishonest people who have been interfering with the safety of food and risking the health of the people. These are our proposals. We request that we enact the Food Security Act and implement measures that will promote food production in Kenya. We also request that measures should be taken to promote agricultural production, and the farmers should be given more priority when it comes to giving out food and buying of food by the government. We also request that the government puts in place measures to prevent interference with food safety, and they develop a program to provide food to the people who cannot afford. There's also an issue with the adequate, clean, and safe water. And the main concerns are the drying up of rivers, the pollution of rivers, inadequate dams, irregular water supplies, and contaminated water. We request that the Environmental Management and Coordination Act should be enforced to ensure that the water is protected. We also request that some measures should be put in place to clean up the rivers, and more dams should be built, especially in areas that are flooding, so that when we have floods, you can be able to store the water and it can be used later on during the dry areas. We also request for an improved water supply system. The issue of social security, we have had reports of corruption in the social security schemes, and there is also delays in the release of retirees' pension. These are our proposals: streamline the social security schemes, stop the corruption in the retirement benefit schemes, ensure timely release of pension to the retirees. And on the issue of provision of appropriate social security to persons who are unable to support themselves and their dependents, these are the concerns. We have had allegations of corruption in the cash transfer program. There are also many people who are qualified, yet they are left out from the scheme. They do not benefit from it. And there's also the delay of the release of the cash transfer of the funds to the people. We request for the following: investigate and stop any corruption in the cash transfer system. The government should ensure that anyone who qualifies for it and is eligible is enrolled for the same. There should be timely release of cash, and there should be a relooking into the system to ensure that only those who are needy benefit from it, and those who are able to take care of themselves, they should be allowed to do it without interfering with the money that is meant for the needy. There's the issue of education. There is confusion in the system. There is inadequate education facilities. There is inadequate funding. There's lack of transparency, in the university financial model, and there is lack of jobs. At the moment, we know there is some money from HELP, but who qualifies and how the same is done is not very clear to the public. We request for the following: streamlining the education system, building the adequate education facilities, improving transparency in the university education financial model, especially the HELP system, develop policies that will create jobs for the graduates. Then there was a specific issue concerning the implementation of the 2/3 gender rule, and these are our concerns from KCCB. Delays in the implementation of the gender principle in Parliament, failure to respect the principle in government appointments. And we propose the following: amend Articles 97 and 98 to reduce the size of Parliament so that the cost of burden can be reduced from the general public. We also request that we use the forthcoming elimination of electoral units to reduce the size of Parliament so that the number can reduce, and in the end of it all, the burden that is transferred to the public is reduced. Governance issues, including promoting national unity and inclusivity in public appointments. These are our issues. Perceived exclusion of people from the opposition areas in appointments and development. There is also an issue in discrimination of opposition areas in the allocation of funds for development and infrastructure. There's also an issue in promotion of ethnicity in politics. These are our proposals. Enforce the outlawing of discrimination in terms of appointments, development, and allocation of funds. We also request that there should be equity. The government should ensure that there is equity in the allocation of funds and projects from all over the country. It doesn't matter whether you're in the opposition side or in the government side. We also request for promotion of collaboration between the government and the opposition for peaceful coexistence. The other specific issue we had was adequate checks and balances. And these are the concerns from KCCB: weakening of the opposition through defections, weakening of the constitutional commissions through underfunding and interference with their mandate, breach of the principle of separation of powers.
Yeah, can I suggest that
Yes.
since we have the memorandum, she skips the column on concerns and just goes to
Okay.
proposals.
So that I can go straight to the proposals?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. So on the adequate checks and balances, these are our proposals. Amend the Political Parties Act to discourage poaching of opposition members. Represent and respect and adequately fund the constitutional commissions, the arms of the government to operate independently as per the Constitution. On the specific issue of restructuring and reconstitution of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commissions, these are our proposals. Tighten Article 250 of the Constitution to provide for a fair and transparent election and appointment process of the chairman and the commissioners. We're also proposing that we amend the IEBC Act to provide for an acceptable selection process. Amend either Article 88 or 250 to provide for an independent body to appoint the chairman and the commissioners. The selection process should involve all major stakeholders and not only or mainly the political parties. Amend the IEBC Act to provide for the vetting of the IEBC Secretariat. The Secretariat staff, and we're also requesting that we amend the IEBC Act to provide that the field staff shall be hired on a need basis only. This will reduce the burden from the public, because they are paid even when there's nothing much to be done on the ground. On the specific issues of boundary delimitation. These are our proposals. Amend Article 6 of the Constitution to correct the disparity and provide for a formula for the limitation of counties. Amend Article 89 to provide for a more just formula, the delimitation of counties and the interference with political parties. The proposal is to amend Section 14A, B, and C of the Political Parties Act to provide that a by-election must be held where a member defects. Thank you very much to the honorable panel. I'll hand over to Father.
Chair. I have got a very small question to you.
Wandai and then Omar.
Very, very small question. You have suggested that we do away or we amend Article 88 4H.
Yes.
To remove the task of evaluation of elections from the IBC and take it elsewhere.
Yes.
I realize the fact that even as currently crafted, that section doesn't actually give that task to IBC. It simply requires the IBC to facilitate that evaluation. Just try to ponder around that. Two, are you in any way associated with the body going by the name Interreligious Council of Kenya, which is currently represented in the IBC selection panel by 2 representatives? And if you are, do you feel adequately represented by those 2 persons? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mine will be very brief on the housing levy. The housing that is being built by government is intended for the most vulnerable in society. If you look at the criteria for the awarding of those housing, they are incomes of people who naturally will not access credit from a conventional bank. One, there's a KMRC, Kenya Mortgage Refinance Corporation, that is intended to give affordable credit to will-be house buyers. Will-be house buyers. Will-be house buyers. And that mortgage, affordable mortgage, is to be at the cost of 5 to 6%. Yes, Kidogo at the cost of 5 to 6%. Yeah, 5 to 6%. So that takes care of the demand side. The housing levy is supposed to encourage developers. That thing you're talking about, creating the enabling environment. If developers don't have somebody who can take the market risk through the supply side, what proposals do you have that can amend and remove the housing levy and still encourage developers to produce housing at affordability at a margin of about 12 to 15% profit?
Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Catherine, and then later Honorable Amina.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Whereas they have given us a very good proposals, especially on the standards of hospitals and maybe the health facilities as far as they're concerned. And your proposals are quite in line. I think I concur with them, especially where you say the practitioners tend to really concentrate more on their private practices and forget about the public hospitals. There I would really concur. You had a proposal on the 2/3 general. That's where I'm coming next. And your proposal was not clear. It just said you reduce the burden. By reducing the constituencies and reducing the counties, is that your way of balancing the 2/3 general? What else can you say about that? And also you had something on the Senate Oversight Fund, and it was just blatantly you stop it. You said you don't approve of it. You have not given us any reasons as to why you don't approve the Senate fund to be entrenched. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mheshimiwa Amina.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is a short one. During campaigns, we witnessed and we saw that so many religious bodies were actively involved in campaigns. Right now, we have issues as a country, especially on the cost of living, and so many Kenyans are suffering. My question would be, as religious bodies, have you done enough to air out your voices to the authorities involved in order to, manage the cost of living?
Chair, through you. Chair, through you.
Yes. Senator Mugeni.
Yeah. Now, I've seen at first is to thank the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops for a very comprehensive presentation that also seeks to, you ask questions, identify problem, and provide answers. That's commendable. Now, on delimitation of boundaries, this is a fairly sensitive matter, very emotive. You have made a proposal that we amend Article 89, okay, and Article 6, so that we correct the disparity and provide a formula for delimitation of counties. And you have also said we amend 89 so that we have what you call a more just formula in the delimitation of constituencies and wards. Now, what we have in the current Article 89 is to use population, but allow a deviation of 40% in urban areas, 30% in rural. You have posed a question, but you have not told us what is this just formula that you want us to replace with what is in Article 89. So can you maybe tell us what is in your thinking? What more just formula are you looking at, so that you ask the question and give us a solution? And then finally, the political parties, coalition, fidelity to political parties. You have made a proposal that we amend Section 14 to provide that a by-election must be held where a member defects. Maybe you just help us, if we were to define a defection in our current political, you live in Kenya, I live in Kenya. When is a member deemed to have defected from his party? Thank you.
Thank you. You can now respond, and you have 5 minutes to do so, kindly.
Father will start.
Okay, Father.
Thank you. I will start with the question on Interreligious Council of Kenya, our representation as KCCB. One, we believe in interreligious dialogue, and there are many things that we engage together with the other churches. When it comes to this Interreligious Council of Kenya, our position and the view is especially that we be represented as KCCB.
What does it mean there, on the chair? Are you part of that council or not? Or were you a party to the decision of the council to second those two representatives, the panel, or not?
There were issues to be ironed in terms of the representation. And we are just saying simply, would wish to be represented as KCCB.
That's fair enough. Okay, let's proceed.
I will answer on the issue of the Senate fund. We find it's unnecessary for us to create a Senate fund, because already the Parliamentary Service Commission provides a budget for the Senate for its operation. So when the committees go out, they are already catered for. So what is this oversight fund supposed to do? We don't see its necessity anywhere. On the delimitation of electoral units, we have proposed amendment of Article 6 and 89. Let me start with Article 6. Our counties are based on the districts as they were established by 1992, and most of them were set up by the colonial government. The Moi and Kenyatta regime, the first Kenyatta, only established 6 more districts. So the colonialists did not use the right, they didn't have any formula. They just looked at ethnicities and declared these to be counties. So we have such a disparity in terms of the distribution of the counties. And this has an effect in decisions in the Senate, where representation and some decisions are based on the counties, the delegations, etc. That is why we are calling for an establishment of a system of identifying the limitation of counties. With regard to Article 89, we have had a lot of problems, whether we are to go population only or we are to include what people call the land sizes. We are calling for a more pragmatic approach where we don't leave anybody behind, but we take everybody on board. But we have to do it in such a way such that we don't have complaints where people say that this member of parliament is only representing 20,000 voters or people, whereas this other one is representing over 500,000 people. So we are asking that Article 89 should be amended so that we can have a more justifiable process of delimiting our electoral units and especially the constituencies. Thank you.
Okay. There was an issue about the 2/3 gender rule. What we meant by reducing the size of parliament is, if you look at the articles, they state that if the 2 gender thirds rule has not been actualized, more people should be brought on board so as to balance. So our proposal is that that will be very unfair to the people because it will increase the number. So when we say reducing the size, that is the number we are referring to. It should not be cured by including more people so as to balance. The constitution should be very clear on which mechanism should be used to balance the 2/3 gender rule during the elections and not after.
And what about the one on housing?
On the one on housing, our major problem is most of the time, what the government has tried to do before has not actually been actualized because of various issues. We have allegations of corruption coming in. We have delayed processes. Sometimes we're not so sure about the processes that come in with procurement and all that. And therefore, we believe that this is not the best way to go right now because the people are not ready. They are struggling. And the extra 1.5 is an extra burden on them that they're not able to bear right now. If better processes will be put in place in future, then it can be looked into.
Okay. I think that, do you have anything else?
Okay,
We really
thank
must
you
thank
very
you.
much. Yeah.
I was going to thank you on behalf of Cicely, but we ended up doing it, both of us. And on behalf of the committee, for very clear thinking. So we really realized it must have been read in the name of the chairperson, Owa, right?
Yes.
So, and we take the work of this conference very seriously, Catholic bishops. So we would have felt less than equal to the task if you didn't make this presentation. Although I was going to ask a small thing like corruption and stealing of drugs. I thought it's one and the same thing. And I think that you have gone to the core of the issues, as Catherine was saying. And I'm happy that this has been addressed for the first time. Yeah, where you have doctors with private clinics. It's like an established product, and you see drugs disappearing from the hospitals, and they end up being really that's stealing. And nobody has addressed us on that issue. So we thank you. These are issues of conscience, and we have to really slay the dragon of corruption in this country. We are going to move ahead. But we thank you. Now, those issues which require amendment to the Constitution, would you consider as you leave us, because NCCK were before you, and they are clear in their mind, this country cannot take a referendum. And the issues that you refer to, a lot of them requiring constitutional amendment, may require a referendum. What is your view? And then you can leave us, even as we thank you.
Okay. This is our view. A referendum does not take a day to happen, neither does it take a month or 2 months. We might not be ready for a referendum right now, but in the next 6 months, in the next 1 year, we'll be ready for it. And the truth is, we cannot go on operating with the Constitution the way it is, because there's a lacuna that needs to be filled. And before we leave, we'd like to tender the apologies from the bishops. We have a National Prayer Day coming up on Saturday. You are all welcome to come for it. That is one of the measures that the religious people are trying to use to bring harmony. And they were not able to come here today because we are trying to organize for it. Karibuni sana.
You address our concerns, because when I looked at you, the two of you, the ladies, and then the father, then we didn't see Bishop Martin Kivuva or Muheria and all this, but we are certain they're very ably represented by you. Thank you.
Yes, they are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think next is the Electoral Law Governance Institute for Africa. Please come forward. Elgia.
This one we can. Well, Felix and Elgia, we were conspiring here that if you need 2 hours, we'll give it to you. But because you are in this matter of what has gone out in the media as as heavy expenditure by this committee, which you haven't seen so far, but the meals we've taken and the tea and the water is courtesy of Elgia. Maybe you can start by telling the country who is Elgia, and then make your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable chairs, members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen. I promise you that we won't take 2 hours. On the contrary, honorable chairs, we want to try and take us a very short time to highlight on some of the key issues. As a starting point, the Electoral Law and Governance Institute for Africa is a regional organization that works across Africa to support and strengthen democratic institutions, electoral processes, support to the legislature. Also, we also work very closely with the judiciaries around Africa, and indeed in Kenya as well, to support and strengthen the electoral dispute resolution. As a regional organization, we work very closely with the African Union, Pan-African Parliament, the African Court based in Arusha. We also work and just concluded a memorandum of understanding with the East African community. Honorable chairs, you'll be happy to note that on the basis of some of the work that we have done, we've also increasingly received invitation recently from the Chief Justice of Zambia to support the Zambian judiciary on electoral dispute resolution, owing to the work that we did with the Kenyan judiciary from the magistracy all the way to the Supreme Court. Honorable chairs, we, as you've rightfully noted, Your Excellency, see ourselves as an amicus or as a friend to this committee. And therefore, the perspectives that we are going to share is born out of the work that we have done in the continent, but also to share and shed light and perspectives on some of the regional and international best practices, but also is born out of the deep conviction of the work of this committee. Ladies and gentlemen, I do recall that in this country since '92, whenever the country went dangerously close to the precipice, it was the outcome of constructive dialogue such as what we're having here today that pulled us back from the precipice. That was the case in '97 with IPPG, the case in 2002 with the CKRC, the National Accord in 2008, Kriegler Waki Commissions, the Committee of Experts in 2010, as well as the Orengo Kiraitu Bipartisan Committee of 2016. Honorable chairs and committee members, we're going to address you primarily on basically three issues. One on the electoral justice and related matters, because essentially that is what the work that we do in Kenya, but also the work that we do in the continent. We're also going to talk on the fidelity to political parties and make very brief remarks on that, but also then talk briefly about outstanding constitutional matters. Honorable chairs, the elections that we held on August the 9th, 2022 was the 7th multi-party election since the country reverted back to multi-party democracy. And over time, at least over the last 3 electoral cycles, we have seen incremental improvements, at least in the technical and operational level in the electoral process. But there have also been challenges. And there have been challenges on election management and administration, and also challenges on the legal framework for elections, among others. Now, if you analyze the elections that Kenya has held since '92, I respectfully submit, honorable chairs, that this country finds itself in a phenomenon called the inconclusive electoral cycle. Simply put, it denotes a situation where elections do not bring finality or conclusion. Elections reveal certain challenges, shortcomings, and in certain instances, problems. The same are not addressed and are imported in the subsequent elections. That is why, honorable chairs, some of the issues that you are dealing with here today, including reconstitution of IEBC, issues of electoral justice, have been with us since '92, and they were not conclusively or effectively dealt with. Countries that undergo electoral cycles have 2 characteristics. Number one, election campaign or electioneering is a permanent feature that begins immediately the president is sworn in and continues relentlessly until the next election is held. The second, the countries, Kenya, Chad, Democratic Republic of Congo are some of the examples. The second attribute of countries undergoing through this electoral cycle is that electoral reforms are either stall or they are skewed. This has been the case in Kenya without naming examples, but also a typical example is Tanzania, where the constitutional review process in 2015 outrightly collapsed. Now, if you look at the Kenyan electoral landscape, at least over the last electoral cycle, there are certain systemic and recurring features of these elections that have existed with us to date, and some of which this dialogue committee is currently dealing with. And these are some of the issues that we want to make a proposal on with a view to reforming or securing electoral justice or the credibility of elections in this country. The first, honorable chairs, is on election management and administration, or if you may, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. As I've noted, if you look at our elections over the last electoral cycle, there have been incremental progress. But again, there have been certain persistent challenges that have featured since 2022. One, of course, that was dealt with by the Supreme Court was on the corporate governance, the question of disunity and division within the commission, the question of elite interference in the electoral process by both sides of the political divide, if you may, but also the constitutional and legislative design on the structure of the commission. Honorable Chairs, as I've noted, we've had to demonstrate how problematic this problem has been, is to appreciate the fact that we've had 7 multi-party elections since '92. And over that period of time, the structure, the outlook, and the composition of the Electoral Commission has also changed 7 times. The Chesoni Commission, the Kivuitu Commission, the IPPG Commission of 2002, the Interim Independent Electoral Commission, IIC, that managed the 2010 referendum, Amirizaka IEBC, Chebukati IEBC, and the Chebukati Cherera IEBC of 2022. As the country prepares for the 8th multi-party elections, we are talking about the need to reconstitute the Independent Electoral and Boundary Commission, and that would be effectively the 8th commission to manage the 8th multi-party elections since 2002. If you look at the international best practices of designing an electoral commission, and part of what I want to persuade this committee to consider is that there are 3 criteria that are required to design a commission. Number 1 is the legitimacy and acceptance, the perceived degree of legitimacy or acceptance of the commission, perceived degree of independence and autonomy, perceived degree of service, and finally, the perceived degree of service delivery. These are the 3 tests that are usually invoked to assess a credible electoral commission. In this continent, is probably the Ghana Electoral Commission. Commission and the South African Electoral Commission that meets these 3 tests. Whereas there have been progress in the Electoral Commission, and I'm mindful of the work that IEBC did in 2022, these 3 tests have not fully been realized. And I think this dialogue committee may make recommendations on improving improving the Electoral Commission to meet this test. Honorable Chair, since '92 or since independence, the country has experimented with various designs of the electoral management bodies. We have tinkered with the law, we have adjusted regulations and changed personnel, and yet the outcome seems to me to be more of the same. So what then are some of the key recommendations in reconstituting IEBC? The first, Honorable Chairs, is that the 3 electoral cycle, 2013, 2017, and 2022, has given this country enough adequate experimentation or experiment with the independent model of the commission. And it seems to me, and given the fact that I work in elections or strengthening the electoral in the continent, I come from the school of thought that I am deeply convinced that this country needs an independent, expert electoral commission. But in 2014, I did a master's degree in law and a research dissertation on reforming election management and administration. In as much as I believed very strongly on an expert model electoral commission, what I received in terms of and contained in this thesis, in terms of the recommendation across the board, shocked me. That increasingly the country preferred an IPPG-based model. I disagreed with it, but I came up and had that as my conclusion because I had to pay attention to the comments and the feedback and the opinion of the respondents that I interviewed. Now, I I then questioned the efficacy looking at the work of similar commissions in Africa. In 2015, Mozambique adopted the IPPG model arising from Kenya. Now, what Frelimo did was essentially to buy all the commissioners that were nominated by Renamo. Again, in DRC, that is exactly what happened. But if you look at Kenya and election management as a context, if you look at the last 3 electoral cycles, I've come to the conclusion that in as much as I have supported very strongly the expert independent model, I think the situation and the Kenyan context, and also mindful of the 2002 elections, which is probably one of the best elections this country has ever had, I think this committee should consider a mixed model of IPPG and expert commission. The second thing is this committee will have to make a recommendation in 2013, the tension between the then chairperson Ahmed Isaac and the CEO Oswago. In 2017, there was tension between the chair, Chebukati, and Ezra Chiloba. There was also in 2017 tension between the commissioners themselves. And I think in 2022, we had and we saw what happened in Bomas, serious disunity among the commission. In as much as the Supreme Court dealt with this issue, I think this committee would have to make a recommendation, possibly modeled around the Ghana Electoral Commission, where the 2 centers of power, that is the obvious result and outcome of the legal framework that we have now, that creates 2 centers of power, would have to be addressed. Let me move to the second issue, which is on boundaries delimitation. Honorable chairs, the first delimitation exercise in Kenya was following the 2010 constitution was completed in 2012. And the legal framework that we had there was a schedule within IEBC. Now, this law was spent because it was designed to guide the first delimitation exercise. And a remarkable feature during that first process is that the transitional provisions of the constitution protected certain constituencies. Now, the second delimitation review exercise that the country is expected to undertake in accordance with Article 89 was expected to have commenced after 8 years, and that is in 2020, but also be concluded by March of 2024. Now, if you consider the fact that in the second delimitation exercise, there are no protected constituencies, in other words, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission would have to apply Article 89 to the fullest. I'm persuaded to believe that the time that we have is not sufficient to complete this. Our recommendation, honorable chairs, is that this committee or parliament or the judiciary should consider increasing this time frame probably for 18 months. And in this regard, I agree with the recommendation by IEBC, considering the fact that the Legale IIBRC Commission took about 4 years to complete that task. One of the lacuna, the legal gap that we have, as I've pointed out, is that the law that is supposed to guide this process has lapsed, and as a matter of urgency, Parliament needs to enact the amendments to the IEBC Act to make provisions for a legal framework to guide the second delimitation exercise. The third issue, honorable chairs, we have of course made a number of recommendations, but I'm only picking on what I think extremely important. The third issue, honorable chairs, is on the voter registration of the voter register and maintenance. Honorable chairs, international best practices establishes 3 criteria for assessing the efficacy and reliability. And these are, number 1, is the voter register a comprehensive role with adequate geographical representation? The second test, authoritative role, and finally, is the voter register accurate and verifiable? If you look at the Kenyan voter register, since this register was completed in 2012, and when we did the voter register, the country migrated, arising from the Kriegler Commission, or to integrate technology, the BVR, in the voter registration process. Now, in pre-2010 dispensation, we had what is called an optical marker reader, which was a manual process. And Kriegler pointed out the problems with the OMR system, which was reliability, verifiability, and the authenticity of that voter register. Honorable chairs, in 2017, the IEBC, arising from the recommendation of Orengo and Kiraitu, amendment to the Elections Act required that IEBC to conduct an audit. Now, the audit that was conducted in 2017 by KPMG revealed problems with the voter register, which bordered on the inconsistency of the register, inaccuracy, data vulnerability, and comprehensiveness were founded in the present register that we have. Now, does the present register meet these three tests? The answer to that question, and respectfully, is no. Now, what is the solution? And the only recommendation that we are making here is this. This committee and the country should consider a total overhaul of the present voter register for the following reasons. One is that we have established that the register does not comprehensively meet the three tests. The second point, honorable chairs, is the fact that international best practice requires that a voter register to exist for 10 years. This voter register was completed in 2012 and it's over 10 years since its completion, and therefore it's a good opportunity for the IEBC to come up with a new voter register. And finally, which is a further justification, is that voter register or registration of voters follows population census, also follows boundaries delimitation. The 2027 electoral cycle will be a complete electoral cycle in the sense that the country will be expected to conduct boundaries delimitation. To the extent that then we will conduct a boundaries delimitation, then it is necessary for the country or for this committee to recommend the country to have a new register. The fourth issue, and I'm almost winding up, is the second last issue, is on the institutionalization of political parties. Honorable chairs, our position is that multi-party democracy does not mean proliferation of parties. The second point is that as traditional institution of representative democracy, political parties play a pivotal role insofar as strengthening democracy is concerned. But if you look at the conduct of political parties in Kenya, the jury is out there as to whether these tests have been met. Our recommendation with respect to institutionalization of political parties, especially on party discipline, is for this committee to revisit a provision that was in the Political Parties Act of 2007, requiring concurrence by a political party before a member decides to cooperate or to join the cabinet of, say, for example, in this case, a ruling party. This was the law in 2007. And I think 2007 and 2013, also because of the existence of this law, also witnessed a period where there was a bit of party discipline. What happened, the other recommendation that we are making, honorable chairs, is that this committee of parliament should clarify on the law of deeming or the law of floor crossing. Having working in the continent, I dare say that it is only this country where a member elected in through a political, one party, can take a unilateral decision to cross the floor without any effective consequences. You will recall, honorable members, that the situation obtaining in South Africa, where the African National Congress had the temerity of recalling President Mbeki at the first instance and later recalled President Zuma. The central issue here is on party discipline, and I think laws around that should be tightened. Finally, is on the elephant in the room, and that is the results management and integration of technology. Honorable members, since the Critical Commission, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has taken steps to improve and to integrate technology in the results management. In 2016,
Sorry, Felix.
Yes.
I think you only have 10 more minutes.
I'll take.
Kindly try and even less.
I'll take 3.
Yeah.
That is the last issue.
Okay, kindly try and.
Yes, this is the last issue, Governor, and I'll take just 3 minutes.
Plus.
The framework on results management was improved by the introduction of Kim's kit. And honorable members, this is also one area that has been seriously and robustly litigated in Kenya, from the Maina Kiai case all the way to the various presidential petitions that we have had as a country since 2013. And the judiciary has had the opportunity of making recommendations, especially in 2017, that was intended to strengthen the results management chain. 2022, the Supreme Court did not find major issues of irregularities or illegalities within that chain. So our recommendations to strengthen this is this. One, honorable members, is to appreciate the fact that when we talk about results management, the fundamental question is what happens when a voter casts his ballot and the results are declared. The whole chain dealing with counting, tabulation, collation, transmission, and declaration of results is collectively known as results management system. In 2022, compared to 2017 and 2013, there were marked improvements in the manner and the level of preparedness by IEBC in dealing with this. Where the problem was, and this is where we are making our recommendation for future elections, was the very final stages of that process. And the issues that came into the fore was the issues of accountability and transparency around that. Now, the first recommendation is that the IEBC should retreat an affirmation that the results transmitted electronically have the same weight as the results contained in the declaration forms. Number 2 is the to operationalize the schemes kit. Honorable members, why it is called an integrated system is because it has the following. The schemes kit integrates biometric voter registration, candidates registration, candidates voter identification, and results management. The KIMS kit also has a feature in it, which is programmed, called the result display system. The result display system is what it was supposed to be displayed in Bomas, where the country can follow the results from where they are. Now, in 2022, all these features worked with the exception of 2. One was the electronic tabulation of results. The KIMS kit has an inbuilt system called electronic tabulation of results. The real-time tabulation, once the returning officer or presiding officer posts the results, the minute they key it in, it should have a national rallying tally. This was not the case in 2022. The second issue was that the results also. The third recommendation is the issue of interpretation of Article 138 on the role of the Commission in the results management chain, and I think this was heavily dealt with by the Supreme Court, and there's nothing that I want to add. Finally, Honorable Chairs, is the recommendation that the Independent Electoral Commission to adopt the Ghana Electoral Commission practice of abolishing the so-called backroom collation center, where in Bomas there's a collation center and then there's a backroom collation center. The problem with this, even if there is no problem with the results, to the extent that there is a backroom collation center, it raises issues of transparency and it raises also issues of accountability. Honorable chairs, let me leave it at that. And once again, we thank you and apologies if we took long.
Yeah. Well, we thank you, Felix, for that very professional presentation. In fact, I'll be very surprised if anybody will have a problem with that presentation. I think we thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
ESCC. Then we go to KK. Kenya Kwanza. Oh, sorry. We have, is ESCC here yet? ESCC, and then of course, Edward Ouko, former Auditor General, then KK. You'll be patient, we'll be very fast. ESCC, we are giving you exactly 20 minutes because we have about 15, 20 more teams in the line. Yeah.
It's very good to see you, Bishop Ogide and your team. Very, always good to see you.
Thank you.
You recall I got into a lot of trouble when I attended your ordination one time as bishop. But that is history. We have Honorable Catherine Wabilianga, Senator Hassan Omar, Aaron Cheruiyot, the majority leader in the Senate. We have there Senator Omgen, Senator for Nyamira, Honorable Amina Mnyazi, member for Malindi. We have a party leader here, Eugene Wamalwa, a party leader of DAP and also a member of the committee. And then we have Honorable Opio Wandai, who is also the deputy minority leader in the National Assembly. Governor Cicely has just walked out, but she is with us, representing Honorable Kimani Chungwa. So please introduce your team and get on with it.
Thank you, Chair and chairs and members of the committee. We are truly grateful for giving us a chance to come and make a presentation on matters that are related to our area of jurisdiction. With me is our CEO, Twalib Mubarak, who is seated right here. I also have our Director for Legal Services, Mr. David To, who is here, and also Mr. Stephen Karuga. On far left is also a Senior Legal Officer and PA to CEO. Chair and honorable members, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission is a commission that is established under Section 3 of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act, pursuant to Article 79 of the Constitution of Kenya. The general mandate of the commission is to ensure compliance with and enforcement of the provisions of Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Specifically, the commission combats and prevents corruption, economic crime, and unethical conduct in Kenya through law enforcement, prevention, public education, and promotion of standards and practices of integrity, ethics, and anti-corruption. Being a commission established pursuant to the Constitution and being vested with the status and powers of a commission under Chapter 15, ESCC is duty-bound to protect and to promote the Constitution. Of particular interest to the Commission is the protection and promotion of good governance, integrity, transparency, and accountability, being part of our national values and principles of governance as espoused under Article 10 and the guiding principles of leadership and integrity under Article 73(2) of our Constitution. In our presentation today, we will confine ourselves to 5 issues that are related to strengthening the legal and operational framework for enhancing integrity and combating corruption, as has been the cry of the people of Kenya for a very long time. We will not take very long because we'll give a very quick overview on these matters, but eventually we hope we can give a more detailed presentation. So allow me at this point to invite our CEO, Mr. Twalib Mbarak, to make a presentation on our specific issues of concern. Thank you, chairs and honorable members.
Honorable chairs, members of the National Dialogue Committee, I have to make sure that I read there so that I don't go wrong. Chairs, one thing that I would like to start before I go to the 5 main points is that one scholar noted that around the world, corruption has become a primary mechanism by which power and politics functions. And that is why you find the Americans, we started the campaign and formed the anti-corruption body in 1999. The Americans in 2022, they have classified corruption as a threat to national security, and they have come with a strategic concept on how to deal with corruption. The first issue that I would like to talk about, chairs and members, is the appointment of persons to state and public offices. The constitutional threshold for appointment of persons to state and public offices is based on the guiding principle of leadership and integrity under Article 73(2), which includes 1, selection on the basis of personal integrity, competence and suitability, or election of free and fair elections. 2, objectivity and impartiality in decision making and in ensuring that decisions are not influenced by nepotism, favoritism, other improper motives, or corrupt practices. 3rd, selfless service based solely on the public interest, which must be demonstrated by honesty in the execution of public duties and declaration of any personal interest that may conflict with the public duties. Number 4, accountability to the public for decisions and actions. And finally, discipline and commitment in the service to the people. What we have observed, chairs and members, is that persons with integrity issues in this country have been cleared to run for elections or appointed to state and public offices, contrary to the provision of Chapter 6 of the Constitution, and this has become one of the main factors that breeds corruption and impunity and poor governance. EACC proposes an enhancement of procedures and mechanism for vetting of persons for election and appointment to both state and public offices, and we believe this will entail amendment of the Leadership and Integrity Act of 2012 for the effective administration of Chapter 6 of the Constitution, which will ensure selection on the basis of competence, suitability, and personal integrity. I think we are one of the very few countries in the world where you have people holding senior positions, and some of them have even murder charges. That's something that needs to be addressed. Chairs and members, the second issue is about electoral justice and related matters. What has been observed is that in many developing countries, politics has become an engine and corruption is the fuel to politics. And Kenya is not exempted to this. It's one way or another, it's one feeds the other one. The politics feeds corruption and the corruption feeds the politics. I can see Senator Hassan is a little bit surprised. Maybe, sir, at a later stage. Because
you have to avoid Talib, those grimaces by Senator Omar. He's quite good at it. So it can be very intimidating. Just get on with it.
Sorry, Chair. So we are talking about campaign financing, chairs and members. And based on EACC annual corruption perception survey, it is noted that there are increased incidences of corruption during election years in the form of embezzlement, fraud, bribery, misuse of public service and resources. Chairs and members, the observation by this commission is that increased incidence of corruption can be attributed to campaign financing, public resources, such as motor vehicle, staff that have been used irregularly to support aspirants serving in the public position. The Commission commends operationalization of the Election Campaign Finance Act of 2013 and a radical change of the political culture where handouts and bribery become the source of winning elections. Because what we noted, chairs and members, is that especially if you look at county level, you'll get a governor who will tell you openly that I have used this amount of money for campaign. And once these governors occupy those good offices, I think you can see it practically that the priority is to start recouping what they have spent in a wrong way, not in the right way. So the other issue is about constitutional safeguards under Article 99 and 193. And the Constitution provides safeguards under Article 99.3 and 193.3 on presumption of innocence. And our observation as a commission is that state and public officials implicated in corruption and unethical conduct continue to hold office until all possibility of appeal or reviewed are exhausted. These are very controversial issue, but as EACC, we believe that there is need for the Constitution. EACC recommend that the Constitution in Article 99.3 and 193.3 be amended so that persons who have been convicted remain disqualified from vying for electoral office until the conviction is set aside by an appellate court. Then the third issue here, we are talking about devolved government. Since the 2010 Constitution, chairs and members, there's two systems of government, that is the national government and the county government. We have been seeing a lot of issues to deal with corruption on governance at the county level, and we believe that county governors exercise executive powers without commensurate accountability. We have many people in the regions who like to occupy certain positions in counties because they are qualified, and most of them are unwilling to go and serve in the counties because many counties operate like sultans or chiefdoms. Because unlike in the national government, where for you to be dismissed, there's a very elaborate laid-down mechanism for a public servant to lose his job. In the counties, it is very easy. If the governor is not, it doesn't like you as a result of certain interest, arbitrarily he can sack you. So these are some of the things that EACC notes, that most instances of corruption in the county governments are instigated by governors through fears and proxies, yet they remain the principal beneficiaries, but you find there is a loophole in law, you are not able to pick them directly. Whereas the accounting officers, who are mainly chief officers, are held responsible, the principal beneficiaries, that is the governors, often escape the responsibility and accountability. EACC proposes a legislative amendment to hold governors accountable for corruption within the counties. This will ensure that there's continuous scrutiny of the governors in management of public resources. And chairs and members, let me divert a little bit on this. There was a submission yesterday that governors should be given immunity for a certain number of years because they are setting the Bomas to be in place properly. So I think lifting of that immunity may be suicidal. Oh yeah, that's what it means actually. I'm a layman, I'm not a lawyer, but I think that kind of request, it will create more chaos than accountability, because what they are telling us is that they are ready for responsibility, but they are not ready for accountability. And we say that responsibility minus accountability is equal to corruption. So what the EACC is proposing is that EACC proposes legislative amendments to hold the governors accountable for corruption within all counties at the same time that they take oath of office. No grace period for impunity. They will ensure continuous scrutiny. This will ensure a continuous scrutiny of governors in management of public resources. Then we are talking of budgetary autonomy. Chairs and members, the unique operation of constitutional agencies within the criminal justice sector demand that budgetary allocation and disbursement be guaranteed without undue interference and bureaucracy. And the observation by this commission is that we have noted delayed in disbursement of budgetary allocation, thereby hampering effective discharge of a constitutional mandate. Chairs and members, I know I've been given 20 minutes, but if I can be allowed, I'll just try to expound on this. A classical example, imagine you are ESCC and you are investigating the CS Treasury or the PS Treasury. And there's no secrecy. You will get a win that you are investigating him. And you submit, maybe you want supplementary budget. That guy will naturally be hostile. And we have that experience in the previous regime where top guys in Treasury realized that we're investigating them and they decided to starve us. So ESCC has noted, so what we are proposing is that we need a legislative amendment to guarantee operational independence and ensuring that adequate budgetary allocation and timely disbursement of effective discharge of our constitutional mandate is done. And this is not only to ESCC. We are talking of ESCC, we are talking of ODPP, and we are talking of judiciary. Because you can take care of ESCC, and if you're not taking of the ODPP, our files will get stuck there. If you're not taking of judiciary, the same problem will happen. So we need that constitutional sort of discharge, freedom, whereby this organization, there's a way that their budget is discussed. And I'm not saying that we are trying to run away from accountability. We are just trying to run away from realistic obstacles. We are all human beings. And the last one that we need to present in this committee is the strengthening of the capacity in terms of financial and human resource for all actors of the criminal justice system, that is the ODPP, ESCC, IBC, and judiciary. And this will enable the actors to effectively and efficiently address the various election issues of concern which are within our respective mandate. What we are saying here is that if you look at the ESCC right now, 4 years ago, we took our structure to the Public Service Commission. It was approved. We are supposed to be about 1,550 staff. Up to now, chairpersons and members, we are still at 790 because the budget allocation is not increased at all. So out of that, we are having a lot of challenges, and the same problem happens to ODPP and the judiciary. So we are also talking of, and this is very important, the last point, this is about separation of statutory mandate for agencies on corruption, economic crime, and unethical conduct. And here we are talking about ESCC, DCI, ARA, to avoid duplicity role. We saw it in the last government that the mandate of the ESCC was more being divorced and passed to other agencies. And out of that, all of us saw the consequences of that. So if you look at the Constitution, it says clearly that Parliament will establish an anti-corruption body. When you talk like that, it is known that there's DCI and there are other agencies. So we are the specialists in the anti-corruption activities, and we think that there need to be a very clear division, because if you go to our the other colleagues, they will tell you in the Constitution, one of our mandate is to fight crime. Who told you corruption is not a crime? And then we are in a dilemma there. Now we start having sibling rivalry. Those are things that need to be very, very clear. I mean, very clear. And we also saw the abuse where other agencies had some corruption cases. And when there was a change of regime, these cases were collapsing because there was an element that these cases were more of political vendetta than a professional approach to the fight against corruption. The last one is about, I'm sorry, this one will touch on the senators and members of parliament. And I beg to apologize in advance.
You don't need to make any apologies, Mr. Talib.
Chairs.
He did, on a light note, you didn't apologize for mentioning governors. And I was seated right here. So you need not apologize for MPs.
I have no apology for governors.
And also for MPs, kindly.
I have no apology for governors because that's the reality on the ground. The issue of addressing of conflict of interest arising from members of oversight committees of parliament who are under scrutiny by law enforcement agencies. Let me elaborate on that. Chairs, you appear before a committee either in Senate or in the National Assembly, and when you appear there, out of the, let's say, 14 members, 3 of them have issues with you at the commission. So these people pre-arrange themselves because they know there's parliamentary immunity, and you go there as a very subdued person. And the first question you may be asked, maybe you have been summoned to come and explain about a certain project that is stuck. Then from nowhere, you get a member of parliament. He starts by asking you, how did you buy that building, that Integrity Center? It's not in the agenda. Then the other one tells you, but you're being given a lot of money. Where is this money going to? And you can tell very well, this is just vendetta because these guys have got issues with us. They have files with us. Some of them, we have taken the files to ODPP, and then you remain helpless because you have to observe the respect and the rules of this parliamentary committee. So we feel, I can see Senator Chirege is, Senator Cheriot is to smile about that issue. I think, Chair, we need to have laws whereby when we are summoned by this committee, the commission can write to the clerk of the National Assembly that these committee members, A, B, C, D, we have issues with him here. In a very civilized way, he should be exempted not to appear before that committee. Because we are having a lot of problems and we are not able to talk in the open that we mheshimiwa wako na maneno kwetu. Iko file hata inaenda kwa DPP ama imeenda. So you just stay there as a lame duck. You are being abused, you are being harassed, and you keep quiet. And some of us, we are from the military background. We just say, yes, sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir, we've kabisa hii tumeona kabisa tutatengeneza. And you leave, but there's a problem. So please, this committee, try to look into that issue because it may be cutting across other agencies, not only EACC. And it becomes a problem. You cannot tell that guy in front of you, in front of the media, that I think you are harassing me because you have a case with us. It will look very disrespectful. But there should be a mechanism where those agencies can write to the clerk of the National Assembly or the Senate that we are appearing on this date, but so-and-so has got an issue with us. We may not elaborate, just say he has an issue with us, so-and-so, kindly he should be exempted from participating in that forum. That will help us a lot. So that is the last point that we had, and we are requesting the chairs that we present a detailed memorandum since time allocated is very limited. And we once again would like to thank you for giving us this opportunity to present our case. Thank you, sir.
Well, I thank you. We thank you for that presentation. Indeed, you're quite right. We think this is a very thin memorandum, and yet the work you're doing is so key to the well-being and the future of this country. You have been very bold when you started by saying that persons holding public office who should not, and there's precious little you can do because of that presumption of innocence in law, that every person is found to be innocent until they are proven guilty. Had we, as a country, achieved clarity on that issue, we'll be very far away. My first question is, your own officers, you seem to be very clear on what the governors have been able to do or not been able to do, because they are not accounting officers, and therefore get away, get other people to be sacrificial lambs. But it has also been reported your own officers go out to the counties. And the first thing that happens is the people who are supposed to fight against corruption get compromised. I'm sure you may have had reports to that effect, where your own people, and before you even want to get full staff complement, 790 of those senior people, I think are quite a number. If they are effective, if 100 of them are effective, we will change the governance structure in this country. Or indeed, the result. They say corruption fights back, and all of that. So where you make recommendations, Bwana Talib, that certain regulations need to be done. Commission recommends this and the other. I think you do need to give us specific proposals on which aspects. For example, the Election Campaign Financing Act, unless you have stolen in this country, you have no hope of winning an election. That is my own, I put it to you, and prove me wrong, that unless you steal and steal big, yeah, you cannot win an election in Kenya. You may disagree with that proposal, okay? Yeah, and because that is a perception. And again, you talked about the last regime, even the current regime where we are told that you are used as a weapon. You weaponize EACC. Are you therefore independent? I want to get that from you because I'll give you a classic example. A senior member of Azimio coalition is called and sent out there. We get Mother Karua, who was a deputy running, who was a running mate to Raila Odinga, comes in. She's senior counsel. She's not even allowed entry to Integrity House. And by the way, Integrity House, I'm sure you know, but Natali has his own history, okay, which is really founded on deep corruption. I would have expected they would have moved out of Integrity House and look for another building. Look at the history of that building. But I want to commend you for being bold. But let us have specific aspects of legislation that you'd want worked on. And then, if you can be independent, this country will make progress. And that's why, and I saw Bishop Oginda there as your chair. Sometimes I pity him. As I did pity his predecessor. Because the moment you're appointed there from the faith community, you're seen the first perception within the first few years is you've already been swallowed up. You lose your ethos. And so corruption is our problem. The elephant in the room in this country is corruption. And if we have men and women committed to do something about it, we'll make progress. But we thank you for honoring us by coming to present, but you allow my other colleagues to put one or two issues before you.
Mine will be two questions. I'm persuaded that there is a measure of independence in the ESCC when DCI was evidently weaponized against our coalition that time. ESCC remained fairly independent and fairly professional. But we need now very specific proposals as to how you delineate the mandate of the DCI and the mandate of the ESCC when it comes to matters corruption, so that then there is no, that crime fighting architecture also is not interrupted drastically, and that when one is not investigated for corruption, the other one then is not also doing it, and therefore the war on corruption loses there. My second question, Kenyans expect convictions. The measure of Kenyans in terms of the fight against corruption is convictions. A lot of the high-profile cases have not secured any convictions. I don't want you to blame the judiciary or the DPP. What is your measure internally as ESCC, as saying that this is what you are doing for us to justify the continued existence of ESCC as a crime buster or a corruption fighter?
Okay, I'm going to be very, very brief. First, thank you very much. And I must commend the ESCC, especially under your leadership, when a CEO, done fairly well. On the issue raised about intimidation by parliamentary committees, I don't think you require any law or any legal framework to voice your concerns about the presence of any particular member in a committee proceeding if the member is in any way under investigation by yourselves. You just need to be bold and write to the speaker and tell him, I'm coming before this committee, but so and so who are members are under investigation by a committee, by my commission. That should not require a law at all. And I hope I didn't intimidate you when I was chairing PSC for 5 years. Okay, I have no issue with you. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I really must say that I'm happy with the presentation that you've made at EACC. And I like the idea of making sure that EACC runs as a professional commission. And seeing what happened in the last term, I'm happy you are able to rise above political intimidation and you did the right thing. I also must say it is true there are issues at county, and I'm in total agreement with you. I'm only saying if you come up with a law where you're making governors directly accountable to all corruption in the county, then for sure no governor will survive. Because if a cleaner steals, if a director steals, if a nurse steals medicine, if a doctor does something else, then it all boils back to the governor. I think you're also being extremely hard on governors. You also must admit that there's corruption in the county that has nothing to do with the governor. And just like there's corruption in the national government that has nothing to do with a minister or a PS or the president for that matter. So while I can see you extremely unhappy with the corruption at the county level, don't make a blanket condemnation and you want to kill us all because there's corruption at the county. Just do the fair thing. Be just, be fair, and come up with a law that protects and also leaves everybody answerable. Otherwise, you may actually end up with no governor at all. Not because the governors are corrupt, but because the officers have decided since the governor is the one answerable, let's do this thing, we are safe. So be careful. Be careful.
Please answer those questions. Sorry. Honorable Geni, 1 minute, please.
Chair, first, I'm happy to see the team from EACC. I confess that I worked with the CEO, then a very junior officer at EACC. He left and then came back as a very senior person at EACC. Okay, as a senior officer. And I also worked with Limo, but I don't think I worked with Karuga. I was not there then. So where you are sitting, Bishop Oginde, I once occupied that seat. And we were pregnant with expectation. We are the ones who fought and midwifed EACC to be entrenched in the Constitution during the enactment of the 2010 Constitution. And the hope of Kenyans was that once you are entrenched in the Constitution, we'll see conviction of the big fish. But it's 12 years now. We don't have any CS who has been convicted, no governor, no high-ranking officer who has been convicted. I've said convicted. You may have charged them in court, but we don't have a conviction as yet. And before I make my question, I agree fully with the concerns of the former vice president. We had all the good intentions then. When the act was being enacted in 2011, we fought for EACC to be devolved. But the problem, and Chairman, you to ponder, is that your officers are getting cozy with the people they are supposed to investigate at county level. They are actually in bed with the people they are supposed to investigate. We have your officer attached to our watchdog committees. It's a problem. I was sent by EACC then to Serious Fraud Office in the UK. They take only high-level corruption, very few. I went to the Scorpions in South Africa, EFC, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Nigeria. They concentrate on high-level corruption. The rest of these cases you can leave to the police. So as you plan on your strategic objectives, maybe consider that you need to rethink that strategy of having your officers at the counties. Now, my question is, we want to see quick response to issues of corruption so that there is deterrence. I'll give you an example of an incident I saw in my county of Nyamira, where the governor says he was duped to launch boxes in the pretext that it was medicine. And he made a confession, those were empty boxes. He launched them, he confessed to the media. It's been a month. We have not seen any action from EACC. I mean, how long does it take for EACC to respond to such crime that is so glaring, that is so sensitive? Somebody is colluding to sell oxygen, empty boxes to a county, and there's a confession. So how long do you take in your strategy to quickly respond to some of these corruption issues? The second one, we don't want you to mourn or to write the book of lamentations, because you are now in the constitution, you are entrenched in the constitution, you enjoy security of tenure, and we expect you to deal with all these issues of leadership, like the officers you mentioned, high-ranking officers facing murder charges, being appointed into government. What have you done? Why haven't you agitated? Why haven't you come out? We are politicians. We may not talk. We'll be told we are taking sides. But why can't you come out and talk about these things? I saw a CS dishing letters of employment in a funeral. You saw the clip. What have you done as EACC? You saw it. So, Bwana CEO, we support your work. We want corruption to be reduced. You may not eradicate it, but please, can you be in the forefront? Can you do more? Can you fight this vice with more courage? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll allow you to respond. Maybe 3 minutes. Yeah, kindly proceed. Try.
Thank you, chairs and members of the committee for those very good observations. Let me start by talking about weaponization of EAC, or the alleged weaponization. In the short time that I've been in the commission, I have been very keen, because from the outside, that may be perception. Very keen to find out how the commission works. I have met personally with each and every member of staff in the commission, except a few who are in the region. And I'm going around the regions. And I can tell you that sitting in the seat where I'm seated as chair and receiving the reports of the various cases that we have a team of young men and women, and I say young perhaps because I am old, but the majority of our staff are very young men and women of this country who believe in this country. And the work that they are doing is exemplary. So what comes out very clearly is that we do our work in a very objective manner. The cases that we deal with go through a lot of processes, and one of these days you would be privileged to come so that we can take you through the process that we follow before a case is forwarded to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. And it is a very rigorous process. We do our own internal audit on each of the cases. If you check very keenly, most of the cases that we forward to the ODPP rarely fail or are withdrawn or dropped. And this is because of the kind of work that is done. The apparent appearance of weaponization, if I take a case on point, like the recent case which I think has been referred to here, of one of the governors who was summoned to EACC offices for former governor rather, in EACC for probing and investigation and interrogation. The party to which this former governor belongs came out in full force, alleging that this was politicization and weaponization of EACC. As we speak now, we have just concluded our investigations on this particular person. We have forwarded that file to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution for further action. We cannot do that unless there is evidence of wrongdoing. And we are going to follow this same method because we have a systematic way of doing things because of the low capacity that we have, both in terms of personnel and also in terms of finances. So we cannot pursue all the cases that we want to pursue, that which also answers the question of how long does it take? We have 11 regional offices across the country, covering 47 counties. I've just come from Isiolo this last week. They cover 5 counties, very vast. In order for these people to do the kind of task that they need to do, it requires a lot of resources, time, and so on. So this is why we are asking that our capacity be increased so that we can act as quickly as possible on the cases that come up. Thirdly, as I close and hand over to the CEO to answer some of the other questions, you'll find that our mandate, unlike what Honorable Mgeni raised in other jurisdictions, we are supposed to respond to all kinds of corruption cases and bribery cases. We receive thousands of reports from Kenyans who have witnessed incidences. This can range from a person, I have given this example before, immediately arrived in office, somebody sent an email because a chief had demanded 200 shillings from them. And they wanted EACC to act quickly. 2 weeks later, before we didn't reply, they sent a reminder. We have not seen any action taken on this chief who has taken 200 shillings. Now, 200 shillings for us is very small, but for this person to write, it is a very significant amount of money for them. On the other hand, we are dealing with cases where people have embezzled 8 billion shillings, some 50 billion shillings. So this is the scope that we have. It therefore requires that we focus, and we have focused our attention on high impact cases and on high impact individuals. That's why sometimes you do not see the quick responses to some of the incidences as we would expect from us as an office. But our mandate is very broad and very widespread. Let me allow CEO to answer the more specific questions.
Thank you. Muna CEO.
Thank you, sir. I think first I would like to blow my own trumpet. I have served in this government as a public officer for 40 years. So I'm relatively a seasoned public officer. 40 years, this is somebody who is now aging, going to the next stage of physiology, every time attending to a doctor and all that. I want to talk about the integrity of our officers. It started with the chairman who has left, the Honorable Musyoka. My former colleague in the Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission, Honorable Omogeni, we were together, and I can tell you that most of those guys who people say are extorting as EACC officers are conmen. Most of them. And I can give an example. I will not mention names. One MP came furious to my office saying there is a senior officer in the regions who is taking money, and she wants to report. It was a lady MP, and she came with another MP who used to be a member of JLAC. Said, "Come to my office." They came. They gave the story, and I asked for the name of that person and the telephone number. So we went to the. Immediately, you with smartphone, you key in first name in the mailbox. There's no such a person. Immediately, I called the HR. Do we have such a staff? No. The MP was dealing with a conman. That is what is happening. They are very smart. They have business card. There is even one conman that we arrested, and he told us openly he is a professional conman. His children are in school, even university, and he's making good money. And even if we release him, he will go back to be a conman. And he said openly that he's a university graduate, desperate, looking for employment. He cannot get employment. So most of these guys purporting to be ESCC officers are conmen. And we tell people, if somebody say that he's an ESCC officer, check with us. Or normally we say, we write an official letter to you and we tell you, so and so and so and so will come and see you, because we don't allow one officer to do investigation. If somebody says this person has taken bribe, it becomes difficult to confirm who is right and who is wrong. So our process is that investigation should be done by 2 people and above. The issue that was raised by Senator Omar on conviction, I'm surprised because we don't convict. We take people, we take our files to the DPP, and the DPP is the one who prosecutes, and then there's conviction. So when the case is with the DPP, it is beyond our control, Senator Omar. We cannot determine the time, and it is out of this, I want to answer another question. Senator Mogeni asked us that we have not jailed or convicted senior people. We have 9 cases of governors before court, starting with Governor Sonko, Governor Obado. I think if you look at the hierarchy, political hierarchy of this country, I'm not wrong, but if I'm wrong, I may be corrected. I think after the president and the deputy president, a governor is a very senior person, I think 3rd in the system. So when we have 9 governors we have charged, 21 governors we are investigating, and people are saying you are still not pursuing the right people, I think there's a problem. Secondly, some of the questions that you have raised here, I've seen they are laced with political sensationalism, connotation. And I cannot blame you because I know you are politicians, but I have to answer you as an executive officer who I will never dwell into politics in my life. The issue being raised that we take sides, there was a change of government and we saw which cases collapses. And I keep on telling everybody, show me one case from ESCC that collapsed because it had a political so-called victimization. So also there was this question that we have 700 staff, we can cover the whole country. Those 700 staff include drivers, include secretaries, include HR people. We actually have about 230 investigators. And I'll give another example that the chairman has also mentioned. Let's take my Mombasa office. Mombasa office covers Kwale, Taita Taveta, Mombasa, and the port. We have only 5 investigators in Mombasa office. People bringing question of 500 bob, 100 bob, 1 million, all those cases. And we don't have the capacity, we prioritize. And we have talked about amendment of the law, that the law right now says that anybody reporting a corruption case, we must deal with it. And this is what the chairman was talking about. Mtu ameambiwa itete 200, anasema kesi yangu imefika wapi? Senator Mogeni said he went to the serious fraud office. I also went to the serious fraud office. And just for your information, you've talked about the South African Anti-Corruption Agency. They are now taking us to give them classes on asset recovery. Because in sub-Saharan Africa, they have established that if there's any agency, anti-corruption agency that is good in asset tracing and asset recovery, is ESCC. We are going for that to give that training. We'll run it. We are giving support to the DRC. We are giving support to Mozambique and Sierra Leone. So we are a reputable, respected organization. And somebody has said that he has given us the work and we are not performing. I have always argued that whoever thinks that corruption will be fully addressed by an agency, one agency, is very wrong. Corruption must be addressed in threefold. We must address our political culture. The previous chair said that if you don't have money, you cannot contest. It's subject to argument. It's subject to argument. It's just like this argument where people say.
Now conclude, please.
Yeah. It's just like this argument. People say poverty breeds crime. But what maskini na hawaibi. So others will tell you it's the culture. It's not about poverty. So it's subject to argument. So what we are saying is that the issue of the issue of fighting corruption, we must address the political culture. It must be a clean political culture. Then we must have the public that is self-abhor corruption. There was a time in this country, people used to address policemen taking bribes. Now, here you find policemen all over with big stomachs, collecting bribes all over the places. And when you ask them, in that matatu that is giving bribe, there's a senior civil servant, there's a professor. Why can't they tell the driver, if you give this man bribe, we are going to report you? So we are talking of a collective approach in the fight against corruption. Then last bit is about the agencies and the executive. We need a well-equipped ESCC, well-equipped police, well-equipped ODPP, a judiciary that is well-funded. Right now, we have 9 cases of governors. We don't know when they're going to end. We have cases in anti-corruption that are as old as 15 years old. Before I left for Kenyan, cases were there. Up to now, I'm a CEO waiting for the next 1 year to go. Those cases have not been concluded. So let us not look at bashing at ESCC. Let us reason in a very strategic way in how we can address this problem of corruption.
Thank you.
As much as I've talked about all other issues, to conclude, Governor, we agree with you. We are not against the governors, but I know you are one of those good governors in this country. And I have not said that all governors are bad. There are some governors, quite a number of them are good, but also we have some that are not very pleasant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, before you go, please, if you want this to be useful, delineate statutory mandates. Can you tell us what should be for ESCC?
Through the chair, Senator, because I just denied Amina a chance. Then you spoke,
my apologies.
and she's wondering why.
My apologies. I just wanted them to clarify how to.
That is
delineate-
corruption, you know.
I apologize, Chair, but my neighbor has given information. I just wanted you know, if you make this blanket statement, I agree there is duplicity of roles. Can you tell us what ESCC should handle, what DCI should handle, what ARA should handle?
Yeah, in their detailed memo. Yeah, let's leave it there. Thank you. I'm sure you've had. And let's allow the former Auditor General to take the seat. Thank you very much, ESCC. Tumeshukuru.
Chair, does it mean KNCHR did not come? No, there's a problem in that commission then. I used to be there. Imogen, KNCHR has not come.
Mr. Uko, welcome. You had the introductions. You want to repeat introductions? And we know you. Just go to the point. Yes, just proceed, please.
Thank you, chairs and members of this honorable committee. And I must say that I'm honored to appear before you, given that I'm actually a former. But being a former, then I can also speak freely and speak my mind. Now, I'll speak on electoral justice. I will speak on outstanding constitutional matters, mainly on issues which may touch on counties. And then I will speak on outstanding matters on what we call adequate checks and balances. And then I'll finish up with what the implications for all this for the Office of the Auditor General. Chair, on electoral justice, I would like the committee to know that in February 2014, by the way, I hope my submission has been given. So good.
We have it. Proceed.
Very good. The National Assembly, through a resolution of the House, established a working group that was established by the then chair of the Budget and Appropriation Committee, Honorable Mtava Musyimi, to carry out socio-economic audit of the Constitution 2010 of Kenya. Under the auspices of my then office, I had the honor to chair a group of eminent professional Kenyans who were experts in various fields, some of whom have made some presentations here. However, views I am expressing are purely personal and not of the working group. Our electoral system or political environment
as has been recognized by the EACC, to my view, is a bedrock of corruption in Kenya. And as head of state and government, a president can have control over program and activities of parliament and many other public appointments. Presidential powers has been used through successive regimes to exclude and marginalize people on the basis of ethno-geographical considerations. State resources and opportunities could be disproportionately directed to favored regions of successive presidents in what one can describe as rigged development. We need to revisit our current system, presidential, some say, versus parliamentary systems of government. In my view, election of president and governors on one man, one vote is a source of expensive election and corrupt practices, skewed patronage, and payback expectations in public appointments. Staggering of elections will be costlier more than the current system. No need to stagger. If we can perfect and learn from the acquired lessons so far, as well as devolving IBC and going away from electing, especially governors, on one man, one vote. So that was my submission on electoral justice. On outstanding constitutional matter, arguably the current size and numbers of counties set at 47 has helped address some of the real and perceived grievances of economic and political marginalization among smaller communities who now have control over powers and resources to the county level. Reducing the counties to regional levels would mean that only a fewer of the larger communities would dominate at the regional level. While there could be certain advantages in reducing or increasing the size or numbers of counties, the solution lies in ensuring that the existing structures are utilized optimally towards the realization of the stated objectives of devolved government. We must capacitate the 47 counties. No need of new counties. We just have to ensure that we timely release the funds. On issues of adequate checks and balances, the Constitution foresaw adequate checks and balances, namely the legislature, judiciary, executive, recognizing an independent office of the Auditor General as in other countries. The Kenyan Constitution is unique in having an independent office of controller of budget. In my view, the Kenyans foresaw the potential of national government competing with counties in available funds, hence the need for an independent budget office that ideally would have taken over the exchequer once the president would have accented to the budget. This would have ensured that the 15% of the available liquidity revenue would be for the counties and not left to the national treasury to determine, i.e. the control of the budget would be the independent arbiter in allocating available funding. Both articles 201B subsection 2 and 202 subsection 1 establish the principle that revenue raised nationally shall be shared equitably among the national and county government, and hence this was the idea I believe the Kenyans wanted in appointing an independent controller of the budget. Now, coming to the office of the Auditor General, if Kenya were to be a company, irrespective of the three arms of government, the Kenyan governance would not pass international recognition without an independent office of the Auditor General. Associations of Auditor Generals is one that is recognized at the UN as INTOSAI, notably the International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions. Kenya can do away with certain Chapter 15 institutions, but not the Office of the Auditor General. Indeed, UN Resolution A66209, to which Kenya is a signatory, highlights the importance of independent and effective Office of the Auditor General for improved governance, as well as promoting the efficiency, accountability, effectiveness, and transparency of public administration and strengthening the institutions. It is very important that the independence of this office be ensured given endemic corruption in many African countries, including Kenya. For the Office of the Auditor General to be independent, it will depend on the person of the Auditor General. I repeat, on the person of the Auditor General. While in office, the independence of that person is ensured by provision of good salary, security, and other amenities, recognizing that the responsibility is full-time and the person cannot engage in side business as many other Kenyans. However, what good would it serve for the person to be truly independent when after leaving the office, the security is removed, no pension, no medical, no retirement benefits at all? There was a petition in the 12th Parliament by Honorable KJ Kiare, which should be revisited on this respect. It is only Parliament to whom Office of the Auditor General is responsible that would ensure post-retirement benefits of the Office of the Auditor General are enacted as in other countries. Now, let me just explain. While in office, one feels very secure, one feels very protected, and one works full-time. There is no way one can involve in side business and so forth. When the person leaves the office, because really there is nobody looking at the interests of the Office of the Auditor General, a lot of facilities are withdrawn almost instantaneously, and that happened. And this may be because of part of the duties which one had undertaken. And therefore, you end up this person going out at the time when they need to feel secured. Yet the person is out there alone, not looked after, even medical, no, nothing. And in case anything happens to a former Auditor General in terms of health, which would then be more critical, then we would have to go for a Harambe. There is nothing for the office of for the person of the retired Auditor General. Let me end there. I think it's something food for thought for the National Dialogue Committee. Thank you.
It was very well presented and very clear, Dr. Uko. The two interventions I can see, Senator Cherargei, the leader, and Honorable Senator Cheriot. Apologies. And Honorable Amiliang.
Thank you,
We are
Chair.
making Cherargei popular. I don't know why.
No problem. Thank you, Auditor General Emeritus. And let me begin on your last point. I agree with you because that's an potential area of conflict while one is in office. Because you begin looking forward and imagine, is it worth it? Or you live the Kenyan way of looking the other way, knowing that your future is assured. So I agree that's something that perhaps the committee needs to look into, and we will consider effectively. I want to perhaps borrow from your experience during your time when you served as Auditor General. There is a topic of the cost of living, which unfortunately I wanted to listen to you on, but you didn't delve so much into. Maybe you avoided it thinking it's a political issue. It's not really that much, apart from the good political undertones where there are colleagues who feel that Kenya has taken a turn for the worse under this administration. Everybody knows what has happened and how we found ourselves in this situation. An objective analysis knows how Kenya as a country found itself in its current economic predicament. what is your assessment of the size of government that we run, and where is it that savings can be made? Because one of the key, or actually the bulk of our economic situation, is anchored by on debt, and debt has the debt distress that we have need to pay off, borrow to survive a little, and also due projects because of political pressures is something that continues to hang over us. Where do you feel that savings could be made? Save for I've seen what you spoke about on the Chapter 15 commissions, but these are very small, insignificant government agencies, if I put it. If you check through their budgets, they hardly consume maybe 200-300 million. In a budget of 3 trillion, that's a drop in the ocean. But where do you genuinely feel that serious savings can be made?
Okay, go next. Thank you, Auditor General. We've listened to you. And I like the fact that you have actually alluded to this committee that these are your personal, initiatives and maybe decisions that you have decided to put to the committee. I want to visit this phrase that you used. We need a presidential versus parliamentary system of government. And in your view, the election of president and governors on one man, one vote is a source of very expensive elections and corrupt practices, which will actually, in turn, maybe need a payback after you are elected. But you have failed to give us a way forward on that. Do you have any suggestion on that you can give to this committee? Thank you.
Please answer those in under 2 minutes, if possible. Yeah.
Thank you very much. In fact, when I was trying to present my views, I was wondering whether I should develop in the issue of cost of living. And I thought maybe this cost of living was being left outside the terms which are good. But since Aaron, this cost of living is an accumulation of things which has happened. It's accumulation of costs which we are now carrying forward. So you must understand that it's not a one of which just happened today. So this accumulation things have been partly of debt and partly just a very costly government we've been managing. Costly in various senses. A lot of abuses, waste, a lot of unnecessary expenditure, so to speak. So, and therefore it is one which is carried because of us, the managers, the leaders, and so forth. So we have a duty on that. Now, what's the way forward? The way forward is that the cost of living is actually biting the ordinary person more than us who are seated here. And therefore, the way forward is, we know people talk of, we must find a way of cushioning. Find a way of cushioning the very low level people. Whether you call it, people don't want to, people use subsidy, but use social cushioning, that must be there. And where would this money have to come from? This money has come from the very things which has brought us to the cost of living, reducing the cost of government in that context. And my idea would be, if we can agree to cap the cost of government for the next 3 years alone, then we will have easily started addressing some of the accumulated abuses and mismanagement. And therefore, we can also be able to tackle the issue of taxes in our cost of living.
Thank you.
Now, the other one about presidential versus, this is just my own view, because I have had the experience in Africa, and there is no country in Africa where you go and vote for one man, one vote, and you don't expect that person to have power. So that is something which then breeds a lot of things, but it's not because it's presidential. But sometimes I wonder, South Africa has got the same fabric like us. I mean, in terms of ethnicity, in terms of what? How is it that theirs is presidential, but there is no, the fighting which we have? So that's the question I would like to leave with you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oko. We shall now release you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the committee will greatly benefit from your presentation.
Thank you. Thank
yeah,
you, sir.
Immense benefit to the committee. Next group, Kenya Kwanza.
Watu walioweka Kenya kwanza.
No. Again, there is no need for introduction on our part. In the interest of time, we shall simply pass the mic over to the leader of delegation. Welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Chairs. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for inviting us to submit our oral presentation and our memorandum on legal and policy reforms on issues concerning our country. We are here as the Kenya Kwanza Coalition, and you'll allow me to introduce my team. I am here with the Secretary General.
Sorry, SG, do we have copies of the presentation by Kenya
We
Kwanza?
will make an oral presentation and then we will submit.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. And also the invitation was very specific that we are coming to make an oral presentation. That was captured in your invitation letter. So, Honorable Chairs, you'll allow me to introduce my team. This is the Kenya Kwanza team. I am the Secretary General of the ruling party, the UDA party. I'm also accompanied here with the Secretary General of the Amani National Congress, Honorable Omboko Milemba. I'm also accompanied by the Honorable Chikati, who is the Secretary General of the second oldest party in our democracy, Ford Kenya, is here. I'm also accompanied by good Senator Tabitha, nominated Senator of UDA, Honorable Tabitha Mtinda. I'm also accompanied by Senator Sigei, who is a Senator of Bomet, and also our legal experts, Advocate Alutalala. We will be very brief. I'm glad you've not given us time limits. Yes. I'm sure you you appreciate who we are. Thank you.
You asked for it. Here you get it. You have got 20 minutes maximum. Yes.
Thank you. So, Honorable Chairs, we will restrain ourselves within the boundaries of the thematic areas that you had suggested. One, we will have a presentation by at least each one of us on the issue of electoral justice and related matters. We will be led by Senator Sigei, and on the issue of outstanding constitutional matters, we will be led by Omboko Milemba, who is the Secretary General. On the issue of fidelity to political parties, coalition, and the law on multi-party democracy, will be led by the good Honorable Secretary General for the Ford Kenya. And on the issue of entrenching funds in the Constitution, will be led by the good Honorable SG of Ford Kenya. And on the issue of implementation of the two-third gender rule, we will have a presentation from Senator Mtinda. I will lead you on the establishment and entrenchment of state office, and that's how we'll make.
SG, I propose you just go straight to it, so that you don't buy time making that.
Okay.
Just let those who are supposed to do whatever speak. Yeah.
Okay, well-guided chair. So
Thank
we
you,
will
thank
start by having a presentation by Honorable Sigei on that specific thematic area.
Thank you, SG. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Honorable Chair as well, and members. The first point which we will make is with regards to the establishment of the IEBC, that is the commission, and our view is with regards to the selection panel. And you all, of course, are aware about the establishment of IEBC under the Constitution, and what we are proposing as a coalition is that since we already have a law in place with regards to the selection panel to the IEBC, which law is in place as of now, we propose that we allow the commission to proceed and conclude with the process of establishing the commission in order for it to ensure that we fast track whatever is outstanding in terms of the delimitation of boundaries, which is coming up in, of course, the next few months or so because of the provision of the Constitution. And two, the reason as to why we are saying so is because this particular panel comprise a representative team, because we have got representation from the Public Service Commission, we've got representation from the Parliamentary Service Commission, which is, or rather was, a product of a decision by the court, where the court did indeed pronounce itself as to the need to have a wider representation of the members. We have representation of from the religious groups as well as also from the political parties. And therefore, the Kenya Kwanza Coalition's position and recommendation to this committee is that this particular selection panel should proceed from where it has reached in terms of setting up the commission for purposes of making sure that it does the mandate provided for in law. And this is also one of the reasons why we are saying it should be let to proceed, is because we have got 7 pending by-elections where members of those representative constituencies and wards have had no representation, which is largely against the law. Or the position of Kenya Kwanza is that this selection panel, since it is representative and the law is in place, should be allowed to proceed, and this committee should recommend that position immediately. I will come back in a short while to represent the second bit of it, but I'll ask Amboko Milemba to deal with the issue on the boundaries delimitation, which is also another limb of this position of Kenya Kwanza.
Thank you, Chair. On boundaries delimitation, the boundary delimitation exercise, the review process, which is due to be done latest by March 2024, which is the 12th year outer limit required by the Constitution, is likely to stall due to lack of properly, if it's not constituted. Honorable Chair, we stand for the fact that this delimitation be done by the IEBC, because as per Article 29 of the Constitution, this boundary delimitation should be done after every between 8 to 12 years. And as we stand now, we are doing the last year, which is the 12th year. And therefore, we strongly propose that this should be done so that we avoid a constitutional crisis. I would wish to add that, being very brief, that we further propose that Parliament and the Executive should fast track the process by allocating the required budget to the Commission, so that after the question of how to constitute the Commission, which will be handled by my brother here, is answered, it begins its work immediately to avoid constitutional crisis. I am aware that several groups appeared before yourselves and were talking about creation of not only constituencies, but also creation of counties. So we strongly propose that this should actually be executed. Honorable Chair, we propose that the framework to be employed by the Commission during the boundary review and delimitation should be as already provided for in the Constitution under Article 89. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Allow me to move directly to the next issue. And the next issue is to do with the outstanding constitutional matters. I would want to begin by sharing with the many Kenyans who have suffered in many ways courtesy of the cost of living, and really stand with them, having been bred from a village point of a background. Honorable Chair, we understand the cost of living as an economic concept that refers to the general price level for goods and services that the average consumer will purchase for their activities of daily living. And we appreciate that these prices indeed are high, but we also appreciate that you know very well, Honorable Chair, that as a result of the international happenings that are not limited to the global inflation, to the high cost of living worldwide, the Ukraine war, and even the COVID pandemic, and further coupled with the local challenges that are not limited but include the prolonged drought we had in the last year, which was very, very prolonged. We saw the death of so many livestock, and further the issue of budget deficits, which we have had in Parliament, and further the borrowing, which I also had been talked about here a few minutes ago, generally has led us to where we are. Honorable Chair, I want to submit that we as Kenya Kwanza, we look at this from a constitutional point of view, which is actually Article 43, and it clearly indicates that it is actually a right, that every person has a right, to the highest sustainable health, includes the right to health care services, etc., etc. I want to submit, Honorable Chair, that as the Kenya Kwanza government on the food security, the interventions undertaken by the government to actually increase on input subsidies in the sector of agriculture by, for instance, lowering the cost of fertilizer and other inputs, and also making sure the quality of these inputs to our farmers are of high quality, both the seeds, the pesticides, and also reducing the cost of agriculture, which was originally 7,500 to now 2,500, should greatly go in putting to actually reduce the cost of living and actually reduce the cost of the essential food services. And I'm happy yesterday when I was watching the TV now, I see the farmers complaining about stores and not lack of the maize itself. And they're actually saying that we need to move in as government quickly to actually provide stores for these foodstuffs and actually avoid post-harvest wastage. On the issue of housing, Honorable Chair, I want to undertake that as Kenya Kwanza, we have boldly moved to deal with the issue of housing, and that's why we had the acrimonious finance bill, as you all know, which dealt with the housing situation. And we are targeting that we should be able to increase the housing situation in this country, and therefore reduce the mortgages to about 10,000, and also make sure that the number of mortgages rise from 30,000 to 100 to 1 million every year. And by doing this, we hope that the issue of housing is going to be taken care of. Let me also move to the issue of health, Honorable Chair, that Kenya Kwanza is a government in place has moved to make certain laws which will actually make sure that we are able to provide the universal health care. 2 weeks ago, you remember, some of you were with me in Parliament when we did pass the 2 bills. That was the digital health care bill, and also did pass the social health care bill. And there are 2 more bills which are in the Senate, which are crossing over to the to Parliament, so that we may deal with this. And I'm happy that the Constitution pronounces itself on the issue of emergency healthcare. And I'm happy in one of the bills, that's the social healthcare bill, we did create an emergency fund for those who are actually will be affected by emergency diseases. And that will go a long way to help secure the health sector so that everybody is able to have universal healthcare. And furthermore, we as Kenya Kwanza are actually mainstreaming the what you used to call the CHVs, but now called the promoters, the health promoters on the ground, so that we can actually deal with the healthcare from the basis of the ground, rising up to the top. In the digital healthcare bill, you will understand that this will enable doctors to be shared across the country. And if we have a test that has been done in Nairobi Hospital, we shall not need a patient to go all the way in other places, and that will reduce the cost of healthcare. Honorable Chair, I want to further submit that on 20th October, Mashujaa Day, the government will launch a comprehensive healthcare model that will solve the existing stalemate in the sector. For the sake of time, let me not mention everything because we shall be giving a written memorandum.
That's a good way forward.
Yeah. Honorable Chair, on the issue of audit of the 2022 presidential election, I will wish to pronounce ourselves on that matter, and in the position of Kenya Kwanza, that we believe that that is water down the bridge. We are a country that upholds the rule of law, and we are all aware that the judiciary had already pronounced itself on that matter. The highest level of the judiciary, that is the Supreme Court, had already pronounced itself on the matter of the 2022 presidential election. I would like to urge Kenyans that let us all be law-abiding citizens and allow the law to prevail. That is our position as Kenya Kwanza. So I will want to invite Honorable Mtinda to present the issue on two-thirds gender rule.
Very good.
Thank you, Honorable Chairs. And I want to actually start by saying that it's very regrettable to note that the Constitution, as we speak, clearly articulates for the framework of the two-thirds gender rule. But as Parliament sits now, more specific at National Assembly, we've not been able to achieve the two-thirds gender rule. As a coalition, Kenya Kwanza, led by our party leader, none other than Dr. William Ruto, we want to state that we are committed and as a party in terms of championing and promoting the realization of women inclusion and effective participation in every sphere of national endeavors. We have recently also, as a coalition, amended our structure in terms of ensuring that we include party leadership cadres that ensure we meet the two-thirds gender rule in our political different coalitions. Further to this, Honorable Chair, you note that currently in the National Assembly, we on the one-third, we have 97, it should be 97, but we currently have 47 women reps, hence we have less 50. But since we have 26 women elected on single constituencies, we still have a short of 24 women who are supposed to be in Parliament. So as a coalition, we want to state that our proposal is for this committee to support in these numbers getting to the two-thirds agenda that
on fidelity to political parties, coalitions, and the law on multi-party democracy. Our proposal is that we seek to strengthen individual parties as key pillars for strong coalitions in Kenya. Secondly, that multipartyism is a critical tool to the growth of democracy in Kenya. And thirdly, that the choice of belonging to any political party is enshrined in the Constitution, must be respected, and it must be strengthened. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you very much. Any other presentation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we have got something to do.
2 minutes, Senator Sigei.
Thank you. I'll try to push myself, but you'll allow me if I am unable to. Now, this is an issue with regards to what we referred to as cannibalization of the political parties or interference of political parties. the position that we are taking is that there is indeed law in place. There is the Political Parties Act that has established the management, the structure, and the role of political parties. It has indeed provided for situations where members are expected either to be within or without the provisions of their constitution as at the party level. The Constitution of Kenya, at the same time, we are all aware, mandates members under Article 38 the freedom to politics and democracy. However, this was an issue that we have had to respond to, and we are saying that in terms of what we can recommend as the position, since we have the law, what is it then that we can do to make sure that this law is supporting the management of these political parties? And we have proposed that education is going to be one of the key issues in terms of ensuring that proactive steps are taken for members to understand, for political parties also to understand how to manage their members, so that we avoid accusations of interference with the management of political parties. Secondly, enhance the strengthening of internal party dispute resolution mechanism and make sure that proper structures are implemented and party organs are also made to operationalize, so that if there is an issue, we can deal with it within the IDRM. Thirdly, political dialogue and democratic space is key. If we have this continuous, there will be no accusation of one party having interfered with another party's political structure. And lastly, legal reforms, where we are saying that policymakers should be able to consider reviewing and amending the existing laws where we feel there is a lacuna. And in this case, if there is a lacuna in terms of the Political Parties Act, where we are saying at what point do we deem a member to have maybe promoted the position of another political party, it should be clear so that members are allowed to exercise their democratic right and space, and none is accused of having cannibalized any other political party. That is our position as Kenya Kwanza, and we are saying
Thank you,
this commission can push also along those proposals.
Thank you, Senator.
Lastly, Chair, lastly, there's a last one. Lastly, Chair, on the two issues about entrenching
We have
funds.
1 minute, yes.
How many minutes? 1 minute. 2 more minutes, Chair. Lastly, on the issue of entrenching funds into the Constitution and establishment and entrenchment of state offices, Honorable Chairs, this is our position that we draw wisdom from the memorandum the President presented to Parliament. That is the position of Kenya Kwanza. We support the establishment and the entrenchment of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, National Government Affirmative Action Fund, and the Senate Oversight Fund. However, Chair, we would like to make a further submission on the same. Article 177 of the Constitution of Kenya establishes the position of the member of County Assembly. The County Government Act gives the members of the County Assembly various roles. In order for the County Assembly's Honorable Chair to effectively carry out the above functions as enshrined in the County Government Act, we propose as Kenya Kwanza the establishment of a fund to be known Ward Development Fund, which shall empower the legislators to perform their functions of representation more effectively and keep them in touch with the pulse of their respective wards. Honorable Chair, it is important to note that the role of an MCA are similar to those of a member of National Assembly, and therefore, if these privileges are to be given at the national level, they should be replicated to the county level. These funds will help the MCAs, Honorable Chair, to fulfill their promises and pledges they made during their elections. Honorable Chair, we further suggest that to achieve, this fund will achieve equalization across the country and can be a solution to the marginalized groups within the counties who are agitating for secession. Honorable members of the committee, who would agree with me that the member of county assembly position is an incubation stage for nurturing and mentoring future leaders who will scale up in political ladder of leadership. This fund will be very instrumental in ensuring this is achieved. We further submit that we have a ward equalization fund so that within the county setup, we again have an equalization fund to ensure that marginalized communities are catered for. We are further suggesting as Kwanza to have the county oversight fund, the same way a senator has been proposed to have an oversight fund to oversight the governors, to play the oversight role. We are proposing, let us build capacity for members of county assemblies. We've seen members of county assemblies being bought left, right, and center because they do not have a fund. That will make them autonomous from the governor. Lastly, on the issue of entrenchment of the two officers, the leader of opposition and the office of the prime cabinet secretary, we support, and especially as Kenya Kwanza, we want to affirm that we support the entrenchment of the leader of opposition. It is our considered view that Parliament should enact the legislation to establish the office of the leader of opposition. This is an important office in promoting inclusivity. We have repeatedly witnessed violence after every electoral cycle due to the perceived winner-takes-it-all scenario. Creation of this position would be a mean to alleviate the perennial problems, strengthening oversight and deepening democracy. Honorable Chair, we are conscious of the Bill of Rights as enshrined in the Constitution. We propose a legislation to regulate the rights to demonstration and picketing enshrined in Article 37. Lastly, the legislation should specifically address and provide mechanism to bar political leaders who lead violent demonstrations from vying from any further elective position. Further, the legislation should mandate the organizers of the demonstration to gazette the venue, time, and reason for picketing. The legislation should provide measures that will ensure the leaders and organizers of violent demonstrations, which may occasion destruction of property and loss of life, to be held liable. These will encourage sanity and order in our political class. That is our submission as Kenya Kwanza.
Thank you, SG. I think you're done, and thank you very much. I only want to ask you one question.
Yeah.
In the case of the office of the official of the leader of opposition, should that person sit in the Senate or in the National Assembly?
For
or outside?
No, just note down. And I've got a follow-up question. Save for about 2 or so words that you uttered. I hope you could listen to me. Okay.
SG, can listen to Andai.
Yes, I was getting worried because in the memorandum that you alluded to, that was sent to Parliament, and in your written memorandum here.
Not have a written memorandum.
What is this? Sorry.
No, that's yours.
No, let's be orderly.
We haven't. That's not
Okay, so we ignore this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair. Our staff have circulated a memo. It bears your name.
I started by saying we do not have a written memorandum. We will do oral submissions.
But what is this?
Yeah, and this was occasioned by the contents of your letter. You told us to come and make oral presentation.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So we ignore this.
Ignore.
Okay.
We take this as a strange document.
Very strange. Very
that
strange.
found its way here strangely.
Very strange.
Thank you. Now, I was actually going to ask you, why are you not as emphatic on the position of the proposed position of Prime Cabinet Secretary as you are on the position of leader of official opposition? It is curious that even this document, which I've now refused to, I will not now refer to, you seem not to be emphasizing the creation of that office, contrary to perceptions that have been in the public domain. Could it be as a result of the fears? No, relax. Could it be as a result of the fears that from some quarters that this office, if created or if entrenched in the Constitution, is going to water down the power and influence of the office of the deputy president? And could this perhaps be the cause of the incessant anti-dialogue outbursts out there? Finally, what is your take on the issue of the taxes which were brought about by the Finance Act? And very finally, Umoko Milemba, if I heard you right, I think it is the SG of Kenya. That you support you support.
Chair, I'm the SGO.
Okay, fine. I was referring to my friend, the SGO for Kenya, Chikati.
Yes.
That you support the strengthening of political parties.
Yes.
Okay? I suppose within and without the coalitions. What is your take on the clamor for collapsing of political parties to form bigger entities? Yeah.
Very good question.
Honorable Chair, on the issue of the leader of opposition, we propose that he sits in government in National Assembly so that he can be able to oversight the government ably. Second, on the issue of being emphatic on the entrenchment of the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, I think first it was because of time. Second is a matter of semantics. We started by saying that we draw our wisdom from the contents encapsulated in the memorandum from the President to the National Assembly. So whatever the contents are encapsulated in that memorandum, we share the same wisdom.
Chair, that memorandum doesn't have the proposal to entrench the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. Yeah. Yeah. Proceed.
Which memorandum, Honorable Chair?
The one that was sent to the President to the National Assembly.
Or whichever way, we as Secretary General has said, we strongly support the entrenchment of the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary into the Constitution. And we had an area of notes on this. But of course, due to time, we may have not done so much, but we stand for it. And this will help in to create liaison and supervision, which is a pivotal role within the Cabinet Secretary and the Cabinet. So we strongly stand for it and we support it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our position on the parties is that we propose the strengthening of individual parties as key pillars to strong coalitions. Anything outside that proposal is a clamor which I don't understand. So we stand for that, and nobody is outside that. Thank you so much.
It might help SG to make a comment on that, the political party position of UDA in regards to that issue.
Can you take it together with my question?
Yes.
So that he.
Yes, Senator Aaron.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to the presentation from Kenya Kwanza. In the presentations and submissions that have been made to us on the particular topic of audit of the 2022 presidential election, I heard you say that the position of Kenya Kwanza is that this matter is closed and done with, in the sense that it was concluded at the Supreme Court. However, there are people who've come before us, and in their presentation, they have said that is a political view in response to a political question raised by Azimio. Because our understanding, which I want to believe is the same matter that you're responding to, is that they are contesting the election result. However, many people, including the church, I don't know if you had a chance to listen to NCCK present, and so many people that have come before us have told us, have a broader view of this issue. Look at it as an audit of our electoral process, which results are just part and parcel of. That there is a bigger perspective through which you can have a view to making our electoral processes better. What are the issues that have arisen? matters of contestation over every electoral cycle, and how that can better prepare us for the next electoral cycle. If that was made to be your understanding of what an audit will be, will you still maintain the same view that that matter is concluded, or you would agree with those that are requesting this committee to have a broader view of this matter? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chair, before
you go, we still have comments. Chair, I think I want to go next. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Kenya Kwanza, for your presentations. My simple question is, what is your take on these errand elected officers or members of either county assembly or even the National Assembly who are errand, and they don't even conform with the party, maybe constitution or ideologies? What is your take on them? And secondly, Madam Senator, it's on the 2/3 gender rule. You gave us almost a blanket statement about the government or the parliament having not conformed to implementing. But I wanted you to be a bit specific. Do you have any specific measures and ways which we can use to get to this 2/3 gender rule? Like other parties have been coming here, the public service was here with their team. They gave us suggestions. Gidu was here. He also mentioned even about scrubbing the women rep seat and maybe creating something else. Do you have anything specific that you can recommend to this committee? Thank you.
Mine, Chair, is just a comment.
Yes.
They might choose to answer it in a different way, but because also this committee is conscious that part of us are Kenya Kwanza and the other part is Azimio. I think the fact that we've participated in our full element, Opio and I, is testimony that what you call outbursts are just opinions, and that we continue to support this process fully, including its outcomes.
Thank you. Please respond, and we'll give you 3 minutes to just respond quickly to those issues.
Chair, we will try to respond in 3 minutes, questions that were asked in 9 minutes. Okay. we will abide, Chair. Chair, I will start on the issue of whether the issue of whether we agree that we should audit the process of the elections. Our position is that we can open up on the issue of auditing the process, and that is a mandate that is given to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. And therefore, I think that goes without any opposition that as Kenya Kwanza, we agree. And since we are a democratic country, we can audit the process. We look into areas which we can improve as a country, because elections are supposed to be transparent and in a manner that people can be participating in the formulation of the rules of the election. Second, on the issue that you raised about strengthening of political parties, I want to strongly agree with the Secretary General of the Ford Kenya that let us strengthen political parties, because we fought so much in this country. We shed blood to achieve the multi-party democracy. And therefore, our position is that let us strengthen political parties. But the big question is, how do you strengthen your political party? You strengthen by recruiting members. So if in an instance you can recruit members from a particular political party to a point whereby that political party is no longer viable, you can decide to take up the entire membership of a political party and bring to your, so strengthening, you must strengthen your political party by recruiting members. And that is our position, that let us strengthen, let us compete, and that is multi-democracy that we fought for. On the issue of errand MPs going against their party positions, I think we already have a legislative framework on that. The Political Parties Act is very clear. It's just a matter of enactment. So, Honorable Wambilianga, Enforcement.
Enforcement.
Enforcement,
It's
I mean.
already enacted.
Enforcement. So it's just a matter of enforcement. So that has already been provided for in the Political Parties Act and other related legislation.
Kindly conclude, SG.
1 minute before he concludes, Chair.
Yes. Yes.
On the issue of political parties, we as a coalition are very much aware about where we came from in terms of the one-party state. And like we said correctly, we want to strengthen the political parties. And let me further indicate that we also, this is what I wanted to bring out, that also coalitions, we also need to strengthen development of coalitions that can actually purpose to drive a certain area. And that's the experience even we had in America. What you now call the strong parties America is a whole history of ideologies of small conglomerations that came together to form what they are today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just
Yes,
want to know from you, this is a national dialogue initiative.
Yes.
And you are sitting on different divides. Why can't you mix? Thank you.
Food for thought. That's food for thought.
Thank you, Chair. I think we will be ungrateful if we left this sitting without congratulating the committee. You've made Kenya proud because in the history of Kenya, this is the first time you are seeing different divides, political divides, sitting together, having a dialogue. And I think this is the Kenya we want to see. The other Kenya where we came from, we don't want to go back into those trenches. We want to see a Kenya which is united. I suggest, Honorable Chair, that in the forthcoming Mashujaa Day, you guys should be celebrated. We should give you accolades for bringing Kenya together. Now we have a peaceful country, and we want to encourage that we continue that. Thank you.
We appreciate. Thank you. Thank you, Kenya Kwanza. We appreciate you and your presentations. Asanteni. The next
Federation of Kenya.
federation,
Federation of Kenya Employers.
Yeah.
Yes.
Federation, and then next after Federation of Kenya Employers is the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights.
Can they all be in the room? Federation of Kenya Employers.
Federation and Kenya Human Rights be here.
I can see Governor Waititu. Are you, Governor Waititu? Are you part of KFKE? Which group are you with? Honorable Waititu? Or you are personally? Can we hear you?
Let's first hear FKE,
okay,
and then Governor Waititu, and then yes. FKE, the floor is yours. We will not introduce ourselves. I think everyone now knows us. We think so. But you have exactly 15 minutes. Try and do the best you can in 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, honorable co-chairs. It is indeed an honor and a privilege for the Federation of Kenya Employers to appear before you to make presentations on the important issues we are discussing. Let me quickly introduce my team. I have two board members, Mr. Cosmas Mutava and Dr. Rachel Monyoncho to my left. I have senior staff of the Federation, Mr. Stephen Obiro, the head of advocacy, consulting and partnerships, Mr. Samson Mwangi, heading finance and procurement, and Jeffrey Maumo, our PR and communications. First, we want to thank the committee for inviting us to make presentations on pertinent issues facing our country. The Federation of Kenya Employers supports constitutionalism as provided for in our constitution that reflects the desire for fair, democratic, and inclusive approaches to governance. We share the national aspirations of peace, unity, and prosperity for all based on shared values. Due to the shortage of time, we will focus our presentation mainly on the area of the outstanding constitutional matters, specifically on the cost of living and the implementation of the 2/3 gender rule. Co-chairs.
Madam Mugo, is it Mugo?
Yes, my name is Jacqueline.
Yes, you only have 15 minutes.
Yes.
And I would suggest we just give us highlights. This document is very well written.
I will give the highlights.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your counsel. We have in our document said who FKE is. I just want to highlight the fact that we play a very strong representation and advocacy role, not just at the tripartite level in this country, but we also represent employers internationally and regionally. Tripartism is therefore very important for the functioning of the labor market. It helps us to promote industrial peace and harmony at the workplace, and we want to appeal to the committee to support the strengthening of tripartism in this country. We have seen a tendency at various times, not just for this administration, but even in the past, to weaken tripartism and to remove employers from critical boards and institutions when we take positions that perhaps are against what is being proposed. We want to say that the Federation believes in good governance and we support the government of the day because we are apolitical. And the positions we take are really aimed at advancing the national plans that we envisage as a country. And right now, there are very many of those plans, and I'll be talking about them. Our overall objective is really to have a conducive environment for doing business. This promotes enterprise sustainability, it creates decent jobs for our people, and improves the lives of Kenyans. On the current cost of living and related issues, we want to say that the business environment is very challenging for employers. We are experiencing increased cost of doing business in our country, fueled by the additional levies and taxes that have been introduced. There are international factors, such as the weakening of the Kenya shilling, but we believe that there is a lot that we can do as a nation to address the cost of living so that we can stabilize the economy, because it is really testing the capacity of employers to keep people in jobs. We are calling for responsible management of the economy in the labor sector specifically. And we believe that stability and predictability in the regulatory and policy framework helps to help us keep people in jobs and also for the proper functioning of the labor market. We have been discussing as a country issues of wage adjustments. There is a great push by employees currently, for understandable reasons, for an increase in their salaries. But we believe as employers that these salary or wage adjustments should be linked to productivity and the performance of the economy. Wages are sensitive and are fixed costs to enterprises, and the adjustments should look at both the interest of the employee and the interest of the enterprise so that both can survive. We are aware that our counterpart trade unions called for a general wage increase. But we want to highlight that there are very clear parameters for wage determination and that wages consistently...
Honorable Hassan Omar, you're becoming a distractive participant of the meeting. Please allow the meeting to go on.
Chair, I hope that earns me 2 more minutes. Wages in this country are adjusted through collective bargaining, but statutory minimum wages are the ones that are guided by what we call the wage guidelines, and we have various wages councils that do not function in this country because they're not financed. We need as a country to invest in these labor sector bodies to be able to play their role to address both the workers' concerns and the employers' concerns, to have wages divorced from political decisions, and to have wage determination advised and informed by the indicators of wage determination, which are entrenched in our laws. And part of the reason why workers are pushing for a wage increase and enterprises are crying that they cannot do business is because of the tax regime that I think this committee has heard a lot about. But that tax regime is very, very difficult for employers to cope with. There have been very many taxes introduced by the Finance Act 2023, coupled with the high electricity tariffs, the tight monetary policy, have all colluded to slow down consumption, which is the main driver of domestic demand in Kenya. We appeal that whenever reforms are being introduced, it should be done in a way that is phased out so that we have win-win outcomes for every segment of the population, including enterprises. Reforms, no matter how desirable and appealing, should never lead to the unintended consequence of closure of enterprises, which we are seeing increasingly as FKE. We are seeing loss of livelihoods, loss of jobs, destruction of wealth, and increase in poverty in the country. Added to that is a very high level of mental health issues that we are seeing in the private sector, because to put it simply, Kenyans are stressed and so are businesses. So our appeal is that these reforms be phased out, be well timed, so as to mitigate the adverse consequences that they have. Our policymakers should have a heart and care to listen to the plight of the affected persons, whether they are natural persons or corporate persons, to alleviate the suffering of Kenyans. We have some proposals on how we can spur the economy and to reduce the cost of living and accelerate the pace of development. I will not go through all of them, but the first one is really value addition to our products, boosting productivity and facilitating business development through enhanced and simplified access to finance, and also enhancing the efficiency and provision of services in the public service. Chair, let me now talk about the implementation of the two-thirds gender rule. We do support, as a federation, the call for the realization of the two-thirds gender rule, and we appeal that this process be expedited. We believe that this is the right thing for our country to do. It is a reasonable thing. We think as FKE that really what we suffer from in Kenya is not a lack of suitable qualified men and women for these positions, but the goodwill to do it. And in terms of going forward, there should be commitment, not just rhetoric, and affirmative action to ensure the attainment of this two-thirds gender rule. We as a country need to be deliberate and create an environment that supports the underrepresented gender to get more seats. For example, for elective positions, parties in Kenya should field qualified persons from underrepresented groups in areas that are their strongholds. And for appointment to positions, public positions and private sector, we should seek to have gender balance at all levels of governance. There has been a lot of talk about if the leader is a male, for example, governor, then the female should be, then the deputy should be female and vice versa. I believe there have been very many proposals there that we can consider. We just want to assert that FKE supports that move. As I conclude, I want to say that the outcome of the work of this National Dialogue Committee is eagerly awaited for by all Kenyans and employers. We as employers hope that the outcomes will help promote unity in the country, including in workplace relations, which are currently in tatters because of the stresses that both sides are facing, and also to drive the general development in the country. Our appeal, though, is that any reforms that come from this committee should not lead to additional taxes and levies for either businesses or for employees, because we cannot be stretched beyond what we are already being stretched to. We think that any proposals that come from here should be funded from the consolidated fund. Employers also appeal to the government to provide a stable and less costly business environment to support our people to stay in jobs and our enterprises to thrive and be able to expand and absorb more people, because we know that unemployment is a huge challenge facing this country. Kenya is currently grappling with a high cost of living, which threatens our social fabric. We are facing a challenge of shrinking disposable income and increasing prices. This is impacting negatively on the quality of life of our people. And the working population is increasingly getting into a situation where they can hardly afford to meet the basic needs of health, education, food, and shelter, and in fact, to run their households. You must be aware as a committee, because you're very well informed, that today we woke up to the shocking news that Kenya is the worst performing stock exchange in the world. How did we get to that position? We appeal to the executive and parliament to address this matter by involving all stakeholders in the process of developing policies and laws that reduce poverty, enhance economic growth, and promote competitiveness and create a favorable business environment. This is the only way that employers can continue to meet the payroll costs that they want to meet, because we know in Kenya that if one person is in employment, then they're supporting a whole host of other people, and we cannot afford to see any more job losses or the collapse of enterprises. I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I want us members to allow them to leave, if you don't mind, but I can see Honorable Azimio.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Jacqueline Muga and your team. First of all, I want to thank you for being the voice of employers and for coming personally. You and Francis Atwoli have been the voices of the employers and the workers of this country. We expected him to come with his team of court. He did not. That's why we appreciate you leading this team, because one of the biggest issues before us is the cost of living. And we've had several presentations before us showing how much taxation has increased, prices have increased, but disposable income have decreased. And the quality of life for many Kenyans has worsened to the level that there are very many Kenyans who have gone to depression. We were given a very scary figure that between this year and the last 2 years, you're talking of 84% increment in terms of workers who are really, really depressed. So we wanted, apart from you saying that policies need to be reviewed, we're really looking at the taxes, and particularly what has had the highest impact is the increase of the VAT from 8% to, from 8 to 16% on fuel. That has seen the cost of fuel go very high. And when you look at that in terms of the taxes, the levies, you are looking at almost 16 of them. Would like you to, maybe in your further written submission, to give us specific suggestions, because we need to make recommendations as we're asking for those taxes to be reviewed, which ones should be probably dropped. And on electricity also, that has really gone up by 63%. Of course, that affects the cost of production. And want you to also look at that and be specific. It will be very helpful for this committee to make very specific suggestions to lower the cost of living. Thank you.
As you hear in your further written submissions, so that don't take any more time. But you made some very scary statement here that perhaps need to clarify, that Kenya has become the worst performing stock market in the world. You may need to elaborate on that within 1 minute. When did this happen? Yeah.
We have the article which we can forward to the Secretariat. It was in the international news, and we can forward it. We're just as shocked about it as you are, but that is the case. And I think what we must ask ourselves is, how did we get there, and what impact therefore does it have on the functioning of the economy? This is
does that point to a possible collapse of the economy?
The Bloomberg report. There's a report.
Are you hearing me?
I think you can forward it together with your further written submissions, so that we consider. Because there's a Nigerian who was saying you can't manage the economy through propaganda. And one way of seeing is really the stock exchange and the dollar rate. Maybe that's a very worrying sign of the times.
I think Bloomberg is a very reputable report. I wanted to say, even as we send our further memorandum, one trend that we've seen in the recent past, Chair, is that taxes are being levied on consolidated pay, away from the tradition of basing statutory deductions on the employee's payroll on basic pay. Now, that alone has had major impacts on the take-home pay of employees, because you're taxing employees on allowances for transport, for DSA, and for leave. So it means that the employee has to dig from his pocket, or the employer has to top up to be able to survive in Kitale or Kericho, wherever they go. I think that alone would have major impacts because we need to focus statutory reductions on the basic pay, even as we look at the raft of taxes which we are going to address, as Honorable Wamalu has advised us.
Thank you.
Because that is what has actually thrown the level of taxation to unprecedented levels. And we're seeing employees taking home less than the 1/3 salary they're supposed to have.
Thank you,
What are they supposed
Madam
to
Mugo.
survive on?
We shall now excuse you.
And I sounded like a trade unionist, but I'm not, because even for enterprises, it's very difficult.
I can see you are clearly agitated by the state of the economy and general decline of the living standards
Because
of,
any
of
pain
your
the employee
employees.
feels is thrown on the enterprise. So
Yes.
we are bearing a lot of burden, which
Yeah.
perhaps we need to be supported in. Thank you.
So in your view, the policies are not working
They're not working.
at all.
They want not at all, but the climate in which business is being done today is very difficult. And you
Okay.
cannot, as a country, throw 20 new taxes on businesses at the same time. We need to pace them out and have conversations with the stakeholders, employers, workers, and everybody else about how can we achieve the dream we have for universal care, for affordable housing, and all this.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm told Kenya Human Rights Commission is in the room. Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Kindly.
But while they come, we had Governor Waitito, and you know you were not on the list.
Just
So
come
we-
forward and wave. Governor
We are
Waititu.
trying to
As you
figure
say
out
it.
how to handle you, because you've just come without notice. People are coming by invitation. Maybe we give you 5 minutes, Governor Waitito, because you're a respected member of society. We give you exactly 5 minutes, Governor Waitito, before the human rights takes over.
And proceed.
Proceed,
Okay,
Governor
thanks a lot.
Waitito.
I know all of you know me. I'm Waitito, and having been around for a long time, from a councillor to governor, there are some issues that I've observed that I wanted to make some recommendations. One of them is on education. On education in particular, I wanted to recommend on the issue of distribution of bursaries, which have been involved for a long time. I wanted to suggest and recommend that they be removed from the CDF of the Member of Parliament, because the manner in which bursaries are distributed is selective. The people who support the MP tend to benefit more than the people who do not support the Member of Parliament. If you look at the students, all the students nationally attend the same exam. They need to be given equal footing as far as preparations on exams is concerned. But if one student gets 1,000 shillings because of how the father voted, and another one gets 10,000 because of how the parent voted, that is unfair for that student who did not vote and is getting less money. If we want to equalize, the national government must take over the distribution of bursaries such that a student in Suba gets the same amount as a student in Githunguri and a student in Wajir, because they are facing the same exam, the same environment as students, but a student cannot be discriminated because of how the parent voted in the same constituency and how and where the student was born. And they are the same students.
Governor, you've taken 1 minute on that alone. So
Yes.
please take note, you have 4 more minutes in case you have more issues.
Yes.
And that you have prosecuted very well.
Yeah, I'm still continuing the same. If you consider an orphan in Rodwa, it is the same orphan in Kajiado. So both orphans should get the equal amount of funding from the government. So as far as I'm concerned, and I know that is a concern to so many other people, distribution of bursaries should be given to a national body, just like the way university is given to help, so that distribution of bursaries can be national. Let the member of parliament just oversee the distribution.
The point is made. Honorable Waititu, any other issue?
Any other issue? Yes, I have.
This is only one now. Yeah.
Yes. Having gone through the impeachment process as a governor, and also having been a member of parliament, when the Kenya Constitution 2010 was enacted in parliament, I know very well what the initial intention of the drafters of the constitution was when the impeachment was enacted in our constitution. First and foremost, it was meant to take the excesses of the governors in the counties. But the drafters of the constitution did not know or did not intend to hear or even to imagine that it was going to be used politically by some other leaders. But as it is now in our country, and as it happened to me, when I fall off, when I went into the bad books of the regime that was there, they drafted and planned and on how to get me out of office. And that will happen to so many other governors in future.
I think there's a proposal, Governor.
My proposal is...
No. I'm just suggesting to you, the Council of Governors was before us.
Yes.
And there's addressed the same issue. What they are proposing is that we tighten the nuts on the impeachment process, but also make it 2 years, was it? What were they suggesting? We cushion the governors for 2 years, at least for them from the government to perform. What would you say?
My issue is different. What my suggestion was, because the drafters of the constitution, the initial idea of impeachment was not meant to be political. It was meant to check the excesses of the governors. My suggestion is, because impeachments will continue, I'm not opposed to impeachments. But since the governor will have fallen off with the regime or the support of the politicians, it should be only for that period that that governor was elected. It should not be forever, because you are punished by one regime because you've fallen off with them, and they are, as it is now, as per chapter 6, you are supposed to suffer politically throughout your life. It is unfair.
It's for 10 years, Governor. It's not for...
No, not even 10 years. Why should you suffer for 10 years while the regime that was wanted you out of office is gone, and there is another regime now which is friendly to you? Why should you be affected because of that regime that has gone home? It should be made to be clear. The intentions of the drafters of the constitution was that impeachment is only to check the excesses of the governors, but not to make sure that you are always politically light with the leadership in the presidency level. Otherwise, so many other governors are going to suffer, and we must make sure that this committee takes care of all the loopholes that has been there in our constitution. Therefore, my recommendation, together with my other governor who was impeached like me, Sonko, is that this committee makes sure that the impeachment is only going to be for that period that you are elected, when you are not in good books with the leadership that is there in the government. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Governor Waitito. We appreciate, and I think as a governor, I want to say it's about time we really relooked at the impeachment process and made sure that it is safeguarded from political interference and misuse. so that we can protect people like you're saying. So I think that's something the committee is very alive to.
And Chair, if you have any document, I think we'll be happy to look at it on weaponization of the impeachment process. You raised a very, very salient point.
Exactly, exactly. In fact, just to tell this committee, I had people have signed an impeachment. They are now looking for evidence to impeach. That tells you something. Yeah, yeah. It's really weaponization of impeachment.
I think we shall excuse now, Honorable Watitu, and let's hear the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. That's how it's pronounced.
That is exactly it.
Okay, thank you.
I was checking whether they were here.
Thank you, Governor Waitito. You made use of your 5 minutes.
Oh, Commissioner Bonai.
Yes. Proceed. We agree there's no more introductions. We assume you have been in the room and you've known the panelists.
Thank you.
But you can introduce yourselves, just do the introduction yourself for everybody who is here with you.
Thank you very much for that direction. Thank you, honorable members and chair. This is the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. My name is Roslyn Odede. I'm the chairperson of the commission. I'm with my vice chair, Dr. Raymond Nyeris, Honorable Sarah Bonai is a member of the commission, Director Ann, and the members of staff with us. So thank you very much for inviting us. The commission.
Just to let you know, you have 15 minutes, so just go straight to the issues.
Thank you for the direction. The commission provided its detailed report via email to your team, and we hope you have received it. If you haven't, we can send it back once again, but we did send our detailed our submissions to you. We will here just speak in summary to some of the key issues that are under discussion in this dialogue. So thank you very much. Now, we will go as per the issues that were sent to us. The first issue that was sent to us was the issues of electoral justice. And under electoral justice, the first issue that was brought up was restructuring and reconstitution of the IEBC. As a commission, we say this is a very crucial and imperative factor that should proceed with haste. The commission notes with concern the frequent amendments to the law on the composition of the selection panel at every turn. We as a commission think this does not augur well and contributes to feelings of suspicion and mistrust towards the electoral process. As a commission, we would suggest that composition of the election panel should be inclusive and diverse. It must be an inclusive and diverse panel at every instance. We suggest minimal or no participation by political parties. And we also suggest that it be entrenched in law that amendments to the composition of the panel do not take effect if the panel is to be reconstituted within 12 months of the amendment. This is to avoid interference or setting up on panels to play up to certain interests. And we think that should be a safety net there. When we talk of inclusivity, we would like to see PWDs in the panel. We'd like to see gender considerations taken into account. We'd like to see members of civil society included, academicians, professional societies, private sector, religious groups, and the youth, essentially making up the panels so that it is inclusive. When we talk of diversity, we talk of regions and we talk of ethnicity. Why do we talk of both region and ethnicity? Because when we talk of regions, sometimes I could be of a particular ethnic group, but descending from a region. And if we look only at region and not ethnicity as well, you might end up with people from two people from the same ethnic group because they come from different regions. So diversity should consider both region and ethnicity. And in this, we also need to totally consider marginalized and minorities, the marginalized groups and minorities. Now, when it comes to boundary delimitations, the Constitution has very, very clear provisions on boundary delimitations, and it actually provides for 8 to 12 years for constituencies and periodically for the wards. And in constituency, they can only change the boundaries and the names. They cannot change the number of constituencies.
We believe as a country, we have no reason to change the constitutional provisions in regard to boundary delimitation. The Constitution also provides the factors we need to take into account, including geographical features, community of interest, historical, economic, and cultural ties, population quotas, and communications. These are very, very key issues that must be taken into account. But as a commission, we would like to say this, that one, there's an urgent need to review the boundaries right now. One, because the limitation period is running out. Two, it will also address human rights concerns and cross-border disputes and conflicts that we are seeing around our constituency boundaries, especially conflicts over markets and resources. So we think there is need and very, very urgent need for review of boundaries so that these issues can come to the table, be discussed, and be cleared. We also consider that there is need before the boundary delimitation takes place for elaborate, effective public participation after sensitization, civic education, and very, very robust public awareness, because we must carry our people along. It must have a human rights-based approach. So we must go with the people, we must educate them, we must empower them, and ensure that the next boundary delimitation does not injure markets, resources, and does not lead to conflicts, as we have seen in the last 10 years. The other issue under that was the audit of the 2022 general elections. As a commission, we submit that the audit should be solely for the purpose of improving systems and not for reopening of the result that was declared. It should be for the purpose of improving systems and not for reopening of the result that was declared. Our election monitoring report captured several issues and areas that require improvement in our election processes. And these are the areas I think we need to be spending our energy on rather than trying to get back to the result that was declared and has taken effect. One is the need to invest heavily in technology and technology that works for us. We must invest in technology that can enable us to vote from any location, technology that can identify cheating and malpractices, technology that allows us to count the vote as it happens, so that we are able to tell how many people have voted so far, what the vote is, so that the anxiety that goes with elections and election results announcement is dealt with through technology. Secondly, we need to take care of accessibility issues for PWDs. Our reports note with concern that these are issues that have not been taken care of in the past, and this is very, very concerning. Our reports captured instances where women on stretchers and women with the elderly women with the crutches had to access voting stations on second floors in buildings, especially primary schools with no lifts. So we need to urgently redress the issue of voting by people with disabilities and provide ramps for them where needed. And in other places also use technology to assist the deaf, the dumb, and the blind. The other thing is we need to improve the registration of voters, the system of registration of voters, to make it more effective and to also capture a lot more of the citizens. We find a lot of people left out by the vote. If you see the number of registered voters vis-a-vis our population census, clearly we have not done enough on registration of voters. We need to conduct public awareness on voter turnout. We saw that at least 30% or more of the population or the registered voters did not turn out to vote, and this is a great concern. Another area of concern is the litigation process, the court processes, the justice system. That also needs a lot of improvement. Some work needs to be done there. We have too many tribunals in the pre-election period, causing a lot of confusion, causing a lot of delay, and causing a lot of anxiety. We also have the Supreme Court challenges, the timelines, the technicalities, and the lack of access to evidence. These are issues that will need to be addressed if we are going forward. The audit should be able to come up with tangible issues and then we address them. Shorten the time and anxiety in waiting for the election result. I think this is something that also needs to be thought of. The media needs to be managed better as well. We see that the allocation of time to candidates is not equitable, and this needs to be redressed. We need to ensure everybody's given equitable coverage during campaign periods. Everybody is also given fair news reporting. The need for fair news reporting is very, very key. Management of social media, hate speech, intimidation, and fake news, something also that we highlighted in our reports. The other thing is the tackling of election offenses and malpractices. I think this is where the rain beats us quite heavily, because a lot of candidates, a lot of their supporters, a lot of opponents engage in election offenses, which would actually lead to them being barred from contesting. But we don't see the whip being cracked. It is time to crack the whip with more authority in terms of election offenses and malpractices. This may bring some order into the room in terms of how we do things. And then better crowd handling skills for IEB staff. This was noted as a concern into how IEBC staff were handling people in some of the election stations. So that is it for the electoral justice issues. On outstanding constitutional matters on cost of living, a lot has been said. We've followed what has been going on here. We note Article 43 of the Constitution protects ECOSOC rights. This is economic and social and cultural rights. The Constitution also protects the dignity of the person and security of the person. High cost of living has negative impacts and human rights negative impacts on security of the person. It leads to a lot of insecurity and challenges around that. It affects the dignity of the person. If you can't afford your basic needs, your dignity is affected to a great extent. It affects the health of the people and the health of a nation at large, especially the mental health of our people. And we've seen a lot of psychosocial problems affecting our country now, not just the youth, but affecting everyone across the board. We've seen a lot of suicide, we've seen a lot of violence. All these are manifestations of mental health, depression, some that may be tied back to cost of living. Then it also affects nutrition, food, hunger issues, all that is tied in. As a commission, we ascribe to what has been said here before in terms of taxation, in terms of fiscal policy review and issues like that. But before any of that is done, as a commission, we call for effective public participation on any law or policy affecting the cost of living. We need to carry our citizens along on that. I think that is key. On the two-third gender principle, again, a lot has been said. It's a constitutional requirement that continues to be violated despite court rulings and the advisory by the Chief Justice in the past. The Commission has also in the past proposed amendments to that gender rule and provided us a solution to achieving that through nominations like happens in the county assemblies. Appointments continue to disregard the principle of the two-thirds gender rule. And the weak link in all this is the lack of a clear redress mechanism. There are no clear means of bringing into control an administration that does not make appointments that meet the two-thirds gender rule. Maybe we should amend the law to freeze funding to any entity that does not meet the two-thirds gender rule. That way we'll probably be cracking the whip. We need to hurt a little, and then maybe we will comply. But it is time you give the citizens of Kenya gender equality, gender parity. I think it is time. On issues of governance, promoting national unity, inclusivity in public appointments, Article 10 speaks to our national values, and these are the issues we are speaking to here. The president and elected leaders are supposed to be symbols of national unity. But we see that we have a lot of hate speech, a lot of negative comments coming from persons in leadership, divisiveness coming from persons in leadership. We have severally, as a commission, highlighted these instances and called on NCIC to act. And hopefully we, as a commission, believe this dialogue could lead to more tolerance and compassion for one another. We hope that we can all be peace ambassadors going forward. Let's exercise empathy for one another. Now, on the third issue, which is fidelity to political parties, we say political parties are actually the fulcrum for democracy. It is through parties that citizens exercise their political will as they donate powers to their elected leaders. It is expected that political parties in their operations uphold good governance and democratic principles. The Commission, in its many reports, finds that most political parties have weak internal governance structures that make them susceptible to interference. The Commission says that there's no need for change in law. Parties just need to abide by Article 91 of the Constitution and abide by principles of good governance, promote democracy through regular, fair, and free party elections, respect and promote human rights, fundamental freedoms, gender equality and equity, respect rule of law, respect and adhere to the provisions of the political party's code of conduct, not be based on region or ethnicity, which probably is one of the factors that beat us a lot, discourage violence, intimidation of members, supporters, and opponents, desist from bribery and corruption, and should not use public resources to promote its interest. These are actually all the principles enunciated in Article 91 of the Constitution. If we abided by it as political parties, I think political parties would be stronger and would serve their members and supporters better. On the issue of CDF, National Government Affirmative Action Fund, and the Senate Oversight Fund, we want to reiterate here that the Supreme Court has already spoken to this issue. And the Supreme Court has stated the unconstitutionality of this issue. And I think we should not reopen that matter. We should allow national government, executive government, and the county executive to run with matters of development for the counties, for the wards, and for the constituencies. I think there are instances where it may be beneficial. I've had lots of students who say, yes, the money I got for school fees helped me, but it is mostly misused. As a commission, we have received several complaints around these funds, as the complaints range from sexual harassment to corruption to discrimination. So we believe the better oversight is to leave this to the national executive and the county executive and go by the Supreme Court ruling on the matter. On the issue of state officers, which wants to introduce 2 officers, we believe as a commission that probably the setting up of some of these offices may address the winner takes it all syndrome. That is the reason for the very highly contested elections that we see in this country. The reason why people do not want to go with the results, the reason why everybody puts everything into the race. I think this could be useful, but it needs to be properly entrenched in the Constitution. As a commission, we say that if this is the way the country will go, we must strictly follow the constitutional plan. Let's make sure we follow the provisions in the Constitution for amendment of the Constitution to entrench these officers and then make them valid. Let us not take shortcuts. Secondly, we must have effective public participation. And thirdly, we would say, let us not have a negative economic impact on the cost of living and the economy. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Want to keep it short? Yeah. Man, you've done it, and I can see there are 2 interventions, 1 minute each. Thank you, Senator Maria.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Councillor Jar. Mine is just two short questions. You talked about minimal or no participation of political parties in the selection panel of the IBC, which means they play no role or minimal role in the selection panel. Is it informed by any best practices? Is it an opinion based on various studies? So if it is, can you then share them with us as the committee retreats for its own evaluation? And I'm persuaded by that 12 months window that once you change the composition of the panel, then it should not affect the selection for the next 12 months. I want to appreciate from you whether that should apply now based on the political crisis that we are supposed to be addressing, or should it come now in subsequent amendments? And the last question is, I think the idea about trying to constitutionalize all these other funds is largely because of the unconstitutionality of those funds. Once it is put in the constitution, or is there a risk of having an unconstitutional constitutional amendment in the first instance? And this is a whole regime of study. I totally appreciate your views on the audit.
Thank you. But let me ask you, sorry, as you're consulting, just a quick one, as when Mujin comes in, just follow up from where Omar has left. You know, elections are purely about politicians and politics, or largely, let me say so. And yet there's this school of thought, which you seem to subscribe to, that politicians should not play any role, or political parties should not play any role in the constitution of a body that manages elections. Early in the morning, some church groups were here. To be exact, the NCCK and the Catholics, bishops. And the NCCK suggested that they be allowed to constitute for us the body, the IBC. You see, this is a serious clash of opinion. And we really want you to help us because we perceive you to be fairly neutral and objective. Is it conceivable? Is it even really feasible that you can exclude politicians, political parties from an exercise that culminates in the constitution of a body that manages their elections? Yeah, thank you. Mayor.
kindly settle down so that we can begin. Thank you very much. Who is leading the submissions? Is it you, Governor?
I am, Your Excellency.
Karibu, please
Thank
start.
Thank you. We need a moment to settle down.
And as
to
you
get
do,
the
as you settle
technology
down,
connection.
And just to note, you have 20 minutes like
Yeah,
everyone
yes.
else, so that you make sure you use your time well by sticking to the issues and avoiding too much explanation, so that you're able to meet all your.
Thank you.
as you do, Governor Derito, I'm sure you don't need any introduction to anybody here, but you may have to do a quick introduction of your side. Yeah? It's okay?
Thank you, Chair.
The front, yeah.
Thank you, Co-Chair. We will introduce our members very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And allow me to ask my colleague, Dr. Karugo, to do so as we.
And because you're a huge group, we'll allow you, Governor, because you're a huge group, kindly just introduce the leadership at the front, and we'll be okay with that.
We are sufficiently guided, Your Excellency. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, co-chairs. In front of you is the team from Azimio. We have Barnabas in the far left, is part of the technical team. We have Wakili Ndegwa Njiru. I'm sure he's not a new face to all of you. We have Fred Abongo, also part of the technical team. We have Honorable Maison Le Chamo, also from Jubilee Party. We have then Kavina Lawyer Tim, who is from DAPK, and we have Mr. Manji from Jubilee Party. This is just part of the team. We have a larger part behind us. I think as the chair of Azimio Women's League, allow me to ask all the Azimio women to be upstanding. We presented in front of you a memorandum. We have a representation from about 10 of the coalition parties. The party league chairs are also present. So at some point in the presentation, we will also speak about the 2/3 gender role. I thank you very much.
Okay, you may proceed now, Governor.
Thank you very much indeed. We obviously have a presentation, a summarized presentation on PowerPoint, but the committee will already have received a detailed presentation of the issues from Azimio. I am Derito Mureithi. I'm chair of the Economic Council of the Azimio Coalition, Azimio La Umoja One Kenya Coalition. So we thank you very much indeed for the time, and we shall make haste. The issues to be addressed as the dialogue committee has agreed and directed, so I won't really delve into them. Cost of living then. And the first item to say about cost of living is that Article 43 of the Constitution places a duty on the state to deliver on the rights and the social and economic rights under Article 43 to the highest attainable standards. You will find on close examination that the issues of cost of living are in fact contained within Article 43. So 3 broad points we'll address very quickly on the cost of living. And those 3 points are what drives cost of living. And those things are the management of exchange rate, the management of public finances, as well as the mix that is used to manage those instruments. On the question of exchange rate, I think what you will see on the slide before you is what has happened in the last 12 months. That the Kenya shilling has collapsed from 120 shillings to $1 to 150 shillings to $1 US. The effect of it, of that 25% depreciation of the shilling, that is transmitted directly into the cost of living. So that everything that you are buying this year, this August or this October, is 25% more expensive than it was last year, simply because of the effect of the exchange rate. Of course, the committee will want to address itself, what drives exchange rate. You've had some of it already here from FKE. Portfolio flows, meaning the monies that foreigners come to invest in our stock exchange. And what has happened is that the foreigners have left. That's why the stock exchange is at its lowest point. And I'll show you a slide to that effect in just a moment. Now, we've said to the committee, management of public finances as a key driver of the cost of living questions. Why? Because taxation and borrowing have a direct bearing on what happens to the citizen. And we'll show you. When I say we expect, these are the policies and instruments that have been placed already in Parliament. For example, the budget policy statement and the midterm expenditure framework. What does it call for? It calls for increased taxation. So next year, taxes are expected to go up 400 billion. It calls for continued borrowing, and I'll show you a slide in a moment, that the budget deficit is in the order of 760 billion, and that is expected. That is what is planned. Both things imply that it is not possible to make. Experts agree we are in dire possibility. We are in debt distress, and the risk of debt default is looming, and all those things show that, in fact, we are on a terrible trajectory. Is it only against the dollar that the shilling is losing ground? That's a chart that shows you what has happened to the shilling in relation to the Tanzanian shilling. If you just go back to the slide, what you'll notice, we're moving from, again, a similar kind of depreciation of the Kenya shilling against Tanzania. So that the argument that this is a global problem is not exactly global for every, what individual countries are doing has a lot to explain the cost of living for their citizens. Now, management of public finances is, honorable members, fairly straightforward. You make spending plans. Those spending plans need to be financed. So either you are taxing to get money to finance your budget, or you're borrowing. Usually, you're doing both. What is the issue? Why is it difficult to bring the cost of living under control? Because the tools that are being used today are blunting economic activity. They are eroding confidence. Again, going back to why is the stock exchange performing so poorly? It is leading to the flight of capital from the securities exchange, and the mix of taxation and interest is not working. The big headline point there is the budget deficit of 768 billion this year, anticipated to be 760 billion next year. Where do you get that data? From the budget policy statement and the midterm expenditure framework. Those are the same numbers in a slide. What you will see there is continued increment of government spending. And if the committee permits, economists think about cost of living or inflation as too much money chasing too few goods. So if you want to bring inflation down, then you have to slow down on expenditure. You don't accelerate expenditure. Now, what the combination of policies is doing is to increase expenditure. Yeah, and you are increasing that expenditure by borrowing. So you are suffering a double whammy. Of course, you will ask us, how then can you reduce government expenditure? What can you do? Well, first of all, eliminate corruption and theft of public resources, eliminate waste, inefficiencies, and imprudent use of public resources. To give you an example, last financial year, last quarter of financial year, so June, May, April, or May, April, June of this past financial year, 193.4 billion went to domestic and international travel. Compare that, for example, to what is expected from the housing tax, which is 70 billion. Meaning, if we did not travel, we may not have needed to collect the housing tax. You could have financed it by just stopping excessive travel. When you look at social protection, which is being reduced, when you look at the resources to counties that are not growing, all of those things could have been resolved if we avoided excessive expenditure. The other thing that happens when you're borrowing, the other thing that happens when you're borrowing is that, of course, you have to pay. So debt service, what is the issue here? 67% of actual tax collection. Okay. And that slide shows you where is the source of this data. Again, budget review and budget outlook, budget review and economic outlook, as well as the financial statement for this financial year. The point being, can you really grow taxation by 530 billion, which is what is anticipated this year, and can you grow it at a time when the economic conditions are so poor? What is the effect of excessive borrowing? You squeeze out the private sector, and that is what that slide, again, from the quarterly economic review by Treasury, that is what it is showing you. That the spread, the difference between what depositors are being paid by banks and what government is paying those same banks to borrow that money, that's the spread, and what you see there, it is growing. The effect of it is to squeeze out the private sector. And I think FKE were before us, and they explained this point very strongly. This is what FKE was saying, that this, the Securities Exchange is now considered the worst performing. Not considered, that is what the data is showing, the drop being what is on the slide before you. Economic growth, because when you squeeze private sector to the corner, then there is no economic growth. And this is exactly what is happening. If you compare growth quarter to quarter, what you will find is that economic growth has flatlined. So with the exception of the COVID recovery in 2021, when you look at quarter two, basically it has flatlined. We dig deeper in 2 slides. What really, this inflation or this cost of living, what's inside it? What is driving it? That's the way it is. Food and fuel. So the policies we pursue must address food and fuel costs. But this is the outcome of what has happened in the last 12 months. And you can see, again, this is a data and graphic from the Kenya Bureau of Statistics. Everything, with the exception of one item there, has gone up with percentages of between 7 and 60-something%. Same there with non-food items like fuel. What you will notice, in fact, this is 1 month old now. This is before the dramatic increase in fuel price this September. So those numbers can only get worse. I know we are fond of blaming international crude prices. That is not fair to anybody because it's not true. That is, and this data again published by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, that is the way crude prices are behaving. They are on average 34% lower than they were last year. So it cannot be that they are the reason fuel prices are going up. What is to be done? We must stimulate production by reducing interest rates. We must reduce taxation on energy, on fuel, on food. Taxation to SMEs is the only way you can stimulate production. We must have a balanced budget. Some have argued not possible. It is possible. In 2003, 2004, 2005, you had a balanced budget and you are able to implement the items of Article 43, like free primary education, zero-based budgeting, and so on. I have to move faster. Finance Act 2023 should repeal it in its entirety. In any case, the broad policy point is reduced taxation. Next cluster of items, review of or audit of the elections. Now, first of all, the audit is not something being suggested. It is the constitutional provision, and you will find it in all those articles of the Constitution from 1, 3, 10, 81, 88, and so on. What kind of audit? Forensic and systems audit is what is required. Why? I mean, Kenyans as a sovereign, and the Kenya National Human Commission just said the same point, the sovereigns deserve. In any case, audit is a normal process. Every entity of the state, counties, national government, parastatals, everybody gets audited. We must audit this process. And it is by auditing that then we can know what we are fixing. What is the problem that we are fixing with IEBC? So why audit? First of all, there are different numbers from the IEBC server, from the portal. And as you can well imagine, I have mixed feelings about Bomas, but we have different numbers. That's the way the numbers look. When you go by regions, when you aggregate the numbers by region, that's the way it looks. So we must audit. Number 3, numbers must have statistical validity and consistency. Now, these are the results from the Bomas portal. Now, elections happen, honorable members, in a polling station. So you could check candidate A, how many polling stations has she won? Those polling stations aggregate to an electoral ward. So how many wards has the candidate won? That aggregates to a constituency, and that aggregates to a county. How can it be possible for these results to obtain where a candidate wins at the majority of polling stations but does not win overall? We must audit these results. And remember that the IEBC, or the electoral body, for 30 years, 92 to now, with the exception of one general election, something has gone wrong. So we must dig deeper into what are the structural problems that bring this kind of statistical improbability into our life. If you put it in a map, that's the way it looks. Again, how can it be? We must audit the results to know what really went wrong. We want to show you a quick demo about what we mean by auditing the results. And co-chairs, we want to emphasize here that, this is our country, all of us. And an institution that continuously is unable to deliver why we have created it, we must ask ourselves, why is it unable to deliver? This institution, we're just switching, we'll be back there in a moment. This institution, you will notice that the commissioners and the secretariat quarrel all the time. Even when you change the commissioners, you will notice that commissions also fight amongst themselves. You will also notice that the law seems to create unusual decision-making.
where a minority rule and minority view can prevail over majority view because the chair happens to be sitting in that minority. That is not how decisions are made in the ordinary course of human events. We must audit. We want to demonstrate.
Thank you, honorable members. I just want to take like 4 minutes, not more. I've given you hard copies of some forms to check on, and we want to demonstrate something with them. First, you need to look at them and note that the prints are very small. Those prints are very small, but the signatures are there. That means people signed them, literally. So probably, did they even verify that data before signing on a hard copy format like that? When you look at them on the screen, one of the forms look like that. And then I will give you another form now, which also looks like that. So these are 2 forms. If I click here, that's one of them. And then this is another one. Even by the size, you can see that they are all both the same forms. So looking at them casually by your eyes, they will pass for IEBC forms. One of them is obtained from the Bomas during the election results announcement. And another one is brought later on by the whistleblower who claims to work for IEBC. So we had to take that seriously and compare the 2 forms. So when we compare these 2 forms, we know that what authenticates a form in current technology, one of them is the barcode. If you scan that barcode, it will give you this value, which authenticates that that form, the barcode is correctly placed. When you come to this other form, and then you scan its barcode also, maybe on your mobile device, if you decide to, then you will realize that it also gives you this. Apparently, the website that the barcode needs to point you to is pulled down and it no longer exists. So we have these forms and we were intelligent enough to pick them up while they were still online during the IEBC processes. The next thing that validates a form is the signature. A person cannot decide to sign a form and then later on be given another form to sign without explanation, especially if the forms appear to have some different content. So in other words, the people who signed these forms probably just signed once and took off. So how come the 2 forms seem to have the same signatures again? We have these signatures and we have that signature. This is Japheth Omara, and this is also Japheth, is the stamp. Anybody who stamps a form knows that they own that form, literally. So these 2 forms seem to have, again, the same stamp. But then let's look further. If somebody sends you inside to go check the content, you will take off and say, that's too much, I cannot do it. So we had to use another method of figuring out what the content entails. And so let me take you to what we did to confirm the 2 forms for you. What we did is we took the 2 forms and processed them, and then it had to take the results of all the 4 candidates that were there at that time. Then we realized that in every constituency, the Honorable Professor Wajakoya and the Honorable Mwaure, their data did not change at all. If he got 1 in this form, he got 1 in the other form. But when we checked on the other 2 candidates, that is Raila Odinga and William Ruto, we noticed that there were some changes that were beginning to show up in these forms. Remember, the IBC whistleblower did not carry this process out. We carried it out as Azimio to check what really happened. Now I want you to look at the last 2 columns. The last 2 columns gives us the differences of the votes between the 2 forms. So if you look at this Maroni Primary School, room 1, Raila got 245 votes and Ruto got 73 votes from the whistleblowers data. Again, Raila got 245 and 73 for Ruto in the Bomas portal data. That gave us a 0 for Raila and a 0 for Ruto. So using that method throughout, we run through this form and then we start noticing differences. We come to this particular station and then we realize that here in the other form for the whistleblower, Raila has 223 and Ruto has 134. And in the Bomas portal, Raila now has 123 and Ruto has 234. That you cannot even verify from that small thing form that is been given to you. Those fonts with the just raw eye, you cannot even read them. But the system read them for us and gave us that. Then we scanned through and realized that there were some jumpy, fishy operations going on in some of these constituencies. So we looked at another one and we saw here he has, Raila has 277 votes and 102. But then in the Bomas, now he has 77 and William Ruto has 304 votes. Now, when we take that throughout, we notice that in this particular constituency, Raila now has negative 550 votes deducted from him, and Ruto has 550 votes added to him. Now, let's confirm with just 1 form and I'll be done, with just 1 station, and then I will be done. So let's get to this Gazi. Let's get to this Gazi Primary School from these 2 forms. So I take you to them. The good thing with computers is that you can zoom and you can check, but the form, you may not be able to do that. So we have Gazi Primary School here. In this Gazi, I guess it's this one. This is 223, and this is 134. But when we come to this particular form, and we go to the same station, which is Gazi, Gazi Primary Room 1. Now, Raila has 123 and Ruto has 234. The Professor Ojakoya and Maure, their votes remain unchanged. The other values also remain unchanged. That is the total valid votes. And also you note that the rejected votes were 7. So this is the consistency we have in all this. Just to check, this is the consistency we have in some of the constituencies, and other constituencies there is nothing that happened, and that is where the total votes that you see in the final analyzed result gives us 8 million in the Bomas in the server.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
When we listened to all the other presentations, we were strict on time. So far, this team has done.
I am done actually.
8 minutes.
I am actually done.
It doesn't matter. People can heckle, can do what. Those are facts, and that's the truth. We were all guided. I'm actually concerned for them because they have 5 items to present. This is item number 2.
We are sufficiently guided. We thank you, Chair.
Now, the next slide coming your way will just point to when we say audit, what is the tapestry, what does it look like to audit the elections results, so that we are quite clear that it involves not just the polling station results, it involves transmission, it involves the audit, involves the responsibilities of all state actors in the process. Now, it's only upon audit that you can actually reconstitute and restructure the IEBC, because then you know what it is that you're fixing, what went wrong, and therefore what are you fixing. Now, in reconstituting it, obviously, the various parties will want both the opposition and government side to contribute to this on a 50-50. When we say restructure, it's not just about changing the persons who are the commissioners. It's about looking at these institutions, as we said, on a structural level, and that involves, of course, the secretariat. We also think we must separate the election management and boundary delimitation for obvious reasons with boundary delimitation. The IEBC and election statutes must also align to the Constitution, because the chair should not be a sole shareholder or a sole driver of the institution. The chair ought to be a first among equals. The role of the CEO should be in accordance with Article 250. We must also, of course, have enabling legislation for Articles 86 and 138. IEBC should use taxpayers' money, so the elections fund, and there ought to be very stringent penalties for IEBC officers, and this should be taken to personal responsibility so that we can have something that works. Of course, electoral or monitoring technology, not just by IEBC, but also political parties at the polling station level. Political parties should be involved. There was debate earlier about should politicians be involved. Political parties must be involved in the verification of materials. And also, there should be no statute of limitation on these when people should change the will of the people. So prosecution should be always. Also, there ought to be no changes. There ought to be no changes in electoral rolls inside this a 6 months window to the general election. Now, we need to make provisions for PWBs in exercise of their rights at Article 38. Again, enabling legislation for youth and vulnerable groups, as well as ensuring the realization of Article 82 for diaspora to exercise their rights. Now, in terms of timeframes, the timeframes need way better management. For example, and we'll come back to this point in a moment, the timeframes for dispute resolution, even within party processes. I want to move to the fourth cluster of issues, governance and the rule of law. Article 10 binds all of us in terms of the national values and principles, all of us being state organs, state officers, and so on. And it is clear that we are doing very badly on this score. Whereas promises have been made that there will be no extrajudicial killings, what the independent medical legal report shows is 128 cases of extrajudicial killings in the last 12 months. The same report shows that the number of torture cases or cases of torture has doubled to 482 cases. The committee made the point earlier that we are here because Kenyans went to the streets demanding certain changes, particularly the better management of the cost of living. During those demonstrations, and there were peaceful demonstrations, there were systematic and targeted political arrests of Azimio leaders and their supporters,
Most were detained, many held incommunicado and in secrecy, and ultimately released without charge. I myself was twice arrested, detained unlawfully in Nyahururu. I've been required to visit that police station every other week. Up to date, no charges have been laid upon me. You all know the case of Maurice Ogeta, who is the security aide to the Azimio leader, who was himself abducted and detained in an unknown location without food. Allow me to just give you a glimpse of what we are talking about if you focus on the following video.
Governor, kindly take note of that your time is truly up. Just take note of that.
Absolutely.
It's truly up.
The point we only want to demonstrate with this video, look at that citizen and the violence being visited upon him. A very sad day indeed for our republic. Again, this next clip shows you what happened to a young man called John, and we will show you in just the video. Suffice it to say, ultimately, John unfortunately passed on while being treated in ICU. I'll pass given time, but again.
Yeah, let's agree that we can look at that later.
Absolutely.
Please finish.
In our own records, it is 92 persons who are shot dead, not 72. And of course, there have been selective treatment of Kenyan citizens. Recently, there were protests in Uasin Gishu, and no police violence was visited on the citizens there. Again, on police brutality, if you focus on the image on your screen, you have to ask yourself, is that person holding a firearm, is he or she a police officer? And what is their role in a scenario with demonstrators? Why are they there? Again, on governance, we've seen a systematic dropping of corruption cases. One cannot help but believe coercion is in play, that members appointed to government find their corruption cases dropped by the DPP. There's been a complete contempt of ethics. For instance, recently, persons were pardoned under power of mercy with no consideration whatsoever of the victims or indeed following the rule of law. Threats have been made to the judiciary and to judges themselves, in direct violation of the Article 166 that guarantees their independence and protection. We have seen subversion of the course of justice. A case in point is what happened at Mumias, where individuals were told that there are only three options: jail, deportation, or heaven. And Kenyans, of course, subsequently coined Mambo ni Matatu out of that. We have seen undermining of the Senate. This continues, particularly with the question of the Finance Act and the disregard of Senate. Remember, the law is that everything that touches on counties must involve the Senate. On the question of inclusivity, two quick points to make here. Only 13% of the PSs are women, and that clearly cannot be what the law contemplates. In addition, more than 50% of the slots go to two regions, being Central and Rift Valley. I'm rushing because of the urging of the committee.
No, your time is truly up, Governor.
It's not a question of rushing. I think it's time he stops.
Yeah. And therefore,
seriously,
what we recommend on inclusivity,
Governor,
what we
your time
recommend
is up.
on inclusivity, the rule of law, Madam Chair, a public apology.
Do you think it's good that you also listen to what we have to say? That your time is up. You have now done 1 hour, to be honest.
You guys are
and yes, you have done 1 hour. And we had agreed that each team gets a maximum of 30 minutes. You've now done 1 hour, and you're clearly far from finished.
Yeah,
So I think we be
Madam Chair,
allowed to ask questions
we are not
now.
far from finished.
You know,
We are not far from finished, Madam.
let's urge that you wind up.
You see,
Yeah,
Chair,
look,
just
it's
before
everywhere.
that, allow me to register protest.
And you know, as you register, Aaron,
Yeah.
I think the country has taken cognizance of the fact that this is the main complainant. So clearly, we should be able, as a healing process, I want to suggest, listen to them.
I
No,
hold,
but
Not
then
just
you- but,
brush things under the table.
Co-chair, while I agree with you completely, you'll agree they have had an hour which we haven't provided to any other group before you. So clearly, yeah, it's been an hour. It's been an hour.
No, the only thing I wanted to ask, co-chair, I agree with your guidance. Maybe you just need to guide on how many more minutes do we give them, given the fact that when KK was here, I personally hurried Malala out of the seat because I was respectful of the rest of the people that needed to present before us. So maybe if you could guide on a proposal of 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Kindly, please.
5 minutes, yes.
Okay, 5 minutes, we have agreed, please, because you have not even addressed the issue of fidelity to political parties, which I think is key.
I think the two.
If you can do that in a minute. Yeah,
And the gender rule is not yet.
I think the gender rule has been so well canvassed before this committee, but not so much the issue of Jubilee, for example.
It is 403
You want
by
to get away
408.
without
You
talking
should be
about
done.
Jubilee. Huh? So Fadhali, just take.
We are guided. The gender rule is up. CK, 1 minute.
We'll take into account the gender rule.
Thank you very much. I think it's important that we give Azimio women this chance because we actually put together a memorandum to this.
Please
committee, and I'll do that
proceed.
in 1 minute.
Proceed.
So as Azimio women, there are 3 broad issues that we have canvassed, and we have looked at the 6 bills that have been in Parliament that have failed. We've also looked at the 6 petitions that have been to the Office of the Chief Justice that have also failed, and we also looked at the BBI, and therefore we saw 3 overarching ideas. One, the issue of anchoring the responsibility and implementation of the 2/3 gender rule in the Constitution. And we hold the view that a lot of these things must be anchored in the Constitution, including the formula of exactly how to execute the 2/3 gender rule. There's the issue of the proportional member representation that has been canvassed greatly. We have looked at models like what is going on in South Africa, where people are elected not based on constituencies, but based on both genders and both representation. There's also the proposition of Senate having a 50-50 presentation, having 47 female senators and 47 male senators. That has been canvassed largely by Azimio women as one of the propositions. So to the formula that we think can unstick us is a basic formula, really. I know it looks like it has lots of algebra, but what we're saying is look at the proportion of elected underrepresented gender. And when we say gender, sometimes people think it's about women, but really it's only because women are currently the underrepresented gender. So we're saying that that proportion should add to a variable that we are calling X, and it should be equals to the 34% constitutional requirement on the number of underrepresented gender in both parliaments. So that's a simple formula. So all we're saying is after the election, look at how many women have been elected, look at the proportion that is required to make the constitutional requirement, and top up the rest. I thank you very much.
Well, that's exactly what's happening at the counties, isn't it? So you're saying we're
saying that we bolster the
we
same
borrow from the counties, county assemblies. Perfect.
Article 177.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Dego Wanjiru. I am here to submit on the position.
You have 2 minutes. We said yes, you have 2 minutes.
And as such, Honorable Chair, we are here to.
That's a point of order. Did you say you want to submit on the police brutality? For political parties?
No, political parties.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's a thing I personally would urge that you put on the table.
Thank you, Chair. We are addressing the question of political infidelity that has been perpetrated by the current regime, and most especially when it comes to the question of Jubilee. We have seen impunious acts and conduct that have been perpetrated, one by the office of the registrar, The Office of the Registrar is holding brief for the current regime to the extent that she has mutilated her functions as decreed by the Political Parties Act. It is therefore a recommendation that the Office of the Registrar ought to be made independent, and that it ought to be insulated from the interferences that has come from the current regime. Number two, on the question of minority and the majority in parliament. The reason why the majority and minority in parliament has been mutilated to the extent that now the person who is sitting in the minority ought to be sitting in the majority, that is Honorable Opio and I, is because parliament has been captured by the executive. And how did we begin this capture? We began by the fact when we had the Speaker of the National Assembly being an affiliated and an active partner of the ruling coalition. That means that person lost his objectivity and his impartiality, and that is why by the ruling that was delivered on that particular fateful day to the Kenyans, we ended up losing the majority. Number three, why are we having political parties infidelity? Is because the state is the one that is creating aggression and rebellion in political parties. And we've seen a state-sponsored rebellion within Jubilee political party to the extent that the individuals who were nominated by Jubilee, by Azimio to parliament, they are now dining and wining with the state. And that is an aggression against Article 4. It is a mutilation of Article 4 in the sense that it has completely changed the dynamics and the diagram, the political diagram of political party, of multi-party democracy. And perhaps that could have been caused and triggered by the history that this country has undergone. That some individuals who perhaps may or may not be involved, they are the ones now at the realm of power. They were not involved in the fight against multi-party democracy. They were not involved in the promulgation of the new constitution, and therefore they do not understand the dictates and the provisions of the new constitution. So we are calling upon Kenyans and recommending that political parties must be respected because it's the backbone of our democracy. The Office of the Registrar must be constituted by a person who is capable of adjudicating over the disputes, and for this we are proposing that the holder of that office must at least be a person who is capable of being appointed to an office of a judge. I rest my case.
Thank you.
Very well. Can we now ask questions or clarifications? Committee?
Yes, Madam Chair, we wish you could allow, yes.
It is the committee
Honorable.
that I'm allowing now to ask questions, clarifications, whatever it is.
Indeed.
Can I go first?
Thank you. Senator Aaron.
Thank you, Chair. I want to appreciate the team from Azimio for finding time to as well come because I think like both of you chairs have guided, it's important that we speak to each other and not talk at each other because that is what was prevailing. I have listened to the presentation of Azimio and I have a few questions or perhaps comments, chairs. In your presentation, Governor Nderitu, will you perhaps maybe care to just elaborate, because I saw and your presentation was quite an interesting one, because it has what you would easily refer to as political juxtaposition. All your data and all your data and statistics curiously begin from September or thereabouts 2022. Somebody will easily imagine that either the country didn't exist before then, or for some reason, it's not an area that we need to focus, but that is not important. What is a place of political instability? Political instability as a factor and a contributor to the deteriorating state of our economy. Because I see you listed quite a number of factors, our import and the rest. What is the significance of that aspect? Second and last comment, Chair, is that the presentation on the audit is something that perhaps struck my curiosity because, you know, these are issues that have been canvassed. And the simple question one will ask if you didn't know better, is where was all this information during the Supreme Court hearings? Because the funny bit is the stories that you are now canvassing before the committee were equally brought to the attention of the Supreme Court. If you read the ruling of the Supreme Court, I think from paragraph 140 all the way to 144, it goes into detail about these alleged forms and IBC presentations that is now being made before this committee, that were then made before the Supreme Court, and that the finding of the Supreme Court were that those were not legitimate documents. It didn't come from IBC, but it came from your side. And when checked or counter-checked against what IBC presented before the court, they were found actually to be forgeries. And it's elaborate, captured. Supreme Court ruling 140 to paragraph 140 to 144. You know, finally, Chair, it's important even as we present this committee to remain factual. I know for a fact, for example, just to pick curiously out of the presentation by Governor Nderitu, I saw he presented, let's say, a count of MCAs. I know for a fact that if you check the count of MCAs in across the Republic, Kenya Kwanza has well over 692 elected MCAs. Azimio has 561, without including even the contested parties, which include UDM and what's the name, the Kiraitu party, and the rest. The margin is elaborate. So even as we come to present before the committee, let us not forget that there is a history of what led to us being here and remain factual about it. You know, Chair, just in 10 seconds as a last comment, there's a question which I was hoping perhaps Nderitu and his team will respond to. And this was asked by Justice Smokin Wanjala in the case of the Supreme Court. He didn't mention that, okay, we hear your case. As Azimio, you make the argument that you don't trust the technology that was used, that somehow it was hacked. Then he asked, explain to us then how the forms that were physical, marked and signed at the polling station, equally transported eventually before to the National Tallying Center. How could somebody have made an alteration? Because if you recall, and there are quite a number of you that participated in that exercise, randomly, just out of the blues, the Supreme Court picked, I think there were 15 or 30 or something polling stations, and they say, please counter check what is on the portal if it matches randomly. And curiously, 100%, word for word, point for point, figure for figure, they matched. And that is something which has never been explained up to date. That you could make the case and say, oh, we didn't trust the technology. There are these stories about the forms. What about the physical one? Where were they hacked?
Okay, somebody else?
I wanted to find out, sorry.
Yes, Honorable Ndai.
I wanted to find out too, this mutilation or inversion of Jubilee Party by what you referred as the state, okay? To what extent has it contributed to the erosion of the multi-party democratic culture as was envisaged by the liberators, the second liberation heroes? And finally, on Jubilee again, those who you would want to refer to as masqueraders, who have taken over Jubilee from the legitimate owners, to what extent have they gone in terms of misappropriating the resources of Jubilee? Yes.
Hassan?
One of our former cabinet secretaries is here, and Eugene usually proudly refers to his stint in those previous government, in the previous government. I think Nderitu being, I think, a person in the finance field, in the economic, I think that's your background. I think you've realized over the last 10, 15 years, Kenya has become a net importer of food. We import everything. It's not a situation that we crystallized. There are real natural market forces there. You decide to subsidize consumption. Kenya Kwanza comes in and decides to subsidize production. The whole idea is to ease partly the demand on the dollar which we mop 4.2 billion to 5 billion annually to buy food. Maharagwe, viazi, not viazi, what is it? Mahindi, mchele, sukari, everything. So what we say, let's provide fertilizer. Let's boost our production so that we ease the demand on the dollar. This dollar you're talking about, we started a G2G program about 4 months ago. At that point, skizeni, at that point, you laughed at Bomas when the current president was presenting. Don't laugh again. You might end up having the last laugh. And so we started the G2G 4 or 5 months ago. When we did the G2G, the dollar was doing 139, 140. It slid back to about 130, and then it went up again because there's still a demand on the dollar. There are Kenyans holding dollars. There is $8.5 in the market, $billion in the market. Kenyans are not releasing these dollars for speculative reasons, and for that reason, we have an artificial crisis that is occasioned by the shortage of dollar, and that's why the Kenya shilling is sliding as part of the rationale that you can also use as you try to help us to navigate this crisis. So my understanding the dollar, understanding what we are doing in terms of the right things and the wrong things. So how does demonstrations help to bring down the dollar prices? How does demonstrations help to bring any of this sanity into our market? Number two, you know, I was part of a political formation that you have currently joined. I'm now on this side. Some of my friends, Opio and I, are on that side. You know, it's not the first time after an election we've had our own results and our own numbers and our own tally. So I think these kind of results, if they did not find traction in where they needed to be presented, it is a good political narrative for you to have to galvanize your support base. But I think the truth is, as one of the lawyers told you, let it go. It's time we move on.
Well, you may not like what he's saying, but even us seated here didn't like all you said, but we were silent.
They have the right to.
That's the difference. Yeah.
One thing,
Thank you.
Derito, if you allow me, because you're representing Azimio, La Umoja in Kenya, what would you say to the role of Parliament with regard to strengthening multi-party democracy, and particularly coalition arrangements? I'm surprised you didn't point out the fact that these coalitions, deputy whip in Parliament, is not working for the coalition. I'm surprised you left that out, and I think it's important to point that particular aspect out.
Honorable Eugene.
Thank you very much. I think my colleague, Honorable Omar, is really trying to defend the indefensible on matters cost of living. Of course, he must justify why the dollar has misbehaved. But
maybe, Eugene, you could also have a friend say, is it applicable to the Tanzanian shilling? Because there's a presentation.
I
If there are people holding dollars, are they holding the Tanzanian shilling?
Tanzania, no, let me respond. Tanzania imports less than we do in terms of food. In fact, Tanzania even exports to Kenya. So therefore, their demand on the dollar is not as high as our demand on the dollar, and therefore there has been what is it called, a certain weakening by a shilling or so of the Kenyan shilling on the basis of the demand. Secondly, we have removed the controls that the central bank used to have. The central bank used to fix a dollar rate on a daily basis. So you go to buy in interbanks, you get a better rate. You go out in the market, you get a lower rate, you get a much higher rate. So we decided to allow these controls out so that this dollar swims in its own market.
Okay,
I can tell you.
Thank you. Let's allow.
That's okay. That's okay.
I think I've been given the opportunity.
I will have a session with Omar and teach him how we did foreign exchange liberalization, even under Moi.
And I will also teach you what we are doing right now.
No, you haven't answered the question about the Tanzanian shilling.
Kindly, Honorable Eugene.
I think the team appearing before this committee today, if it was a case, this would be the main complainant. on behalf of the people of the Republic of Kenya. And we cannot say, how do protests help? How do demonstrations help? How do carrying sufurias help? Because we know that protests, it's actually protests when our founding fathers protested and went to the forest against British rule. That's how the British were removed from here. It's protests in Eldred when children's money was stolen, the Finland Fund, that has brought fellows to be arrested to court, and there are 200 witnesses against them. There are protests that led to the stoppage of mechanization in Kericho. When jobs were being taken away from our people in Kericho, they protested. So you cannot say protests mean nothing, because there are those protests that have led us to sit here in Bomas today. So why we're here is to talk to each other, not at each other, and to look at the challenges facing our nation and come reason together to see how we can find solutions. So Governor Nderitu Mreithi, you as the presenter on behalf of the complainant, I want you to just, Senator Aaron has said on the issues of the wards, he has given the figures. I think just for the record, you are saying according to the evidence that you have, the number of votes that according to your evidence that Raila Odinga got, can you be specific? It was at the tail end of your presentation, it didn't come out clearly. The number of constituencies that Azimio won versus Kenya Kwanza, and the counties and the regions. I think we want a clear picture because we can see a blue and yellow map, but you are not clear on the figures that you are talking about. And we are asking for opening of this service so that the truth can set this nation free. So that is why we're here. Apart from the issue of the cost of living, many Kenyans cannot make ends meet, and that is why they went to the streets. You have made proposals, and I'm hoping in your detailed presentation, you have proposed the specific taxes. It's not just enough to say reduction of taxes. The churches, the religious leaders have said, reduce the taxes. FKE has been here. We have professionals who have been here. All of them are talking the same language. But to help this committee, and we know your vast experience in matters finance, please be specific. Like on fuel, we have about 16 taxes and levies. Which ones are you specifically proposing should be scrapped or reviewed downwards? Because that is what really sent the cost of living high when we moved VAT from 8 to 16%. On electricity, we have almost another 10. So putting 20 levies and new taxes at once on the shoulders of a Kenyan, please be specific in your recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Response, 5 last minutes, kindly.
Excuse me, the one question on the
Yeah, but let it be as brief as possible.
Yeah. Now,
Yeah.
Thank you, Governor Nderitu. Part of, the task of this committee is to address issues of accountability, issues of impunity. Now, you presented some graphic cases where the police are alleged to have used brutal force against Kenyans. Now, from the data that you have, because, even in America, we see some rogue policemen, but you will see action being taken against them. They will be arrested and prosecuted like any criminal. Now, from where you are sitting, do you have any indication as to whether there is any single police officer who has been arrested, taken to court, and charged for any crimes committed against Kenyans by the police. Thank you.
Kindly take note, you have exactly 5 minutes. We have about 10 more teams waiting out there since 2 p.m. Kindly.
No police officer, to our knowledge, has been held to account. As a matter of fact, they have been congratulated by the highest leadership in the regime. I agree with the co-chair that we may not always agree with what each other is saying. I think that's why we are talking. The senator may not agree with our figures, but isn't that why we need an audit? I mean, that's the whole point. Yeah, that we are looking for a neutral arbiter to do so. The question that he asked about the Supreme Court, the whistleblower came way after the Supreme Court matter had been settled. On the matter of Jubilee Party and the illusion of multipartyism, the whole parties are the foundation of democracy. Without functioning political parties, we cannot possibly have democracy. It is incumbent on any regime in power to let parties operate in the manner that is contemplated in the Constitution. So the continued aggression against Jubilee Party, the fact that Jubilee Party and other parties, when they change parliamentary leadership, for example, those changes are not implemented because speakers have taken a partisan view. It is well known, for instance, that Jubilee Party and Azimio coalition have communicated changes to who should be the deputy whip in the assembly. And this has, for more than 6-7 months, not been acted upon by the speaker. So it is clear and that if we continue on this trajectory, we will certainly go back to where we were in the days of a single party system. On the question of resources of Jubilee Party, and this is a matter being also contested in court, the evidence is that the masqueraders have been allowed by certain actions of officers of state to access Jubilee resources from their accounts. Citizens go to the streets because all other avenues are closed to them. It's not the citizens' wish that they wake up every day and they go to Maandamano. So if you ask the question that how does Maandamano help manage the economy, you are obviously asking the wrong question. Citizens, Article 1 of the Constitution gives sovereignty to the citizens. The commission before us said citizens donate powers to those they elect. So if on the G2G program, it did not address any of the issues of the cost of living. It actually added costs. Which costs? Interest rates on or interest paid on the LCs. It added, as the honorable member observed, the exchange rate loss. And those are the things that were transmitted to the citizen this September. The reason petrol and or fuel prices in general went up is because of the effect of the G2G. It is not because of international crude prices, and we have demonstrated so to the committee.
Chair, there was a question that was put to me by Honorable the Majority Leader Opio Ndai. The question of the embezzlement of the resources of Jubilee. We must all understand that the motivating factor that has caused rebellion in Jubilee was not for the proper management of the party, but for the proper but for the purposes of grabbing the resources that belongs to Jubilee. As we speak, that is happening. The spillage of the political party funds and the properties of Jubilee is happening under the watch and under the auspices and guidance and supervision of the registrar of political party. Letters have been written because the High Court gave conservatory orders dictating that the current office is the one that is going to exist until the case is heard and determined. Even with that order, impunity has dictated to those offices that orders should not be respected, that the rebellious group in Jubilee should manage the resources. I am informed as we speak about 90 million Kenyan shilling cannot be traced, cannot be accounted, no transparency. It was never sanctioned by the party. That is the kind of the democracy we have established. Finally, on the question of the impartiality of the Speaker of the National Assembly, that must be addressed. There is no way a ruling coalition can have a partner who becomes the head of the second or third organ of government being an affiliate of a leading coalition. You can never have impartiality, and that is why currently Honorable Sabina Chege, despite the fact that she has been whipped by the political party, still holds out, masquerades, and holds out as the chief whip for the party.
Thank you so much, Governor.
May I just answer the question by Honorable Amalwa? Yeah.
30 seconds, Governor. Kindly, you'll agree with, you've now done 1.5 hours.
The specific numbers are the following. I'll just read the numbers. 24,499 polling stations for the Azimio candidate, 21,703 polling stations. You asked what is it in terms of electoral wards? 803 electoral wards, 648 for the KK candidate. In terms of constituencies, and remember here, when we count constituencies, we count diaspora. So it should add up to 291, 160 versus 131.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Governor.
I
think we'll end it there. Thank you very much, Azimio, for coming and making
the
a good
whistleblowers
presentation.
figure. The whistleblowers
I just really wish to Governor Derito, I just really wish you were the finance minister of the past regime, because the debt we are in will not
the current regime.
There would not be. We will not be struggling paying debts had things been done well. That's a fact. Today ni siku ya kusema ukweli. I wish you were the one.
We also did not come here to co-opt him.
But I think they'll do a good job as an opposition.
With that, we thank the committee for the time accorded us. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Asante sana. Please use the door to the right to exit so that the others can come in. Thank you.
The cross-parliamentary group.
You know there are other people who came way earlier.
Yeah.
Way earlier.
Well, CPG go up.
Where is what team is coming in? Kindly, Secretariat? CP. You know, we have how many more agreements?
No.
National Commission,
If you are exiting, hi, Patty Onyango Asante, good to see you. If you are exiting, kindly do so quickly and silently, kindly. Now, the Coast Parliamentary Group, karibu sana, but I want us to agree on certain things. Number one, we have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 groups waiting out there. Today is our last day. It is now it's actually 4:37 p.m. So you'll agree with me that the most we can do with you, both presentation and any questions, is 15 minutes for us to be able, we can't keep people here into the dark. So kindly, 15 minutes, go straight to the point, don't explain too much, we will hear you, just go straight to the point. And you have exactly 15 minutes. And it is now 4:37. At 4:38, 4:53, I'll be stopping you. So you better move quickly so that you maximize on the little time that we have for you.
Thank you, Session Chair. My name is Danson Mwashako, Member of Parliament, Undanyi constituency, and the current chair of Coast Parliamentary Group. I'm here with a few of my colleagues who, if you allow me, to just say a name, introduce themselves, and then we proceed.
It's not time for that.
Okay.
There's no time for that.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I want to make submissions on behalf of Coast Parliamentary Group. This is a caucus bringing together the leadership of, the elected members of Parliament and the nominated members of Parliament from Coast region. Chair, we want to submit to this. First of all, we want to say that we do recognize this National Dialogue Committee, famously called Bipartisan Talks Committee. And we're here to make submissions with the full realization that our submissions will be carried. I'll start with the boundary delimitations. Chair, as CPG, the Coast Parliamentary Group, we have the view of that the 290 constituencies, as currently established in our constitution, should not be subject for discussion. The legal provision of having some of them protected should ideally be dropped. And therefore, if there's any around population to create new constituencies, then the constitution should be amended to consider 290 going up. But the 290 should remain as they are today. Equally, in Coast region, we have 3 of our counties that are extremely populated. We are recommending that Kwale gets 2 additional constituencies. We're recommending that Kilifi also gets 3 constituencies. And then Mombasa gets 3 constituencies. With the view of understanding how Lamu County is, we know in terms of population threshold may not meet the threshold, but because of the uniqueness of islands and what have you, we're also recommending 1 constituency for Lamu County. Chair, we've had a perennial problem around our boundaries, the so-called coast province. The current coast region, we have a lot of encroachment from other counties that neighbor the coast region. And therefore, we are recommending that the colonial coast region boundaries, that is a coast province, remain unchanged. And so that we can settle the encroachment from other counties. In particular, we have an issue with Garissa, we have an issue with Makueni, we have an issue with Kitui, and we have an issue with Kajiado. Number 2, Chair, this one I'll mention in passing, because though it's an important point. As Coast Parliamentary Group, we emphasize that NGCDF, NGAF, should be enshrined in the Constitution. We're also saying that Ward Development Fund, should also be established and also find its space in our country's Constitution. Number 3, there is an imminent privatization or concessioning of the Mombasa port and the Lamu port. Chair, as CPG, this privatization is of great concern for all of us. And the coast region, we pride ourselves to be the custodians of the Mombasa and Lamu port. And therefore, any debate to either concession, either privatize, either lease, must be brought to the attention of the coast people. And having said this, Chair, we are asking that whatever is going on now, the coast leadership must be involved because it's a constitutional provision that a public participation must be undertaken. Having said that, we have seen the government do so much for Western Kenya when it comes to sugar issues. We have seen a lot happening in Mount Kenya concerning coffee issues. So anything touching on the port of Mombasa must also be, brought to the attention of the leaders. And the leaders are the CPG and the Council of Governors and the Jumuiya ya County za Pwani. Chair, I want to talk about our natural resources and I combine it with national parks. Recently, the president announced a 50-50 revenue share between national parks, that's host counties and national government. Chair, we are in support of this revenue share, but we're asking this committee to bring to Parliament an amendment to the law so that this can indeed find itself in law, so that this sharing can start as soon as possible. But having said that, we still have an issue with Savo East, Savo West. The park has encroached into human settlements, and therefore we would like the redrawing of the Savo boundaries so that then we can separate human settlement and the parks. And talk about the blue economy and specific regional investments. Chair, the same emphasis that is put in other regions of this country on their resources, we would like more or additional funding to be put in the blue economy. We would like additional funding to be put to revive our cashew nut industry, Bixa and coconut industries. We see a lot of emphasis currently with the current government trying to revive a lot of other things, agricultural and such like activities. Want the same zeal applied for coast region. Let's go to land and historic injustices. The coastal people have suffered the most when it comes to land injustices in this country. And we know the current president campaigned in the platform of settling the squatter issue. Chair, this has remained rhetoric for a long time. We don't see budgetary allocation to settle this issue. We have absentee landlords that still claim ownership of these lands. So government should put money aside in every budget, including the supplementary budget, to settle the squatters issue in coast region once and for all. In addition to that, we would like a review of Tarda land boundaries to protect the Tana Delta Ramsar sites and community settlement areas. We have an issue in Tana River, Chair.
Sorry, Mheshimiwa, just to let you know, you have exactly 8 minutes to go.
Okay. So we're also asking for, there's a big land in Tana River and Kilifi, Agricultural Development Corporation owned Galana Kulalu, currently owning 1.6 million acres of land. We're asking that through this committee, they do release 1 million acres to go to the people of Tana and Kilifi. Because honestly, this is a historic injustice. Owning 1.6 million acres by Agricultural Development Corporation is not a good thing. Allow me to go to, because of time, equity and inclusivity. Chair, Kenya belongs to all of us. And every citizen must feel part and parcel of this country. But we know appointments that have been made by successive regimes have disadvantaged the people of Coast Region. And these appointments are not only restricted restricted around cabinet appointments and principal secretaries. We are talking about heads of parastatals. We are talking about ambassadors. We are talking about the entire formation of government. We are saying as Coast Parliamentary Group that equity and inclusivity must be applied across board. And having said that, Chair, we know recently we had a recruitment by Kenya Revenue Authority where two communities got a lie over 70% of those positions. We are recommending as CPG that when government agencies and parastatals, particularly you, before they get out there to ask our young people running, go to the recruitment centers, they should publish the numbers in advance so that we know what numbers I will be picked from what sub-county, what county. Because we understand that most of these numbers are, when recruitment is done and it happens, many areas are disadvantaged. Their numbers go to other areas. And therefore, we're asking the law should be changed to have before recruitment numbers published. And including KRA, before they go for recruitment, let them publish how many they're taking from where and which criteria they're using. So that after that, and that report is submitted to Parliament, and after recruitment, another report is submitted to Parliament. I submit.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa.
Honorable Chair, pengine,
Chair.
if they're done, sorry.
Yes, Mheshimiwa.
If they're done, they could use the many ways to introduce themselves, not the politicians.
Maybe. I think Mheshimiwa from Tana River has something to say.
Yes,
Yeah,
Chair.
Kindly,
Chair,
Mheshimiwa.
on the issue of national park, you happen to be the member of the Energy Committee in last Parliament.
Yes.
I think you know many people lost their life through KWS and what have you. You know, Taita Taveta and Tana River has been shrinked in so many ways. So the issue of review of boundaries for national parks should be a priority. Also on that Galana Kulalo issue, where they are saying it is project, people are living there already. But we are saying 600,000 acres to remain with the government, but 1 million to be released to the people of Tana and Kilifi, because already they are there. Also, Chair, on the issue of the boundary of the coastal region, you know, coastal region, the boundary has been drawn for our forefathers and the colonial government to use their wise wisdom. So now there is a lot of encroachment and a lot of dispute surrounding those areas. So, Chair, we are recommending the initial boundary to remain intact. If people of Kenya want to live in coast, they come as the people of Kenya, but encroaching on boundary should be stopped, that one. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
I think we still have, through Chair, we still have some few minutes. I'd like to touch.
No, that includes a time for questions. So you need to, your time is literally up.
Yeah,
So-
just to emphasize on the port issue, I'd like to contribute as the Mombasa County MP on a privatization or concession of the ports. What we are asking is that we have an empty space, a greener space. We don't want anyone to come and take our already infrastructured space where we are getting more returns, only to take for lesser returns. So we are asking, we need more investors, yes, but let them go and do their own infrastructure in an empty space. Let them start business there, we will welcome them. But stopping other people from doing their business and stopping our youth from getting employment, because definitely they're going to take over the port. It's going to be their private property, and they're going to take control over the port. So we are asking them to take an empty space, do their own infrastructure, and start their business from there. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Thank you. Any other issue? Senator Aaron and then Senator Honorable Hassan.
Just quickly, I welcome CPG. Many of them are people that are personally known to me. They are our colleagues for many years. Therefore, I doubt not their capacity to represent their people. But I have something that keeps on bothering me, especially on the line of the port and all this conversation about privatization and concessioneering of any government institution and facilities. I've listened to you. I've had the opportunity to listen to members of parliament from the sugar growing region on this conversation. as well. The problem that I have is that when I listen to you, when I listen to them, you ask questions just like your citizens as well. Yet you have a premium platform that they don't have in the form of parliament. Has any of you tabled and requested the Ministry of Transport, for example, to come and explain to you what exactly process are they undertaking? What are your fears? Have they been addressed? You know, so that we don't politicize, because many a times it ends up being a politicization of very important issues that can end up bring development to the very people that you represent. And, you know, because many of them may not have the level of understanding that you have as a leader, they will cheer you on, but eventually you leave them in a far worse situation than they already were in. Case in point, let me just use the sugar growing area that come from that particular region. We have government mills that have been stuck with us for the last 50 years. Many of their machinery is aging. Yet each time there are proposals to either privatize or lease, politicians like myself and you, we take to podiums and say, oh, hatutakubali shamba yetu iende, you know, and that is where it ends. So my question to you, Mwashako, have you sought to use the platform of parliament to understand what exactly the ministry is trying to do so as to confirm whether your fears are founded and how they can be onboarded into the conversation?
First and foremost is to welcome you. And number two, based on the concern you raised, I think some of us who, and this might not be the place to say it, but because you raised it, we have personally, in person, communicated to the highest office of this land that there must be a consultative process with the leaders of the coast as per your requests, so that any fears, any concerns that relate, I come from that city, I come from that region, and we will always be there to preserve our best interest. So it's not just a question of consulting with the minister. We might have some concerns and some legitimate issues, and therefore we will make sure that a forum is made available for all of the leadership of the coast region to speak to the issue.
Catherine?
Thank you, Chair. My concern is just to the coastal leaders, especially the ladies. What is your take on the 2/3 gender role? I really expected you to bring it out, but nothing has come. I can see Mheshimiwa Mbogo. I'm sure you will, in your response, touch something on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you
Don't
please
worry, you
wind
have
up
time.
2 minutes. 2 minutes, Mheshimiwa Mishi, say something in 2 minutes.
And yet, Mheshimiwa Mishi,
yeah.
you don't have to respond, because on the one hand, we are complaining, telling you have 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and then we want to drag this on and on. This matter of the 2/3 gender rule has been so ably, Mheshimiwa Catherine, canvassed before this committee that we can spare a member.
They have not said anything about it.
Because
It's
I
the
know her
duty
view.
of-
She wants as many women as she can possibly get.
Mheshimiwa
Thank you.
Mashako.
Thank you, Chair. I'll respond to what Mheshimiwa Aaron has raised. Indeed, we have started a process in Parliament to pursue this issue, but understanding the delays that come with the legislative issues, we have also visited almost all offices, try to converse around this issue. But I want to say that what we're asking for is what Senator Sarai, Mheshimiwa Sarai has talked about. First and foremost, we are talking about being involved. It really defeats logic that KPA wakes up one day and puts an advert in the papers. Like the port is somewhere in the middle of the sea. There are leaders around that area. And therefore, this idea of, starting a process, then you wait for leaders to start following through. This must come to an end in this country. We must, before doing anything in a certain region, leaders need to be involved. But this is a constitutional principle. How come we just start something and then you want us now to start following the legislative processes and what have you? I think that
Thank you, Moish. I think you have ably spoken to that issue.
But if you allow, Chair, we give Mheshimiwa Mishi to say
Mishi,
something.
Mheshimiwa Mishi, can we give you 30 seconds? Just say hi. We need
Just
to hear
say-
your voice.
Yeah, just to say good evening. My name is Honorable Mishi Mboko. I'm a member of parliament representing Likoni constituency. And I'm sorry that I'm late, but my colleagues are here. On the issue of the 2/3 gender rule, we are supporting that.
Thank you.
I've
Thank
been
you.
among those who advocate for the inclusion of women in leadership. And it's not about women, it's about both gender. One time, even the men are going to be endangered. So we need to have that law so that at least we have a
Mheshimiwa
balance.
Mishi, and I'm a testament to your continued support for women leadership. Thank you. Asanteni sana, Coast Parliamentary Group, kindly. Time is up. Time is up. Really, we have about 6 groups.
I think since they've not said anything, just allow them a minute.
No. Kindly. Thank you. Thank you. Next group is Mount Kenya jurists. And Mount Kenya jurists, you also have exactly 15 minutes. And who is the leader of Mount Kenya jurists? Who is the leader of Mount Kenya jurists? Yokipe Mungai, you're the chair of the Mount Kenya jurists.
I'll introduce briefly. The chair is Ndego Wanjiro.
Yes.
Secretary General is Ishmael Guringa. I am a member. And one of the legal advisors. We shall speak to the issues that you want to speak. There'll be 3 of us, starting with...
You have exactly 15
Precisely.
minutes. It's now 1 minute to 5. So by at
Subject to your
5:14,
discretion, Chair.
at 5:14, including question time, at 5:14 will be done.
Okay, we start with my colleague Fanya Mambo, followed by Ishmael. Then we shall try to be very quick so that we can cover a lot of the memorandum that we have presented.
Just go straight to the issue. Don't introduce too many issues. Go straight to it.
Thank you very much. This is Fanya Mambo Kinuthia, the organizing secretary, Mount Kenya Jurists. For us, it's very simple. I will tackle only the part on taxation. And because this has been spoken and it has been deliberated very well at this platform, I wish not to belabor, to repeat what the other people have said. But there's one thing that we have come up with as a proposal as Mount Kenya jurists, saying